Hi everyone, we are starting. Okay, so welcome to ISL Mohali Player Auction 2026. As all of you know, we've had a great team auction bidding this year, thanks to you guys. And with a total prize pool of 23 lakhs, this season is going to be super exciting. A massive kudos to Shamil, our lead coordinator, and the core organizing team who've been putting hours and hours organizing all of this and coordinating with all the teams. We have four powerhouse teams ready to battle it out. Punjab Hukums, Mohali Mavericks, Sultans, and Durandars. And we are ready for a massive competition. I know all of you have been working like crazy to create strategies and build the best teams. This is the time to apply all of it. Just keep your eyes on the trophy and prize pool, but most importantly, enjoy the fun along the way. To all of our viewers joining online, stay tuned for the madness that's about to begin. All the best, and I hope you all bid with everything you've got. I would like to call Anuj or Shiv to give a quick brief of the player auction rules, and then we can get started.
Guys, so we will just be walk. Sorry, Sultan's कुछ ठीक है. So guys, I think the pools have been shared with you all. We'll be following the same order. It's just that within the pool, we'll be keeping the random order, right? Uh, just to walk you through the rules once. So we will start the base price of every player at 1,000 points. Up till 20,000, the increments will be in the multiples of 1,000. From 20,000 to 50,000, the multiples will be in the increment will be in the multiples of 2,000. From 50,000 to 80,000, the increment will be in the multiples of 3,000. And 80,000 plus, it will be 5,000 increment. For the time in the first phase from 1,000 to 20,000 will be following a 15-second timer. It will be displayed in all the screens, and it will be displayed in the portal that you'll all have access to. From 20 to 50 will give you a time of 20 seconds to place your bid. From 50 to 80 it will be 30 seconds, and 80,000 plus it will be 45 seconds. We'll try to be strict on the timing bit, so please be careful on that aspect. We have two wildcards which have already been auctioned for. Wildcard 1 is with Hukums. Wildcard 1 they can use at any point of time if any other team purchases a player. Just to make sure that we have second wildcard with Mohali Mavericks as well. If they place a wildcard on top of your wildcard, then you will have a separate bidding, and whoever places the higher bid will be able to retain the player at the value which your wildcard allows you to keep the player at. That's fine, right? And the other team will be able to retain their wildcard. That aspect is clear, correct? So wildcard 1 and 2, they can be used after a player has been sold, and teams need to indicate immediately after that player has been sold. I mean, we can adjust a request for 30 seconds, but not beyond that. If you want to use your wildcard, make sure that you place your bid within 30 seconds from the time that the player has been sold. And you can request for that upfront. If we initiate the bidding of the next player, then you won't get that time. If you want time to think, please ask us that please wait for 30 seconds, and then we'll wait. Then you can place your bid. But once we start the next player's bidding, you will not be able to use your wild card. And this 30-second buffer that you would want us to give to you can only be asked 5 times per team. Right? So you can only take 30 seconds for 5 times to consider if you want to play wild card on a particular player. Uske baad, if you still don't use your wild card in those 5 times, then your wild card gets forfeited automatically. Any other doubt? Yeah, please. No, I think within the system, anyways, we are giving breaks in between. So you will get time to refresh, reconcile your thinking, and then go ahead with it. Otherwise, we'll not be able to complete it on time. Thank you. Any other doubts from anyone? We are clear, right? Cool. Shall we start? Hello. We are audible to everyone, right? Audible? Guys, so we'll be starting with the auction. Right. So let's begin with the auction. The first player. Guys, so the first player to go for auction is Himesh Gera. You can see the details of Himesh. Anyone up for bidding for Himesh Gera? Any team up for bidding for Himesh Gera? We'll let the timer just for this particular bid, and then we'll go with the timer in from the subsequent bid. Anyone up for bidding for Himesh Gera? Himesh Gera for 1,000 points. We see no interest over here. Himesh Gera, guys, final warning. Himesh Gera goes unsold. Next player to be auctioned. Next player to be auctioned is, I can't see it on screen, is Abhijit Singh Rana. Abhijit Singh Rana. Next player to be auctioned. Abhijit Singh Rana, 1,000 to Mohali Mavericks, 2,000 to Dhurandhars. Abhijit Singh Rana, 2,000, the current bid is with Dhurandhars. 3,000 with Mohali Mavericks, 4,000 with Dhurandhars. For Abhijit Singh Rana, 5,000, sorry, I saw their bid first. 5,000 with Punjab Hukum, 6,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 6,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Abhijit Singh Rana. 8 seconds on the clock. 7,000 with Punjab Hukums. 9,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 9,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Abhijit Singh Rana. 10,000 with Punjab Hukums. 11,000 with Thurandars. 11,000 the current bid for Abhijit Singh Rana with Thurandars. We have 8 seconds on the clock. 12,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you. 12,000 with Punjab Hukums for Abhijit Singh Rana. 7 seconds on the clock. 12,000 will be 13,000. 13,000 with Thurandars just in time for Abhijit Singh Rana. 13,000 the current bid with Thurandars for Abhijit Singh Rana. 12 इनके बाद 12 sorry 12,000 with Thurandars. 13,000 with the Punjab Hukums. 13,000 with the Punjab Hukums. Thurandars, do we have the interest from you guys? 14,000. 14,000 with Thurandars for Abhijit Singh Rana. 14,000, the current bid price. With Thurandars. We still have 10 seconds on the clock. Anyone wants to consider? We'll be selling Abhijit Singh Rana at 14,000 to Thurandars. He gets sold at 14,000. Thank you. The next player to go for auction is Varish. Varish will be inviting the bids starting at 1,000 points for Varish. Any team interested at 1,000 points? For Varish, we don't see an interest. The player gets unsold. Sorry, too late. The next player to go for auction is... Guys, please be wary of the time the counters will be visible to you. It's Nikil Sharma from our cohort. Nikil Sharma starting the bid price at 1,000 points. For Nikil Sharma, he plays TT, cricket, volleyball and pickleball. 1,000 points for Thurandars, 2,000 with Sultans. For Nikil Sharma, 3,000 with Punjab Hukums. Nikil Sharma, 3,000 current bid with Punjab Hukums. 15 seconds on the clock. 4,000 with Sultans. 5,000 with Thurandars. 6,000 with Sultans. 6,000 for Nikil Sharma. 7,000 with Mohali Mavs. 8,000 with Sultans. 9,000 with Mohali Mavs. 10,000 with Sultans. 11,000 with Mavs. 11,000 with Mavs. We have 13 seconds on the clock. 11,000 for Nikil Sharma with Mohali Mavericks. 12,000, 13,000, 14,000. I'm sorry, I saw the bid first. 14,000 with Thurandars. The current bid for Nikil Sharma. 15,000 with Mavs. 15,000 with Mavs. 16,000 with Hukums. 16,000 with Hukums. 17,000 with Thurandars. 17,000 for Nikil Sharma with Thurandars. 18,000 with Mavs. 19,000 with Thurandars. 19,000 the bid for Nikil Sharma with Thurandars. 20,000. 20,000 with Punjab Hukums for Nikil Sharma. The next increment will be in the multiples of 2K. 20,000 for Nikil Sharma with Punjab Hukums. The current bid stands at 22,000 with Mavs. 22,000 for Nikil Sharma with Mohali Mavericks. Any other team interested? 22,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Any other team interested? Final call. 22,000. We'll still have 10 seconds on the clock. If no one is interested, we'll sell Nikil Sharma to Mohali Mavericks at 22,000 and the player gets sold. Thank you so much, Mohali Mavs. The next player to go for auction is Parayana Shri. We have 15 seconds on the clock for Parayana Shri. She plays athletics, badminton, chess and frisbee. Parayana Shri, 1,000 with Thurandas. Thank you for the opening bid. 1,000 points for Parayana Shri with Thurandas. We still have 10 seconds on the clock. 1,000 points. Any team showing interest. 2,000 with Punjab Hukums. 2,000 with Punjab Hukums for Parayana Shri. $2,000 points. Any other team interested? We'll still give it 5 seconds. For 2,000 points to Punjab Hukums, we are selling Parayana Shri and the player gets sold. The next player to go for bidding is Ritwick George. Ritwick George will start the bidding at 1,000 points. Do I have a bid for Ritwick George? 1,000 points. Thank you, Thurandas, for starting the bid. 1,000 for Ritwick George with Thurandas. We'll give it 10 seconds time. 2,000 with Sultans. 3,000 with Mavs. $3,000 with Mavs, 4,000 with Sultans for Ritwick George. 4,000 points for Ritwick George. The current bid stands with Sultans. We'll give it 10 seconds. 5,000. Thank you, Mavericks. We have 5,000 with Mohali Mavs for Ritwick George. Any other team showing interest at 6,000? 6,000 with Dhurandhars. We have 7,000 with Sultans. For Ritwick George, 7,000 with Sultans. Do I have a bid at 8,000? Thank you so much, Punjab Hukums. 9,000 with Dhurandhars. 9,000, 10,000 with Mohali Mavs. 10,000 points for Ritwick George with Mohali Mavs. 11,000 with Dhurandhars. Current bid 11,000. Do I have a bid at 12,000? Okay, 12,000 with Mohali Mavs. Thank you. 13,000 with Dhurandhars. 13,000 points for Ritwick George. 14,000. 14,000 with Mohali Mavs. Do I have a bid at 15? Thank you, Dhurandhars. 15,000 for Ritwick George. Current bid at 15,000. 16,000. 16,000 with Mohali Mavs. 17,000. 17,000 with Dhurandhars. 18,000. 18,000. 19,000. 19,000 with Dhurandhars. 20,000. Thank you, Mohali Mavs. 20,000 for Ritwick George. 22,000. 24,000. 24,000 with Mohali Mavs. 26,000. 28,000. Current bid for Ritwick George at 28,000 with Mohali Mavs. Do I have a bid at 30K? 30,000. Thank you so much, Dhurandhars. 32,000. 32,000 with Mavericks. For Ritwick George, 32,000. 32,000 with Mohali Mavericks. The next bid at 34,000. Do I have a bid from Dhurandhars? 34,000. Thank you. 34,000 from Dhurandhars. He plays FIFA, football, athletics and frisbee. 36,000. Thank you. 36,000. Mavs. 36,000 with Mohali Mavericks. For Ritwick George. 38,000. Thank you, Dhurandhars. 38,000. 38,000 with Dhurandhars. 40,000. 40,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 40,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Ritwick George. Do I have a bid at 42,000? 10 seconds on the clock. 42,000 for Ritwick George. Do I have a bid? 42,000. Thank you, Dhurandhars. 42,000 with Dhurandhars. 42,000. The next bid will be at 44,000. Do I have an interest? Do I have an interest? Post 50,000. Yeah. 44,000. Thank you, Mohali Mavericks. 44,000. Dhurandhars are out. Any other team interested? At 46,000. We still have around 20 seconds on the clock. 44,000. The current bid for Ritwick George with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have an interest at 46,000? If no, we'll sell the player to Mohali Mavericks at 44,000 and the player gets sold. $44,000 with Mohali Mavericks. The next player is Pritish Narang. Pritish Narang. Do I have a bid at 1,000 points for Pritish Narang? Pritish Narang, thank you, Dhurandhars, for starting the bid. 1,000 points with Dhurandhars for Pritish Narang. He plays football, cricket. Pritish Narang, 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 2,000 points for Pritish Narang. 3,000. 3,000 with the Dhurandhars. 3,000 points for Pritish Narang. 4,000. 4,000 for Mohali Mavericks. 5,000 for Dhurandhars. 5,000 for Pritish Narang with the Dhurandhars. Do I have a bid at 6,000 points? Current bid at 5,000 with Dhurandhars. Do I have an interest? If no, the player gets sold to Dhurandhars for 5,000 points. Thank you. The next player to go in the pool is Samarth Gupta. Samarth Gupta. He plays badminton, snooker, squash and athletics. Samarth Gupta, starting bid 1,000 points. 1,000 with the Dhurandhars, 2,000 with Punjab Hukums. For 3,000 with Dhurandhars. For Samarth Gupta, 3,000 points. 4,000 with Punjab Hukums. 5,000 with Mavericks. 6,000 with Dhurandhars. 6,000 with Dhurandhars. The Sultans have been quiet for quite a long time now. 6,000, the current bid for Samarth Gupta. 7,000 with Mohali Mavs. 7,000 with Mohali Mavs. 8,000 with Dhurandhars. 8,000 for Samar Gupta. 9,000. Thank you so much, Mavs. 9,000. 9,000 for Samar Gupta with Mavs. 10,000. 10,000 with the Thuranders for Samar Gupta. Do I have a bid at 11K? 11,000 for Mavs. 11,000 current bid with Mavs. The next bid at 12K. Do I have an interest? 11,000 with Mavs. 12K. 12K with the Thuranders. 12,000 with Thuranders. 12,000 with Thuranders. The next bid at 13,000. 13,000. Do I have an interest? We still have 5 seconds on the clock. 13,000. Thank you, Mavs. Just in time. 13,000 with Mavs. 13,000 with Mavs. The next bid at 14,000. 13,000. We'll give you 15 seconds time. 8 seconds on the clock. I'll sell the player 14,000. 14,000 with Thuranders. 14,000 for Samar Gupta with the Thuranders. Mavs, do I have a bid at 15K? Do I have a bid? 15,000. 15,000 with Mohali Mavs. 15,000 for Samar Gupta with Mohali Mavericks. 16,000. 16,000 with Thuranders. 16,000 current bid for Samar Gupta with Thuranders. 8 seconds on the clock. 17,000. 17,000 with Mavericks. 17,000 with Mohali Mavericks. The next bid at 18K. We have 10 seconds on the clock. 18,000 with Thuranders. Thank you so much. 18,000 with Thuranders. $19,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you, Mavericks. 19,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 20,000 with Thuranders. 20,000 with Thuranders. The next bid will be at 22,000. 20,000 with Thuranders. 22,000. Thank you, Mavs. 22,000 with Mavs. $22,000. The current bid for Samar Gupta with Mohali Mavericks. The next bid at 24,000. Thuranders, do I have an interest? We have 15 seconds on the clock. Five more seconds to go. We'll sell 24,000. Thank you. Just in time. 24,000 with Thuranders. The current bid for Samar Gupta. 24,000 with Thuranders. 20 seconds on the clock. Mavericks, do I have an interest? 26,000. Thank you. 26,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 26,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 10 seconds on the clock. Thuranders, do I have a bid at 28K for Samar Gupta? We'll sell to Mohali Mavericks at 26,000. Samar Gupta gets sold. Next player to go for the auction. is Bharat Sethia. Bharat Sethia, guys. The bid starts at 1000 points. Bharat Sethia. He plays basketball, chess, football, and athletics. Bharat Sethia. Bharat Sethia will give it 5 more seconds. The player goes unsold. Next player to go in the pool is Vidita Dhingra. Vidita Dhingra, bid starts at 1000 points. Vidita Dhingra. She plays basketball. Vidita Dhingra at 1000 points with Thurandas. Thank you, Thurandas, for starting the bid. 1000 points. Vidita Dhingra with Thurandas will give it 10 more seconds. Any other team showing interest? Vidita Dhingra, 5 more seconds, will sell the player to 2000 just in time with Mavs. 2000 with Mavs. 2000 with Mohali Mavericks for Vidita Dhingra. 2000 points. 3000 with Thurandas. 3000 with Thurandas. 4000 Mavericks. Thank you. 4000 with Mohali Mavericks. 5000 with Thurandas. 5000, 10 seconds more. 6000 with Mohali Mavericks. 6000 for Vidita Dhingra. Do I have a bid at 7K? 7000. Thank you to Thurandas. 7000 with Thurandas for Vidita Dhingra. 7000. The next bid will be at 8000. Mohali Mavericks. Do I have an interest? We'll give 10 seconds on the clock. 7000 the current bid. We'll give it 5 more seconds. The player gets sold to Thurandas. Thank you. At 7000 bid points. The next player we have Sultans and Hukums. I hope you guys are not here as spectators. The next here we have is Aviral Agarwal. Aviral Agarwal, one of the most popular sports person in our batch. Aviral Agarwal, 1000 points with Mavs, 2000 with Thurandas. 2000 with Thurandas. 2000 points. 3000 with Mohali Mavericks. 4000 with Thurandas. 4000 with Thurandas for Aviral Agarwal. 4000 points for Aviral Agarwal with Thurandas. 5000 with Hukum. 6000 with Mohali Mavericks. 7,000 with Thurandas. Thank you. 7,000 points for Aviral Agarwal with Thurandas. The next bid will be at 8,000. 8,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 9,000 with Hukums. 10,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 11,000, 12,000. 12,000 current bid with Punjab Hukums. 13,000 with Thurandas. 14,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 14,000 for Aviral Agarwal. 15,000 with Thurandas. 15,000 for Aviral Agarwal with Thurandas. 16,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 17,000 with Thurandas. 18,000. 18,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 19,000. 19,000 with Thuranders. 20,000. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. For Aviral Agrawal, 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 22,000. 22,000 with Thuranders. 24,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 26,000 with Thuranders. 26,000 for Aviral Agrawal with Thuranders. 26,000 will have 15 more seconds on the clock. 28,000. Thank you, Mavericks. 28,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 28,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 30,000 with Thuranders. 30,000 for Aviral Agrawal with Thuranders. 30,000. He plays basketball, football, FIFA, water polo, and whatnot. 30,000 current bid for Aviral Agrawal. 10 more seconds on the clock. 32,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you so much, Mavericks. 34,000 with Thuranders. 34,000. 34,000 will give it 15 more seconds. 34,000 current bid for Aviral Agrawal with Thuranders. Do I have a bid at 36,000? We'll give 36,000 with Mohali Mavericks just in time. Thank you so much. 36,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 38,000 with Thuranders. 38,000 for Aviral Agrawal. 38,000, 20 seconds on the clock. Do I have an interest at 40,000 bid points? We'll give it 10 more seconds. 40,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you, Mavericks. 40,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Aviral Agrawal. We'll give it about 20 seconds on the clock. 40,000 the current bid price. The next ask would be at 42K. 42,000. 5 more seconds on the clock. 5 more seconds. The player will be sold. The player gets sold to Mohali Mavericks for 40,000. Thank you, Mavericks. I'm sure he must be very happy. The next player we have is Vishwa Pinku Mukhtar. Vishwa Pinku Mukhtar. Do I have a bid at 1,000 points? For 1,000 with Punjab Hukums, thank you for starting the bid. 2,000 with Thuranders. 2,000 with Thuranders for Vishwa Pinku. We'll give 15 seconds on the clock. 2,000 the current bid price. She plays badminton, athletics, basketball and chess. 3,000 with Punjab Hukums, thank you. 3,000 with Punjab Hukums. 4,000 with Thuranders. 4,000 with Thuranders. We'll give about 15 seconds on the clock. 4,000 the current price. With Thuranders, do I have a bid at 5K? 5,000 with Punjab Hukums, thank you. 5,000. with Punjab Hukums. Do I have a bid at 6,000? We'll give about 8 seconds on the clock. 6,000. Thank you, Dhurandhars, for pitching in. 6,000. 6,000, the current bid with Dhurandhars. About 15 seconds on the clock. 6,000, the current bid with Dhurandhars. The next will be at 7,000. We'll give it 5 more seconds. Thank you, Punjab Hukums. 7,000 with Punjab Hukums, the next bid. $7,000 with Punjab Hukums. Yes. Mavericks at 8,000. Thank you. Mohali Mavericks at 8,000. $9,000 with Punjab Hukums, 10,000 with Dhurandhars. I'm sorry, I saw theirs first. 10,000 with Dhurandhars. £10,000 with Dhurandhars. We'll give it 5 more seconds on the clock. 11,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you. 12,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 12,000 with Mohali Mavericks. $12,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 13,000 we have the next bid with Dhurandhars. The next bid at 13,000 with Dhurandhars. The next at 14,000. We'll give it 5 more seconds on the clock. Thank you, Hukums, for pitching in. 14,000 with Hukums. 15,000 with Dhurandhars. 15,000 with Dhurandhars. 16,000 with Hukums. 17,000 with Dhurandhars. 17,000 for Vishwa Pinku. Current bid with Dhurandhars. 18,000 with Punjab Hukums. 18,000 with 19,000. 19,000 with Dhurandhars. 19,000 with Dhurandhars. About 8 more seconds more. Last call, 20,000. Thank you, Hukums, for pitching in just in time. 20,000 with Punjab Hukums. 20,000 for Vishwa Pinku. The next bid, the next ask at 22K. Fifteen more seconds on the clock. I'll give it 5 more seconds. 5. Thank you, Dhurandhars. 22,000 with Dhurandhars. 22,000 with Dhurandhars. Do I have a bid at 24,000? Punjab Hukums. Do I have a bid at 24,000? We'll give it 5 more seconds. If no, the player will be sold. Player gets sold to Dhurandhars at 22,000. The next player we have is Maneshwar Kumar. Maneshwar Kumar. The bid starts at 1,000 points. Maneshwar Kumar, 1,000 points. Anyone pitching in? 5 more seconds. Thank you. 1,000 to 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 3,000 with Dhurandhars. 3,000 the current bid for Maneshwar Kumar with Dhurandhars. We'll give it 10 more seconds. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks. We'll give it 10 more seconds. We don't see any other interest. 3 more seconds. The player gets sold to Mohali Mavs for 4,000 bid points. Thank you. The next. Speaker पे बात मत कीजिए. The next player is Shantanu Kundu. Shantanu Kundu, the bid starts at 1,000 points for Shantanu Kundu. We'll give it five more. Thank you, Mavs, for starting. 1,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 1,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Shantanu Kundu. 2,000 with Dhurandhars. 2,000 with Dhurandhars. 3,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 4,000 with Dhurandhars. 5,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 5,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 6,000. 6,000 with Dhurandhars. 7,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 8,000. 8,000 with Dhurandhars. 9,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 10,000 with Dhurandhars. The current bid at 10,000. 11,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Shantanu Kundu. 12,000. 13,000 with Dhurandhars. 13,000 with Dhurandhars. 14,000 with Mavs. 15,000 with Dhurandhars. 15,000 points. 16,000 with Mavs. 17,000 with Hukums. 18,000 with Dhurandhars. 18,000 with Dhurandhars. We'll give it 10 more seconds. Do I have any other interests? 19,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 20,000 with Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars have been very active. 20,000 with Dhurandhars. 22,000 with Punjab Hukums. 22,000. 24,000 with Dhurandhars. 24,000 with Dhurandhars. We'll give it about 15 more seconds. 26,000. Thank you, Hukums. 26,000. 28,000. 28,000 with Dhurandhars. 28,000 with Dhurandhars. Do I have a bid at 30,000? 30,000 with Mavericks. 32,000 with Dhurandhars. 32,000 for Shantanu Kundu. 34,000 with Hukums. Was that a raise? 36,000. 36,000 with Dhurandhars. 36,000 for Shantanu Kundu with Dhurandhars. We'll give it 10 more seconds on the clock. Thank you. 38,000. 40,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans, for waking up. 42,000 with Dhurandhars. I know it might be an early morning for you guys. 42,000 with Dhurandhars, the current bid for Shantanu Kundu. 42,000 Do I have a bid at 44,000? Any team interested? 44,000. The current bid at 42,000. I'll give it 5 more seconds on the clock. 44,000, 46,000. Thank you. 46,000 with Sultans, 48,000 with Thurandars. 48,000 with Thurandars. 50,000 with Hukums, 52,000, sorry, 53,000. 53,000 with Sultans, 56,000 with Thurandars. 56,000 with Thurandars. We'll give it about 25 more seconds. The highest bid player up till now, 56,000, 59,000. Thank you, Sultans. 59,000. 59,000, the current bid with Sultans. 30 seconds time to think, guys. The next ask is 62,000. 59,000 current bid. We'll give it 10 more seconds. Do I have a bid? 65,000 with Thurandars. 65,000 with Thurandars. I saw that first. $65,000. The next bid at 68,000. 25 seconds more, guys. Current bid 65,000 with Thurandars. Thank you. 68,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 68,000 for Shantanu Kundu. "25 seconds time to think. The next bid at 71,000. Current bid 68,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 60. Thank you, Hukums. 71,000. 71,000 with Punjab Hukums. 71,000 current bid with Punjab Hukums. Thank you. 71,000. Do I have an interest? We still have 30 more seconds. Does anyone need time to think? 71,000 points with Punjab Hukums. For Shantanu Kundu, Thurandars are out. Mavericks will take one final call from you. Sultans, we'll give it 10 more seconds. We'll sell the player to Punjab Hukums for 71,000 bid points, and the player gets sold. The highest bidded player up till now, 71,000 points, gets sold to Punjab Hukums. The next is Suvigya Avasthi. Suvigya Avasthi, starting the bid at 1,000 points. We'll get about 10 seconds more. Suvigya Avasthi, thank you, Thurandars. 1,000, 2,000 with Punjab Hukums. 2,000 with Punjab Hukums for Suvigya Avasthi. 3,000 with Thurandars. 3,000 with Thurandars. 4,000 with Hukums. 5,000 with Thurandars. 5,000 current bid for Suvigya Avasthi with Thurandars. I'll give 15 more seconds on the clock. आपके पास ही है. 5,000, 6,000 with Mavs, 7,000 with Thurandars, 7,000 current bid with Thurandars, Do I have a bid at 8,000? She plays 8,000 with Mohali Mavericks, 9,000 with Thuranders, 9,000 with Thuranders. $10,000 with Mohali Mavericks, 11,000 with Thuranders, 12,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 13,000 with Thuranders. 13,000 with Thuranders. 10 more seconds on the clock. 13,000 current bid. 14,000 with Hukums. 15,000 with Thuranders. 15,000 with Thuranders. For Suvigya Avasti. Do I have a bid? 17,000. 17,000 with Sultans. Sorry, 16,000. My bad. 17,000 with Thuranders. 17,000 with Thuranders. 18,000 with Sultans. 18,000 with Sultans. Current bid 19,000 with Thuranders. 19,000 with Thuranders. 20,000. 20,000 with Sultans. 20,000 with Sultans. We'll give it 15 more seconds. 22,000 with Thuranders. 22,000 the next bid with Thuranders. 24,000 with Sultans. 26,000 with Thuranders. 26,000 with Thuranders. 28,000. Thank you, Hukums. 28,000. 30,000. Sultan was at a raise. 28,000 from Hukums. 30,000, 32,000. 32,000 with Sultans. 32. 30 was with Thuranders. 32,000 with Sultans. 32,000 the current bid with Sultans. We'll correct that. But the bid is at 34,000 with Thuranders. 34,000 with Thuranders. Do I have an interest at 36,000? Hukums, Sultans, Mavs. 36,000. 36,000 with Sultans. Thank you. 36,000 with Sultans. Twenty more seconds on the clock. 36,000 current bid for Suvigya Avasti with Sultans. She plays frisbee, athletics, basketball, football. 5 more seconds. 38,000 with Thuranders. Thank you. 38,000 with Thuranders. Do I have a bid at 40,000 points? 40,000 for Mohali Mavericks. Thank you, Mohali Mavericks. 40,000 for Mohali Mavericks. The next bid at 42,000. We'll give it 10 more seconds. 42,000 with Thuranders. 42,000 with Suvigya Avasti. Sorry, 42,000 with Thurandars for Suvigya Avasthi. Do I have a bid at 44,000? I'll give it 10 more seconds. 42,000. Suvigya Avasthi. 44,000. Sorry, 44,000 with Mohali Mavericks just in time. 44,000 with Mohali Mavericks. $44,000. I'll give it 5 more seconds. 46,000. 46,000 with Thurandars. 46,000 with Thurandars. 46,000 with Thurandars. The current bid price for Suvigya Avasthi. 10 more seconds. Do I have a bid at 48? The player gets sold to Thurandars for 46,000 bitcoins. Thank you. The next player to go for auction is Syed Muhammad Adil. Syed Muhammad Adil, bid starts at 1,000 points. Syed Muhammad Adil, 1,000 with Hukums, 2,000 with Thurandars. 2,000 for Syed Muhammad Adil. 3,000 with Mavericks, thank you. He plays swimming, water polo, frisbee and athletics. 3,000 with Mohali Mavericks, current bid. 4,000 with Punjab Hukums, 5,000 with Thurandars. 5,000 with Thurandars. 6,000 with Punjab Hukums. 7,000 with Thurandars. 7,000 with Thurandars for Syed Muhammad Adil. Do I have a bid at 8,000? 5 more seconds on the clock. 8,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you, Punjab Hukums. 8,000 with Punjab Hukums. We'll give it about 15 more seconds. For Syed Muhammad Adil, 9,000 with Thurandars. Thank you. 9,000 with Thurandars. $10,000, 11,000 with Punjab Hukums, 10,000 with Mavericks, 11,000 with Punjab Hukums. 11,000 with Punjab Hukums. $12,000 with Mohali Mavericks. $12,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 10 more seconds on the clock. 5 more seconds. 13,000 with Punjab Hukums. 13,000 with Punjab Hukums. We'll give it about 10 more seconds. 14,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 14,000 with Mohali Mavericks. The next bid at 15,000. Do I have an interest? We'll give it 5 more seconds. Thank you, Punjab Hukums. 15,000 with Punjab Hukums. 16,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 16,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 17,000. Do I have an interest? 17,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you. 17,000 points with Punjab Hukums for Sayyid Muhammad Adil. We'll give about 10 more seconds. Mavericks to have a bid at 18,000. 18,000 for Mohali Mavericks. 18,000 for Mohali Mavericks for Sayyid Muhammad Adil. We'll give about 10 more seconds to have an interest at 19,000 points. 19,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you. 19,000 with Punjab Hukums. Mohali Mavericks to have an interest at 20,000 points. We'll give about 5 more seconds. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Hukums, do I have a bid at 22,000? $20,000 current bid for Sayyid Muhammad Adil. Will give it 5 more seconds. 22,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you. 22,000 with Punjab Hukums. We'll give about 5 more seconds. Mavericks, are you interested at 24,000? The player gets sold to Punjab Hukums at 22,000 points. The next player we have is Sahil Bansal. Sahil Bansal, the bid starts at 1,000 points. Sahil Bansal, can I have an opening bid from Thurandas? Thank you. Thurandas have been very helpful to today. Sahil Bansal, 1,000 points with Thurandas. We'll give it 5 more seconds. 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 2,000 current bid for Sahil Bansal. He plays cricket and pickleball. Ten more seconds on the clock. 3,000 with Thurandas. Thank you. 3,000 with Thurandas. Do I have an interest at 4,000 bid points? Any team interested? You give it 5 more seconds. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 5,000. 5,000 with Thurandas. 5,000 with Thurandas. Ten more seconds. Final call. Thank you. 6,000 with Mavs. 6,000 with Mavericks for Sahil Bansal. We'll give it 10 more seconds. To have an interest at 7,000 points. The player gets sold to Mohali Mavericks for 6,000 points. The next player . The next player to go for auction is Vikramjeet Singh Bhattal. Vikramjeet Singh Bhattal. The bid starts at 1,000 points. Do I have an interest? 1,000 points for Vikramjeet Singh Bhattal. The player goes unsold. Next we have is Shivam Seni. Shivam Seni, starting bid 1,000 points. Do I have an interest? 1,000 with Thurandars, thank you. Opening bid with Thurandars at 1,000 points. Do I have a bid at 2,000 points? 2,000 with Punjab Hukums. 2,000 with Punjab Hukums for Shivam Seni. 3,000 with Thurandars. 4,000 with Hukums. 4,000 for Shivam Seni with Hukums. 5,000 with Thurandars. 6,000 with Hukums. 7,000 with Thurandars. 8,000 with Hukums. 9,000 with Thurandars. 10,000 with Hukums. 11,000 with Thurandars. 11,000 current bid with Thurandars. We'll give it 12,000 with Mavericks. Thank you, Mavericks. 13,000 with Thurandars. 13,000 with Thurandars for Shivam Seni. He plays badminton, pickle, squash and snooker. 13,000 for Thurandars. We'll give it 5 more seconds. 14,000 with Hukums, 15,000 with Mavericks, 16,000 with Thurandars. 16,000 with Thurandars for Shivam Seni. $16,000 points for Shivam Seni with Thurandars. 17,000 with Mohali Mavericks, thank you. 18,000 with Hukums, 19,000 with Thurandars. 19,000 with Thurandars. 20,000 with Hukums. 20,000 with Hukums. 22,000 with Thurandars. 22,000 with Thurandars. We'll give it 15 more seconds. 22,000 current bid. Next ask 24,000. Do I have an interest? 24,000 from Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. Just in time. 24,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Shivam Seni. 24,000. Do I have any interest at 26,000? We'll give it 5 more seconds. 26,000 with Thurandars. Thank you. 26,000 with Thurandars. 28,000 with Sultans. Thank you. 28,000 with Sultans. Yeah. You guys are waking up. 28,000 with Sultans. 30,000 with Thurandars. Thurandars bids next. They have been extremely active. 30,000 with Thurandars. 32,000 Sultans. Thank you. 32,000 with Sultans. Do I have an interest at 34K? 34 from Thurandars. 34,000 with Thurandars for Shivam Seni. 36,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 36,000 with Sultans. 38,000 with Dhurandhars. 38,000 with Dhurandhars. Do I have an interest at 40,000 points for Shivam Seni? Okay, we'll give it about 5 more seconds. 38,000 for Shivam Seni. The player gets sold to Dhurandhars. The final player for the pool 1 is Manan Khurana. Manan Khurana, guys, starting the opening bid at 1,000 points. For Manan Khurana, Dhurandhars, thank you for opening the bid. 1,000 with Dhurandhars for Manan Khurana. Giving 10 more seconds on the clock. 2,000 with Punjab Hukums. 3,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 3,000 with Mohali Mavericks. For 4,000 with Dhurandhars. 5,000 with Hukums. 5,000 with Hukums. 6,000 with Dhurandhars. 6,000 current bid for Manan Khurana with Dhurandhars. We'll give it about 10 more seconds. 7,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 8,000 with Hukums. 8,000 with Hukums. 9,000 with Dhurandhars. 10,000 with Hukums. 10,000 current bid with Hukums. 11,000 with Mohali Mavs. 11,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Yeah, it will. 12,000 with Dhurandhars. 12,000 with Dhurandhars. "15 seconds on the clock. 12,000 the current bid. The next task at 14,000. Do I have an interest? 14,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Sorry, 13. Sorry, my bad. 13,000 with Mohali Mavericks. "10 more seconds. Manan Khurana, 13,000 points with Mohali Mavericks. 14,000. Thank you, Dhurandhars. 14,000 for Manan Khurana with Dhurandhars. Next bid, 15,000 points. Do I have an interest? We'll give it 7 more seconds. 15,000 with Mohali Mavs. 15,000 points with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have any interest at 16,000 points? 16,000 with Dhurandhars. Thank you. 16,000 with Dhurandhars. Seven more seconds. 16,000 the current bid. 17,000 just in time Mavericks. 17,000 with Mohali Mavericks. For Manan Khurana. 17,000 for Manan Khurana with Mohali Mavericks. The current bid stands at this point. 5 more seconds. Do I have an interest? 18,000 with Dhurandhars. 18,000 with Dhurandhars. 18,000. We'll give it about 5 more seconds. Do I have an interest at 19,000? Thank you. The player gets sold to Thurandaz at 18,000 points. This concludes our pool 1. We'll be taking a 5-10 minute short break. So we are facing some lag. We'll be trying to resolve that meanwhile. So we'll be taking a short break. Thank you. Thank you, team, for being such active participants. Except our own favorite sultans. 2. We'll start with pool 2. The first player to go for auction in pool 2 is Roshan Jiyakumar Priya. Our own Roshu. 1,000 points for Roshan. Do I have a bid? 1,000 points for Roshan. 1,000 points. The player gets unsold. Okay, next player to go for auction. Roshan gets unsold. Vinayak Khandelwal. Next player to go for auction is Vinayak Khandelwal. He plays basketball, swimming, water polo and squash. Vinayak Khandelwal. Do I have a bid at 1,000 points? Vinayak Khandelwal. 3 more seconds. Vinayak Khandelwal goes unsold in round 1. The next player we have is Nandini Goyal. Nandini Goyal. The starting bid 1,000 points for Nandini Goyal. Do I have a bid? Nandini Goyal for 1,000 points with Thodorandas Mavericks at 2,000. Mavericks at 2,000 for Nandini Goyal. $2,000 Mavericks, 3,000 Thurandas, 3,000 with Thurandas for Nandini Goyal. Do I have a bid at 4,000? We'll give 5 more seconds. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Nandini Goyal. 5,000 with Thurandas. Thank you so much. 5,000 for Nandini Goyal with Thurandas. We'll give 10 more seconds. Thank you. 6,000 for Mohali Mavericks. 6,000 the bid with Mohali Mavericks as of now. 7,000 with Thurandas. 7,000 with Thurandas for Nandini Goyal. 8,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 8,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Nandini Goyal. 9,000 with Thurandas. 9,000 with Thurandas. 10,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 10,000 points for Mohali Maverick, for Nandini Goyal with Mohali Mavericks. She plays basketball, athletics, chess and frisbee. 5 more seconds. 11,000 Sultans. Thank you. 11,000 with Sultans for Nandini Goyal. 11,000 points. The next bid at 12,000. Do I have an interest? 12,000. Do I have an interest? 12,000 with Mavericks. Thank you. 12,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 12,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 13,000 with Sultans. 13,000 with Sultans. The next ask, 14,000. Mohali Mavericks, do I have an interest? 14,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 14,000 with Mohali Mavericks. We'll give 10 more seconds. Next bid at 15,000. 5 seconds. 15,000 with Sultans. Thank you. 15,000 for Nandini Goyal with Sultans. Mohali Mavericks. 16,000. 16,000 with Mohali Mavericks. They raise their bid. 16,000 points. We'll give 10 seconds on the clock. Sultans, do I have a bid at 17,000? You have 5 seconds. 17,000 with Sultans. Thank you. 17,000 with Sultans for Nandini Goyal. 10 seconds on the clock. Mavericks, do I have a bid at 18K? 18,000 for Mohali Mavericks. Thank you so much. 18,000, the bid with Mohali Mavericks. 19,000, the next task. 19,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 19,000 with Sultans. 15 seconds on the clock. 19,000 current bid. 20,000 is the next task. We'll give 5 more seconds. Mohali Mavericks. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Next task, 22,000. We'll give 12 seconds more. Thank you, Sultans. 22,000 with Sultans. 22,000 with Sultans for Nandini Goel. We'll give out 12 more seconds. She plays basketball, athletics, frisbee, and chess. 5 more seconds. 22,000. The player gets sold to Sultans. Thank you. Everyone seems to be very happy their first bid. The next player we have is Samdesh Mahajan. Samdesh Mahajan is sitting with Thurandars in the auction table. Okay, 1,000. Thank you, Hukums, for opening the bid. 1,000 with Hukums. 2,000 with Thurandars. 3,000 with Hukums. 3,000 with Hukums. 3,000 with Hukums for Samdesh Mahajan. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 4,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Samdesh Mahajan. We have 10 seconds to have a bid at 5,000. The player gets sold to Mohali Mavericks for 4,000 points. Okay. The next bid is for Devang Kukreja. Devang Kukreja. Do I have a bid at 1,000 points for Devang Kukreja? We see no interest. The player gets unsold. The player gets unsold. The next player we have is Shilpi Day. Our cohort squash player, Shilpi Day. Do I have a bid at 1,000 points? 1,000 for Punjab Hukums for Shilpi. 1,000 with 2,000 with Dhurandars, 3,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 3,000 points for Shilpi Day with Mohali Mavericks. 4,000 with Hukums. 5,000 with Sultans. 5,000 with Sultans for Shilpi. Probably one of the best female squash players on campus. 6,000 with Hukums. 7,000 with Mavs. 7,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Shilpi Day. 8,000 with Thurandars. 8,000 with Thurandars. We'll give 5 more seconds. 9,000 with Hukums. Thank you, Hukums. 9,000 with Punjab Hukums for Shilpi. Do I have a bid at 10,000? We'll give 10 more seconds. Shilpi Day, 5 more seconds. Current bid 9,000 with Punjab Hukums. 10,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Just in time. Thank you so much. 10,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 10,000 with Mavericks for Shilpi. The next bid at 11,000. 11,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you, Hukums. Just in time. 11,000 with Hukums. 10 more seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid at 12K? 12,000 from Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 12,000 for Shilpi with Sultans. We'll give 10 more seconds. 12,000 the current bid. Do I have a bid at 13,000? 13,000 with Hukums. 14,000 with Mavs. 14,000 with Mavs for Shilpi. Do I have a bid at 15,000? I'll give 15,000 with Hukums. Thank you. 15,000 with Hukums. £15,000 for Shilpi with Punjab Hukums. Do I have a bid at 16? 5 more seconds. 16,000 with Mavericks. Thank you, Mavericks. 16,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 16,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Will give 5 more seconds. 17,000 with Hukums. Thank you, Hukums. 17,000 with Hukums for Shilpi. 17,000. 5 more seconds to go. 18,000 with Mavericks. 18,000 with Mavericks for Shilpi. Do I have a bid at 19K? Do I have a bid at 19,000? 19,000 with Punjab Hukums. Thank you. 19,000 for Shilpi with Punjab Hukums. 10 seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid at 20K? 2 more seconds. Thank you. Just in time. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Shilpi. Next bid, 22,000. 15 seconds on the clock. 22,000. Do I have an interest? We'll give 5 more seconds. Current bid with Mohali Mavericks. We don't see any bids. The player gets sold to Mohali Mavericks for 20,000. Next player we have is Vishesh Matreja. Vishesh Matreja, 1,000 starting price. 10 seconds on the clock. Do I have any interest? Vishesh Matreja. 1,000 for Thurandars. Thank you for starting the bid. 2,000 for Mavericks. 2,000 for Mohali Mavericks for Vishesh. Do I have a bid at 3,000? I'll give 10 more seconds. 3,000 with Dhurandhars, 4,000 with Hukums. 4,000 with Hukums. Do I have a bid at 5,000? Do I have a bid at 5,000? Current bid 4,000 with Hukums, 5,000 with Thurandhars, 5,000 with Thurandhars. 6,000 with Hukums, thank you. 6,000 with Punjab Hukums. 7,000 with Thurandhars. 8,000 with Punjab Hukums. 8,000 current bid with Punjab Hukums. 10 seconds more. 9,000 with Thurandhars. 10,000 with Hukums. 10,000 with Punjab Hukums. Do I have a bid at 11,000? 11,000 with Thurandhars. For Vishesh, 11,000. 12,000 with Punjab Hukums. 13,000 with Thurandhars. 13,000 points with Thurandhars for Vishesh. 13,000 points. We'll give 7 more seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid at 14K? If not, we'll sell the player. The player gets sold to Thurandhars for 13,000 points. Next player we have Nikhil Sharma. Nikhil Sharma from the batch, ex-Navy personnel. Nikhil Sharma, 1,000 starting price. Do I have a bid? Nikhil Sharma, thank you Mavericks for opening. 2,000 with Punjab Hukums, 3,000 with Thuranders. 3,000 for Nikhil Sharma with Thuranders. Current bid at 3,000 with Thuranders. 4,000 with Mavericks. 4,000 with Mavericks for Nikhil Sharma. We'll give 10 more seconds. 5,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 5,000 with Sultans. Do I have a bid at 6,000? We have 10 seconds on the clock. 6,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 6,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 7,000 with Sultans. 7,000 with Sultans for Nikhil Sharma. Do I have a bid? 8,000 with Dhurandhars. Thank you. 8,000 with Dhurandhars for Nikhil Sharma. 12 seconds on the clock. 8,000. Do I have a bid? We have three. Okay. Sultans, you have 9,000. Mavericks, you have 10,000. 10,000 with Mavs. 10,000 with Mavs. Do I have a bid at 11,000? 11,000 with Sultans. 11,000 with Sultans for Nikhil Sharma. 8 more seconds. 12,000 Mavericks just in time. Thank you. 12,000 for Nikhil Sharma with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 13,000? 5 more seconds. 13,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 13,000 with Sultans. 13,000 with Sultans. We have 10 seconds on the clock. 13,000. Final ask. 13,000. The player gets sold to Sultans for 13,000 points. The next player to be auctioned is Leher Mittal. Leher Mittal will start the bid at 1,000 points. Do I have any interest? Leher Mittal, guys, 5 seconds on the clock. Do I have an opening bid for Leher? I don't see any bids. The player goes unsold. Next player we have is Bhavya Ranjan. Bhavya Ranjan, opening bid 1,000 points. We have 10 seconds on the clock. Bhavya Ranjan, do I have any interest? At 1,000 points for Bhavya Ranjan. Bhavya Ranjan, the player goes unsold. Sorry, we have a bid from Mavs. Just in time, we have a bid from Mavs. Just when I was saying they raised their bid. 1,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Bhavya. Do I have a bid at 2,000? Do I have a bid at 2,000? I don't see any bids. The player gets sold to Mohali Mavericks at 1,000. Thank you. Mavs, you need to be quick. Please. Yeah. The next player we have is Shivam Goenka. Shivam Goenka, guys. 12 seconds on the clock. He plays TT, pickleball, tennis and cricket. Shivam Goenka, we have Punjab Hukums opening the bid for us. 2,000 with Thurandhars. 3,000 with Punjab Hukums. For Shivam Goenka, 3,000 with Punjab Hukums. 4,000 with Thurandhars. 5,000 with Punjab Hukums. 5,000 the current bid with Punjab Hukums for Shivam Goenka. 6,000 with Thurandars. 6,000 the next bid with Thurandars. 7,000 with Punjab Hukums. 7,000 with Punjab Hukums. 8,000 with Thurandars. 8,000 with Thurandars. We have 15 seconds on the clock to have a bid at 9,000. 9,000 with Sultans. 10,000 with Hukums. 10,000 with Hukums. 10,000 with Hukums to have a bid at 11,000. 11,000 with Thurandars. Thank you, Thurandars. 11,000 for Shivam Goenka with Thurandars. 10 seconds more. Do I have any? 12,000 from Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 12,000. 12,000 from Sultans. 15 seconds on the clock. 5 more seconds. Do I have any interest? 13,000 from Thurandars. Just in time. Thank you, Thurandars. 13,000 from Thurandars. 5 more seconds. Sultans, thank you. 14,000 with Sultans. 14,000 with Sultans. 15,000 with Mavs. 15,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 15,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 16,000? 16,000 with Thurandars. 17,000 with Sultans. 17,000 points with Sultans for Shivam Goenka. 17,000 with Sultans. 5 more. 18,000 with Thurandars. 18,000 with Thurandars. 15 seconds on the clock. Next bid 19,000. 10 seconds more. 19,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 19,000 with Sultans for Shivam Goenka. 20,000 with Mavs. 20,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 22,000? Current bid 20,000. 22,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 22,000 with Sultans. 15 seconds on the clock for Shivam Goenka. 22,000 current bid with Sultans. He plays table tennis, football, pickleball, tennis and cricket. The player goes sold. Players get sold to Sultans at 22,000 points. Mavs, if you want to do it, be a bit quicker. Next. Next player is Vaishali Agrawal from our batch. 1,000 opening bid for Vaishali Agrawal. Do I have a bid for Vaishali Agrawal at 1,000 points? Hukums. Hukums open the bid at 1,000 points for Vaishali. 10 seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid at 2,000 for Vaishali? 5 more seconds. The player gets sold to Hukums at 1,000. Thank you. Next player we have is Darsh Mihir Shah. Darsh Mihir Shah, opening bid 1,000 points. Darsh Mihir Shah, athletics, swimming, frisbee, water polo. 5 more seconds. Hukums open the bid for Darsh at 1,000 points. Hukums currently with 1,000 points for Darsh. Do I have a bid at 2,000? 5 more seconds. 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 3,000? 10 more seconds. 2,000, 3,000 with hukums. Thank you, hukums. 3,000 with Punjab hukums. 10 more seconds to go. Current bid 3,000, 4,000 for Mohali Mavericks. Thank you, Mavericks. 4,000 for Mohali Mavericks. For Dash Mihir Shah. 8 more seconds on the clock. 5,000 with Punjab hukums. 5,000 with Punjab hukums for Darsh. 6,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 6,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 7,000 with Punjab hukums. 7,000 with Punjab hukums for Darsh. Do I have a bid at 8,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 9,000 with hukums. 9,000 with hukums. Do I have a bid? 10,000. Thank you, Mavericks. 10,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Current bid at 10,000 with Mohali Mavericks. We have 10 seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid for 11,000? 5 more seconds. I'll sell the player to Mohali Mavericks. And the player gets sold to Mohali Mavericks for 10,000 points. The next player to go for auction is Vikramjeet Singh. Vikramjeet Singh, guys. The bid starts at 1,000 points for Vikramjeet Singh. Do I have any interest? Thank you, Dhurandhars. 1,000 for Dhurandhars, 2,000 for Mavericks. 2,000 for Mavericks for Vikramjeet Singh. Do I have a bid at 3,000? 3,000 with Dhurandhars. Thank you, Dhurandhars. 3,000 with Dhurandhars for Vikramjeet Singh. 10 seconds on the clock. 4,000 with Mavericks. 4,000 with Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 5,000? 5 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Dhurandhars. 5,000 with Dhurandhars. 6,000 with Punjab hukums. 6,000 for Vikramjeet Singh with Punjab hukums. 7 more seconds. I have Mavericks first, Dhurandhars next, then so Sultans next, then Dhurandhars. That gives them 9,000. 9,000 with Dhurandhars. 9,000 current bid with Dhurandhars. $10, $11, $12. 12,000 with Punjab hukums. $12,000 with Punjab hukums. 12,000 current bid for Vikram. 13,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 13,000 with 14,000 with Punjab hukums. 14,000 for Vikramjeet Singh with Punjab hukums. 15,000 with Sultans. 16,000 with hukums. 16,000 with hukums for Vikramjeet Singh. 10 more seconds. 17,000 with Dhurandhars. 18,000 with hukums. 18,000 for Vikramjeet Singh with hukums. Do I have a bid at 19,000? 19,000 with Sultans. Thank you. 19,000 with Sultans. 10 more seconds. 20,000 with Dhurandhars. 20,000 with Dhurandhars. Thank you. He plays basketball, swimming, water polo, and squash. Do I have any bid at 22K? 10 more seconds. 22,000 with hukums. Thank you, hukums. 22,000 with hukums. 24,000 with sultans. 24,000 with sultans. Do I have a bid at 26,000? 26,000 with Dhurandhars. Sorry. 26,000 with Dhurandhars. 15 seconds on the clock. 28,000 with Hukums. 28,000 with Hukums. Do I have a bid at 30,000 points? We have 10 more seconds. 30,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 30,000 with Sultans. 32,000 with Dhurandhars. 32,000 with Dhurandhars. We'll give 15 more seconds to think. The next ask is 34,000. Do I have any interest? 34,000 from Sultans. 36,000 for Hukums. 36,000 for Hukums. 38,000 for Dhurandhars. 38,000 for Dhurandhars. Do I have a bid at 40,000? 10 more seconds. 40,000 with Sultans. 42,000 with Hukums. 42,000 current bid with Hukums for Vikramjit Singh. 44,000 with Sultans. 44,000 with Sultans. Ten seconds more. The next task, 46,000. Do I have a bid from Hukums? 46,000 with Dhurandhars, 48,000 with Hukums, 50,000 with Sultans. For Vikramjit Singh, 50,000 with Sultans. 50,000 with Sultans. The next task is 53,000 bid points. Do I have a bid for 53k? 53k for Dhurandhars. Thank you. 53,000 for Dhurandhars. Do I have any interest at 56,000 from any of the teams? Current bid 53,000 with Dhurandhars. We have 15 more seconds. Thank you, Sultans. 56,000 for Sultans. Sultans bid 56,000, 59,000. Dhurandhars bid 59,000. 59,000 with Dhurandhars current bid for Vikramjit Singh. 20 seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid at 62k? 10 more seconds. 62,000 for Sultans. Thank you. 62,000 for Sultans. The next task, 65k. 65,000 for Dhurandhars. 65,000 for Dhurandhars. Vikramjit Singh. Current bid for Vikramjit Singh at 65,000 with Dhurandhars. Do I have an interest at 68k? 68k. I'll give 10 more seconds. 68k with Hukums. Thank you, Hukums. 68k. Hukums pitch in with 68,000. 68,000 with Hukums. We have 15 seconds. 71,000 with the Dhurandhars. 71,000. Highest bid up till now, guys. 71,000. We'll give 40 seconds to think. For Vikramjit Singh, the next bid will be at 74,000. 76. 74. 74. 10 seconds more. 74,000. Do I have a bid? 5 more seconds will sell the player. The player gets sold to Thurandas for 71,000. Wait. Okay, the next player to go for auction is Prashant Pillai. Prashant Pillai. Prashant Pillai opening bid with Sultan's at 1,000 points. This is the first time Sultan has given the first bid. 1,000. 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 2,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 3,000? 5 more seconds on the clock. Prashant Pillai. 3,000 with Sultans. Just in time. 3,000 with Sultans for Prashant Pillai. Do I have a bid at 4,000? The player gets sold to Sultans at 3,000 points. Next player we have is Arjun Swami. Arjun Swami bid starts at 1,000 points. Do I have an interest from any of the teams? 1,000 points, Arjun Swami. 5 seconds on the... Thank you, Mavericks. 1,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Arjun Swami. 2,000 with Thurandas. Arjun Swami, 2,000 with Thurandas. Current bid 2,000, 10 more seconds to go. 3,000 with Mavericks. 3,000 with Mavericks for Arjun Swami. 10 seconds on the clock. Do I have a 4,000 with Sultans? 4,000 with Sultans. Do I have a bid at 5,000 with Thurandas? 6,000 for Mohali Mavericks. 6,000 for Mohali Mavericks. 12 seconds on the clock. 6,000 current bid with Mohali Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 7K? The player gets sold to Mohali Mavericks for 6,000 points. £6,000. Next player we have is Jimmy Thomas. Jimmy Thomas, starting bid 1,000 points. Do I have any interest? 1,000 points for Jimmy Thomas. I'll give 5 more seconds. 1,000 Thurandas starting the bid. Hukums getting second. 2,000 for Hukums. 3,000 for Thurandas. 3,000 for Thurandas. 4,000 for Hukums. 4,000 Jimmy Thomas for Hukums. 5,000 for Thurandas. 5,000 for Thuranders, we have 10 seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid at 6K? 6K for Sultan, 7K for Hukums. 7,000 for Punjab Hukums. 8,000 for Thuranders. 8,000. Jimmy Thomas, current bid with Thuranders. We have 10 seconds on the clock. Do I have a bid for 9K? 9K with Mohali Mavericks. 9,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 10,000 with Thuranders. 10,000 with Thuranders. 10 more seconds to go. Do I have a bid for 11K? 11,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 12,000 with Mavericks. 12,000 with Mavericks. Do I have a bid at 13,000? For Jimmy Thomas. 13,000 with Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 13,000 points for Jimmy Thomas with Sultans. 14,000 with Thuranders. We have Thuranders bidding at 14,000. We'll give 5 more seconds. 15,000 for Mavericks. 15,000 for Mavericks. 16,000 Sultans. 16,000 Jimmy Thomas with Sultans. Do I have a bid at 17,000? 17,000 with Mavs. Mavs bid 17K. 18,000 with Thuranders. 18,000 with Thuranders. We have 19,000 with Sultans. 19,000 current bid for Jimmy Thomas. Do I have a bid at 20K? We have 10 seconds. 20,000 with Thuranders. 20,000 with Thuranders. 12 more seconds. Thuranders seem to bid for every player here. Okay, 22,000 with Sultans. 22,000 with Sultans. 24,000 with Thuranders. 24,000 with Thuranders. Next bid, 26,000. Do I have any interest at 26,000? 5 more. Thank you, Sultans. 26,000 for Sultans. Jimmy Thomas, 26,000 current bid with Sultans. Next task, 28K, 10 seconds on the clock. 28,000 with Thuranders. 28,000 with Thuranders. 30,000 with Mohali Mavericks. 30,000 with Mohali Mavericks. Thank you. 32,000 with Sultans. We have 32,000 with Sultans. 15 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Mavericks. 34,000 Mohali Mavericks. 34,000 current bid with Mohali Mavericks. 36,000 with Sultans. 36,000 with Sultans for Jimmy Thomas. 15 seconds on the clock. 38,000 with Thuranders. 38,000 for Jimmy Thomas with Thuranders. Next ask, 40K. 10 seconds on the clock. Is any team interested? We'll Thank you, Sultans. 40,000 with Sultans. 40,000 for Jimmy Thomas with Sultans. We'll give 12 more seconds. Thurandars, Mavericks, Hukums. Do I have a bid? 5 more seconds. The player gets sold to Sultans at 40,000 points. The next player we have for auction is Arpita Mittal. Arpita Mittal, guys. Anyone here would like to open the bid at 1,000 points for Arpita Mittal? 5. Arpita Mittal, Hukums. Thank you, Hukums, for starting the bid. 1,000 points for Punjab Hukums. Arpita Mittal, Punjab Hukums, opening the bid. Do I have a bid at 2K? She plays badminton, squash, athletics, and thank you to Thurandars for the another bid. 2,000 with Thurandars. The next asked 3,000 points. 12 seconds on the clock. 2,000 with 3,000 with Hukums. Thank you, Hukums. 3,000 with Punjab Hukums. Do I have a bid at 4,000? 3,000 current bid with Punjab Hukums. We have 7 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Mavs. Mavs goes for 4,000. 4,000, Mavericks pitch in for Arpita Mittal. 5 more seconds to go. Do I have a bid for 5,000? 5,000 for Sultans. Thank you, Sultans. 5,000 for Sultans. $10 to go. Do I have a bid at 6,000? 6,000 for Mavs. Thank you. 6,000 for Mohali Mavericks. $8 to go. Bid ask 7,000. Current bids 7,000 for Hukums. Thank you. 7,000 for Punjab Hukums. Do I have a bid at 8,000 for Mavs? Thank you, Mavericks. 8,000 for Mohali Mavericks. Arpita Mittal. Do I have a bid at 9K? 3 seconds to go. Thank you, Hukums. 9,000 with Punjab Hukums. Next ask 10,000 bid points. Next ask 10,000. The player goes sold. Sorry, it was lit. Uday, okay, 10,000 for Mavericks. 10,000 for Mohali Mavericks. Just try to do it a second earlier if you are intended to go. I'm seeing it over here. Okay, 5 more seconds we'll give. 5 more seconds. Are you interested at 11,000 points? The player goes sold to Mohali Mavericks at 10,000 points. The next player, Prakhyat Viriyala. Prakhyat Viriyala will open the bid at 1,000 points for Prakhyat. 1,000 points. Do I have an interest? Mavs. Mavs goes for 1,000. Thurandars at 2,000. Thurandars at 2,000 for Prakhyat. Prakhyat Viriyala. We have 5 seconds on the clock. 3,000 with Mavs. 3,000 with Mohali Mavericks for Prakhyat. 4,000 with Dhurandhars. 4,000 with Dhurandhars. 5,000 with Mavericks. 5,000 with Mavericks. 6,000 for Dhurandhars. 6,000, 12 seconds on the clock. Five more seconds. The player gets sold to Dhurandhars for 6,000 points. Next player to go for auction is Sahaj Gupta. Sahaj Gupta, starting bid 1,000 points. Do I have any interest? Sahaj Gupta. Sahaj Gupta, Mavs goes first. Mavs starts the bid at 1,000 points for Sahaj Gupta. Mavs start the bid, 5 more seconds. The player gets sold to Mavericks at 1,000 points. Pool 2 is done over here. We'll be starting with Pool 3.
We are giving Anuj a break. On. Giving Anuj. We have the next player already, and that is Yashovardhan Verma. Sitting with Dhurandhars, got sold in Hyderabad as well. First bid for Hukums. Next is Dhurandhar. Hukums goes next for 3K. Hukums 3K. We have last 5 seconds. Dhurandhar comes in at 4. Mavericks 5. Hukum comes in at 6. Mavericks at 7. Dhurandhar at 8. Mavericks at 9. Hukums at 10. We'll give a couple of seconds for the machine. Dhurandhars at 11. Ten more seconds. Hukums at 12. Mavericks 13. Dhurandhars at 14. Last 5 seconds for Yasho. Hukums at 15. Last 5 seconds again. Dhurandhar at 16. Five more seconds to go. Hukums at 17. Dhurandhar at 18. Hukums 19. Anyone else wants to join in for Yasho? Dhurandhar at 20. Next bid at 22k points. Ten more seconds. Yasho cementing his seat at the table. Sold to Dhurandhars at 20. Next player is Himanshu. Himanshu Arya. Any takers for Himanshu Arya? No takers. Himanshu goes unsold. We'll just take a 2 minutes pause. Break नहीं है, यही रहना, please जाना मत. We are starting now, guys. Your attention, please. Arnab Paul from our campus is the next player. Any takers for Arnab? Maverick starts the bid. $2K to Punjab Hukums. Next bid for 3K. We have Dhurandhars coming in again at 3K. Last 5 seconds. Punjab Hukum comes in at 4. Ten seconds. Punjab Hukums is leading with 4K. Dhurandhar comes in at 5. 5 more seconds before we lock in the player. Sultan comes in at 6k. Five more seconds. Arnab sold to Sultans for 6k. We have the next player now. It is Abhinav Guddipati and we start the bid at 1k. Any takers for Abhinav? Hukum start the bid at 1k. Five more seconds. We have Mavericks coming in at 2. Durandars at 3. Five more seconds. Durandar leading at 3. Hukums at 4. Do we have a bid at 5? 10 more seconds to decide. Mavericks come in just in time at 5k. Takers at 6. 5 more seconds. Punjab Hukums comes in at 6. Sultans at 7. Sultans at 7. 6, my bad. Sultans at 6 right now. Abhinav gets sold to Sultans at 6. Ishan Mathur, the gym boy from campus, is next. Mavericks start the race at 1k. Hukums at 2. Available for 4 weeks. Probably 5 if you can convince him. Hukums at 2. 5 more seconds. Mavericks at 3. Five more seconds. Hukums at 4. Mavericks at 5. Hukums at 6. Ten more seconds. Mavericks at 7. Ten more seconds. 5 more seconds. Mavericks leading the race and sold to Mavericks. Next player is Sanjay Vishwakarma, a 5-star at tennis, and the bid starts at 1k. Mavericks at 1K. Durandars at 2. Five seconds to finalize Sanjay. Sultans come in at 3. Five more seconds for Sanjay. Durandars come in at 4. Any takers for Sanjay? Sultans at 5. Five more seconds. Sanjay sold to Sultans at 5K. Shubham Subhashish Panda at 1K. Mavericks start the bid at 1. Any takers at 2? Five more seconds for Shubham. Sold to Mavericks at a base price of 1K. Amrita Chakraborty is next. Any takers at 1K? Durandar starts the bid at 1. Local talent from Mohali will save you some money. 5 seconds left. Sultans come in at 2. Durandars at 3. Next bid at 4K. 10 more seconds to decide. Sold at 3 to Durandar. Revant Kumar is the next player, starting at 1K. Batch of 24 from the Hyderabad campus, or at least stays in Hyderabad right now. Unsold for 1K. Next up is Aditya Tej Singh Dhaliwal. 1K, 10 seconds to decide. Mavericks start the bid. Durandars at 2. Durandars leading at 2 right now. Available for all 5 weeks. Mavericks at 3. Durandars at 4. Any takers at 5? Mavericks come in at 5. The next bid amount is 6K. Five more seconds to decide. And Aditya sold to Mavericks at 5K. Sahit from the batch from Mohali campus comes next at 1K. No bidders, unsold. Anand Balamurgan is next. Any bidders at 1K for Anand? No bidders, unsold. Ravi Teja coming in next at 1K. Stays in Bangalore. An old alum. Durandar wants to go for it at 1K. Hukums at 2. Scan, सब आएगा भाई. Any takers at 3? Durandars at 3. Sultans coming in at 4. Rare bids from Sultans. Hukums at 5. Do we have a taker for 6K? Durandars at 6. Sultans come in at 7. Any takers at 8K? 5 more seconds to decide. Durandars at 8. 9 Hukum. No bids. Durandars are leading with 8K right now. 10 more seconds to decide. Mavericks first at 9 and Hukums next at 10. Five more seconds to decide. Hukums leading. Not anymore. Dhurandhar with 11. Sultans at 12. Mavericks at 13. Any takers at 14? Mavericks leading the bid right now with 13K points. 14K for Dhurandhar. 15K Sultan. Sultans leading with 15K. Dhurandhar with 16, 17 for Hukums. Ten more seconds to decide. Hukums leading with 17K. 18 for Dhurandhar. Takers at 19. Sultans at 19K. 20 anyone? Durandars at 20. The next bid is for 22k. 10 seconds to decide. Durandars leading at 20k. 22 Sultans. Ten more seconds. Any takers for 24? Dhurandhar comes back again at 24k. Ten more seconds before we lock in. Sultans at 26 for Ravi Teja. 28 for Durandars. Durandars leading with 28 bid points right now. 10 seconds to finalize. Sultans come in at 30. Hukums at 32. Durandars at 34. Ten seconds to decide. 36k is the next bid amount. Sultans at 36k. Any takers at 38k bidding points. Durandars at 38k. $40k next. Sultans rare high bids 40k. Any takers at 42k. Durandars at 42k. Durandars leading at 42k. 10 more seconds. Sultan comes in again. 44k. Any takers at 46k? Durandars at 46k. Bidders at 48k. Sultans 48k. Next bid amount is 50k bidding points. Any takers at 50k? Five seconds. 50k. Mavericks at 50k. $53k bid points. Next bidding amount. Mavericks leading with 50k points. Five seconds to finalize. No bidders above 50k. Ravi gets sold to Mavericks at 50k. Sahiti Monica is the next player up for 1k bidding points. No bidders at 1K, unsold. Shiv Malhotra, our very own Shiv Malhotra from Mohali campus. 5 seconds to bid. Base price 1K. Mavericks come in at 1. Durandars at 2. Mavericks 3. Durandar 4. Mavericks 5. Durandar 6. Mavericks 7. Durandars 8. Any takers at 9? Durandar leading with 8K points. Mavericks come in at 9. Durandar 10. Next bid is for 11K. Mavericks for 11. Durandar 12. Mavericks at 13K points for Shiv Malhotra. 14K Durandar. Durandar is not wasting any time. 15 for Mohali Mavericks. 16 Durandars. 17 for Mohali Mavericks. Any takers at 18? Five seconds. 18K points. Durandars. Mavericks with 19K points bid. 19. 20 Durandar. Durandar leading with 20K points. Any takers at 22K? Mavericks at 22K. Takers at 24. Last 5. Durandars at 24. Next bid is for 26K. Durandars leading with 24. Mavericks at 26K. Any takers at 28? 15 seconds to decide. $28 for Durandars. $30K points for Shiv. Last 5 seconds. 38 Punjab Hukums. 30 Punjab Hukums. Do we have a bid at 32K? $32 Durandars. Next bid would be for 34K points. 10 seconds to decide. Durandars leading with 32K points. 34 for Punjab Hukums. 10 seconds to decide. The call would be for 36k bidding points. Shiv Malhotra. Durandars for 36k. Takers at 38. Last 5 to decide. And sold to Durandars at 36k. Ratan Postwala is the next player to come in from Kolkata. 1k, the bidding starts. Hukums at 1. Durandars at 2. Making sure to participate in every bid. Hukums 3. Takers at 4. Durandar at 4. Sultan at 5. Sultan's at 5. 6 for Durandars. 7 for Hukums. 8 anyone. Durandar goes in for 8. Next bid amount is 9k. 5 seconds to decide. Sultan's at 9. Hukums at 10. 11 for Durandars. Durandars leading with 11. 5 Hukums at 12. Do we have a taker at 13? Durandars at 13. Sultans at 14. Next bid for 15k. Sultans leading with 14k. Durandars at 15. Hukums at 16. Ten more seconds. Hukums leading with 16k points. Sultans at 17k. Next bid for 18k. भाई आएगा 18k for Hukums. टाइमर भी देखना पड़ेगा यार. Any takers at 19k? भाई तुम तो सामने ही दिख रहे हो, उठाओ. 19k for Mavericks. Next bid at 20k. 5 more seconds. Hukums at 20. Any takers at 22k for Ratan Postwala. Mavericks at 22. 10 seconds to decide. Mavericks leading with 22k. 24k Hukums. Do we have a taker for Ratan at 26? Hukums leading with 24k. Last 5 seconds. Sold to Hukums at 24k. Mr. Ratan. Manas Chaudhary from the campus is next for 1k points. He is unsold. Let's go to the next player. Abhinav Ravi, a very well-known alum, for 1k. 5 more seconds. Mohali, Mavericks just come in at time for 1k. Any bidders at 2k? 10 seconds to decide. Sultans at 2k. Takers at 3. 5 seconds to go. 3k to Mavericks. Last 5 seconds for Abhinav Ravi. 3k to Mavericks. Sold to Mavericks at 3k. Vishwanath from Mohali campus is up for sale at 1k. Only for ISL. Only for ISL. No bidders. Unsold. Sparsh Arora from Hyderabad campus for 1k. Mohali starts the bid. Mavericks. Any takers at 2? Sold to Mavericks at 1k. Sparsh Arora. Hukum start the bid at 1k for Rohit. Mavericks at 2k for Rohit. Just 10 seconds remaining. है pause है मतलब you can हाँ सबको
ये तो फिर आगे अगले पोल के बाद सब मांगेगा ये प्रॉब्लम
कर लो नहीं 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 we are resuming this bid again. Currently, Mavericks is leading with 2k points. We have 10 more seconds to bid for Rohit. Hukums at 3, Durandar at 4. Hukums at 5. Any takers at 6k for Rohit. Hukums leading with 5k points. Mavericks at 6. $6k for Rohit, 7k Hukums, 8k Mavericks, 9k Sultans, 10 seconds. Sultans leading with 9k. Takers at 10. Mavericks at 10k bidding points for Rohit. $11k is the next bid. And Rohit sold to Mavericks at 10k points. Akshat Agrawal is the next player, starting the bid at 1k. Durandars at 1k for Akshat Agrawal. Five more seconds. Mohali Mavericks at 2k. Sultans at 3. Durandars at 4. Any takers at 5. Sultans at 5. Mavericks at 6. Any takers for Akshat? At 7 we have Sultans. At 8 we have Mavericks. $9k Sultans. $10k Mavericks. Bidders at 11. 5 more seconds to go. Sultans for 11k. Akshat at 12k anyone. Mavericks at 12 for Akshat Agrawal. Takers at 13. Last call. Akshat is sold to Mavericks at 12K. Aditya Jain coming in at 1K. No takers, unsold. Tanya Shah from the Hyderabad campus, previously Mohali campus, 5 more seconds at 1K points. Not a cohort player, just clarifying. 0 seconds, unsold. Next player. Shubham Swaroop is next. Sultans at 1K. Durandars at 2. Sultans at 3K. Two, we have a taker at 4. Hukums at 4K. Shubham Swaroop 5K for Durandars. Sultans at 6K. Last 5 seconds to decide. Hukums at 7. Durandars at 8. Hukums 9K. Durandars 10. Last 10 seconds. 11K Sultans. Do we have a 12K bidder? We have Hukums at 12K. Sultans at 13. Last 5. Hukums at 14K. Any taker. Sultans at 5, 15K. Last 5 seconds. Sultans leading the race. Shubham Swaroop sold to Sultans at 15K. Chayan Chalani, the basketball star, is here, attending the auction live. Mavericks for 1K. Do we have a taker at 2 for Chayan Chalani, the campus basketball star? Durandars at 2, Hukums at 3, Durandars at 4, anyone at 5K? Mavericks come in at 5. Bidders at 6. Last 5 seconds. Mavericks are leading with 5K points. Sultans come in with 6K. Next bid amount is 7K. 5 more seconds. Mavericks at 7. Chayan is seeing you guys. Last call sold to Mavericks. Chayan Chalani at 7K points. Next we have Abhijan. 1K, any bidders? You might have an easy access to physiotherapy. Unsold. Aditi Agarwal is next. Bid start at 1K. No bidders at 1K. Unsold. Anirudh Agrawal from Mohali campus for 1K points. Do we have any bidder? Anirudh is disappointed. We can have the next player. Naman Bhartiya, 1K bidding points. Do we have a taker? Naman is also disappointed. Sumit Kumar, bidding starts at 1K. Stays in Chandigarh. Might save you some money. Time is up. You are just late. Unsold. Piyush Kumar Sharma from Mohali. 5 more seconds. 1K bidding points. Mavericks at 1K. Do we have a taker at 2K? Sold to Mavericks at a base price of 1K. Piyush Sharma from Mohali. Omkar is next, 1K bidding points. Durandars at 1K. Hukums at 2, Sultans at 3. Hukums at 4. Durandars 5. Durandars leading with 5K points. Hukums at 6. Durandars at 7. Omkar is in demand. Mavericks at 8. Hukums at 9. Do we have a taker at 10K points? Mavericks at 10K. Durandars at 11. Durandars leading the bid at 11K points. Mavericks at 12K. Do we have a taker at 13? Durandars. 14K is the next bid amount. 5 seconds to go. Mavericks at 14. Durandars at 15. Mavericks 16. Durandars at 17K points for Omkar. Do we have a taker at 18K points? Mavericks at 18K. Mavericks leading the race for Omkar. 5 more seconds, 18K points. Durandar at 19K. Last 5 seconds, 19K points. 20K, we have Mavericks back in the race. Any takers at 22? Mavericks leading with 20K. Omkar sold to Mavericks for 20K points. Ramanpreet Kaur is the next player. Bid start at 1K points. Last call. Unsold. Ayush Singh from Mohali campus. Bid start at 1K. No takers. Unsold. Shantanu Vats is the next player. Looks like CR7. 1k points. Punjab Hukums. 1k. Durandars 2. 2. 3 for Hukums. 4 for Durandars. Bidders at 5. 5 Hukums. 6 Durandars. Do we have a taker at 7? For Shantanu. 7 by Hukums. 8 Dhurandhar. 9 Sultans join the race. Last 5 seconds. Dhurandhars at 10k. Do we have? Yes, we have a taker at 11 Sultans. 12 Dhurandhars. Last 10 seconds. 13k Sultans. 14 Dhurandhar. 15 Sultans. 16 Dhurandhars. 17 Sultans. 'Do we have a bidder for 18k for Shantanu Vats? We have 18 for Hukums, Mavericks at 19, 20 Dhurandhars. 22 Sultans. Bidders at 24. Sultans leading with 22k points. 24 Dhurandhar, 26 to Mavericks. 28 Sultans. Sultans at 28k points. Dhurandhars at 30k. 32 Sultans. 34 Dhurandhars.
Hello.
Next bid for 40k. Sultans at 42. 40. Next at 42. Any bidders at 42? Hukums at 42k. Next bid for 44k. Do we have a taker? Last 5 seconds. Sultans at 44. 10 seconds to go. Sultans at 44. 46 for Hukums. Bidders at 48. 48 Sultans. Next bid at 50k. 10 seconds to decide. Sultans leading at 48. Hukum for 50k. Takers at 53. Sultans at 53. Do we have a bidder at 56? Sultans leading with 53k points. Last 5. Hukums at 56k. Anyone for 59? Last 5. Sultans at 59k. Bidders at 62k points. Hukums at 62k points for Shantanu Vats. Takers at 65. Last 10 for Shantanu Vats. 65 Sultans. Do we have a taker at 68k? Last 5 seconds. 68k. 68k to Punjab Hukum. Next bid would be for 71k points for Shantanu Vats. Probably Ronaldo. Any taker at 71k. Sold to Hukums at 68k. Shantanu Vats.
So, just a quick voting here. अगर अभी round draw लगे हैं, so there is a vote to reduce the round, मतलब each round seconds by 5 seconds. No? So I'll be going no more tech support. Bloodline.
Shantanu sold 2 Hukums. Next player. Continue.
Started. Ankit Singh.
चलने दो भाई भी पूल Ankit Singh 1K point 5 seconds. Do we have a bidder? We have Durandar. Any bidders at 2 for Ankit Singh. Sultan's at 2. Durandars at 3. Do we have a taker for 4K? Sultan's at 4. Durandars at 5. Ten more seconds. Sultan's at 6K. Five more seconds. Sultan's leading with 6K. Sold to Sultan's. Ankit Singh at 6K. Next we have Raghav Arora at 1K. Do we have a taker? No takers, unsold. We have the first lady from Mohali campus, Apram, at 1K. Hukums with 1K. Takers at 2. Sold to Punjab Hukums. The last player before we break for lunch, Guntas from ISB. Works at ISB. 5 more seconds. 1K. Durandars at 1K. We have a taker at 2. Mavericks at 2K. Ten more seconds. Durandars at 3. Do we have a taker at 4K? Mavericks at 4K. Any taker at 5. Last call. Sold to Mavericks at 4K. We are breaking for lunch now. We resume at 3:50 exact. Only the teams here can start bidding at 3:50 dot.
auction is? We're just starting. Akshay Maheshwari, our very own Akshay Maheshwari. Bid starting at 1,000. Mavericks at 1,000. Dhurandhars at 2. Anyone else? Dhurandhars. Network issue. Network issue. Okay. Hukums at 3,000. Mavericks at 4. Akshay Maheshwari. Mavericks at 4,000. He plays badminton, squash, cricket, FIFA. Sultans at 5,000. Anyone else? Sultans at 8,000. Akshay Maheshwari going to Sultans at 8,000. 10 seconds to go. Hukums come in at 9. $9,000 for Akshay Maheshwari. Going to Hukums. We have the last 5 seconds. Mavericks come in at 10. 10,000 for Akshay Maheshwari. Hukums at 11,000. Akshay Maheshwari going to Hukums at 11,000. Mavericks come in at 12. Akshay Maheshwari goes to Mavericks at 12,000. Hukums come in at 13. 13,000 for Akshay Maheshwari. Sultans at 14,000. Akshay Maheshwari for 14,000. 15,000 at Hukums. 15,000 for Akshay Maheshwari. Next bid at 16,000. 16,000 to Mavericks. Any interest for Akshay Maheshwari at 17? 17 goes to Hukums. Hukums at 17,000. Next bid at 18,000 for Mavericks. Akshay Maheshwari have Mavericks for 18,000. Anyone for 19? $19 for Hukums. Akshay Maheshwari for Hukums at 19,000. Next bid at 20,000. 20K to Mavericks. Anyone else? 22 is the next bid. Akshay Maheshwari, 22,000. Anyone else? Current bid 20,000. Akshay Maheshwari going to Mavericks. 22,000 goes to Hukums. Akshay Maheshwari at 22,000. Next bid at 24,000. Anyone at 24? 24 at Mavericks. Mavericks come in at 24. 24,000. Akshay Maheshwari. Next bid at 26,000. 26,000 Hukums. Next bid at 28,000. Anyone in coming in for 28? $28,000 to Mavericks. Akshay Maheshwari at 28,000 to Mavericks. Next bid at 30,000. Anyone coming in at 30,000? 30,000 to Hukums. Hukums at 30,000 for Akshay Maheshwari. Waiting. Anyone coming in at 32? Next bid at 32,000. 5 seconds to go. Going once, going twice. Sold at 30,000 to Hukums. The next player up for bidding in the pool is Tanisha Gupta from our very own cohort. Tanisha Gupta. For opening bid starts at 1,000. Do I see a 1,000? Anyone for 1,000? Player goes unsold. Yash Gupta comes in as the next player, 2020 cohort, plays cricket, FIFA, football, pickleball. Anyone coming in at 1,000 for Yash Gupta? Unsold, Yash Gupta, waiting for the next player. We have Astha Kaura, who's the staff here at ISB. Opening bid starts at 1,000. Anyone for 1,000? Unsold. Next player, please. We have Chaitanya Srinivas Moramreddy. Opening bid starts at 1,000 points. Sultans at 1,000, Hukums at 2,000, Mavericks at 3,000, Dhurandhars at 4,000, Dhurandhars at 4,000, Sultans at 5,000, Chaitanya Srinivas 5,000 going to Sultans as of now. Next bid at 6,000. 6,000 at Dhurandhars. $6,000 to Dhurandhars. Next bid at 7,000. Anyone interested? Sultans come in at 7,000 Sultans. Chaitanya Srinivas. Next bid at 8,000 points. Dhurandhars at 8,000 points. 9,000 to Sultans. Dhurandhars at 10,000. 11,000 to Sultans. 12 to Dhurandhars. Next bid at 13,000. 13,000 to Sultans. 14,000 to Dhurandhars. 14,000 to Dhurandhars. Next bid at 15,000. Anyone coming in at 15? 15,000 to Sultans. Sultans at 16,000 at Mavericks. Mavericks come in at 16,000. Anyone up for 17,000? 17,000, the next bid. Dhurandhars come in at 17,000. 18,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks at 18,000. Next bid at 19. Anyone up for 19,000? Chaitanya Srinivas. 19,000 to Dhurandhars. 19,000 to Dhurandhars. Anyone coming? 20,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks at 20,000. Next bid at 22,000 points. Dhurandhars at 22,000. Anyone at 24,000? Next bid at 24,000. Right now 22,000 to Dhurandhars. 24,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks come in at 24,000. Next bid at 26,000. 26K being the next bid. $26,000 to Sultans. 28 to Dhurandhars. 28,000 Dhurandhars on Chaitanya Srinivas. 30,000 being the next bid. 28,000 Dhurandhars. 30,000 to Sultans. Sultans coming in at 30,000. Next bid at 32,000. 32,000 for Chaitanya Srinivas. 32,000 for Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 32,000. Next bid at 34,000. Anyone going for 34,000? Dhurandhars at 32,000. Sultans come in at 34. Mavericks at 36. 36,000 for Chaitanya Srinivas with Mavericks as of now. Next bid at 38,000. Anyone at 38? 38,000 to Sultans. Sultans at 38,000 for Chaitanya Srinivas. Do we have a 40,000? Do we have a 40K to Mavericks? Mavericks at 40. 42,000 to Dhurandhars. Chaitanya Srinivas with 42,000 for Dhurandhars. Do we have 44? Next bid at 44. Do we hear a 44,000? Chaitanya Srinivas at 42,000 for Dhurandhars. 44,000 for Sultans. Sultans at 44,000. Do we get a 46? Next bid at 46,000 right now. 46,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 46,000. Srinivas going to Dhurandhars for 46,000. Do we have a 48? 46,000 Dhurandhar. 48,000 to Sultans. 50,000 to Mavericks. Next bid at 53,000. Mavericks at 50K for Chaitanya Srinivas. Next bid at 53K. Do we have a 53K? $53K. Anyone with 53? 53 to Sultans. Sultans coming in at 53. Do we have a 56,000? Chaitanya Srinivas at 53,000 going to Sultans as of now. Do we have a 56,000? $56 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars coming in at 56 again. Do we get a 59? Next bid at 59,000. Right now, Dhurandhars at 56 for Chaitanya Srinivas. Next bid at 59. Do we have a 59? 59 to Mavericks. Mavericks at 59,000 for Chaitanya Srinivas. 59,000 Mavericks. Next bid at 62,000. 62,000. Anyone up for 62? Mavericks have Chaitanya Srinivas at 59 as of now. 59,000 for Chaitanya Srinivas. Do we have a 62? 62 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 62,000. Next bid at 65. Dhurandhars have Chaitanya Srinivas for 62,000 as of now. Next bid at 65,000. Do we have a 65,000? 65, the next bid. Dhurandhars at 62. Sold. Sold to Dhurandhars at 62,000. Next player up for auction. Is Janam Kaushal Modi from 2026 Hyderabad batch. Opening bid starts at 1,000. Anyone coming in? So Hukums at 1,000 for Janam Kaushal. Dhurandhars at 2,000. 2,000 for Janam Kaushal. Dhurandhars 3,000 for Hukums. Hukums at 3,000 for Janam Kaushal. Next bid at 4,000. Do we have a 4,000? Hukums at 3,000 for Janam Kaushal. 4,000 for Dhurandhars. Mavericks at 5. Mavericks at 5,000 for Janam Kaushal. Do we get a 6? Do we get a 6,000? $6,000 to Hukums. Hukums at 6,000. Janam Kaushal, Hyderabad batch. 6,000 to Hukums. Anyone at 7? 2. Mavericks come in the last second at 7,000. Mavericks at 7,000 for Janam Kaushal. Do I get an 8,000? 8,000, anyone? 8,000 to Hukums. Hukums at 8,000. 9,000 the next bid. Anyone coming in at 9,000? Hukums with 8,000 on Janam Kaushal. Anyone with 9,000? Sold at 8,000 to Hukums. We have Arvind Katpal coming in as the next player. Opening bid starts at 1,000. Again from Hyderabad batch 2026. Unsold. We have our very own Suhas Gorthi up for grabs now. Anyone coming up for Suhas Gorthi? Opening bid starts at 1,000. Hukums come in at 1,000. Hukums at 1,000 for Suhas Gorthi. Anyone coming for 2? Anyone coming in at 2,000 for Suhas Gorthi? Right now, Hukums have him at 1,000. 2,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks coming in at 2,000 for Suhas Gorthi. Next bid at 3,000. Anyone coming in at 3? $2,000 to Mavericks. Hukums come in at 3,000. Hukums on the very last second coming in at 3,000. Next bid at 4,000. Next bid at 4K. 4K to Mavericks. Mavericks at 4K. What Suhas Gorthi? Do I hear a 5,000 now? Suhas Gorthi at 4,000 to Mavericks. Wait, 5 to Hukums. Hukums at 5. Do I have a 6,000 for Suhas Gorthi? Hukums with 5,000 on Suhas Gorthi, waiting on a 6,000. Anyone coming in at 6,000? Going once, going twice. Sold to Hukums at 5. Nishant Priya from the batch of 2020. Anyone? Opening bid starts at 1,000. Dhurandhars come in at 1,000 for Nishant. 1,000 to Dhurandhars for Nishant. Anyone coming in at 2? Waiting for $2,000 points. $2,000 to Sultans. 3,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks at 3,000 for Nishant Priya. 4,000 to Sultans. Sultans at 4,000 for Nishant Priya. Do I have a 5,000? Do I have a 5,000 for Nishant Priya? 5,000 to Mavericks. Waiting on a 6,000 now. 6,000 to Sultans. Nishant Priya at 6,000 to Sultans as of now. Waiting on 7,000. Anyone coming in at 7,000? 7,000 to Mavericks. Nishant Priya at 7,000 for Mavericks. Waiting for 8,000. $7,000 to Mavericks. Sold. Nishant. The next player we have is Tarang Khurana from the batch of 2025. Opening bid starts at 1,000. Volleyball and athletics player. Mavericks at 1,000 on the very last second. Mavericks at 1,000 for Tarang. Do we have a 2,000? Anyone at 2,000 for Tarang Khurana? 3, 2, 1. Sold to Mavericks at 1,000. We have our very own Nirbhay Vadera Verma coming in at 1,000. Anyone with 1,000 for Nirbhay Verma? Looks like our beloved is not as loved as we thought. The next player coming in up for auction is Abhiraj, our very own Abhiraj Kumar from Mohali batch of 2025. Opening bid starts at 1,000. Mavericks at 1,000. Sultans at 2,000 for Abhiraj. 2,000 with Sultans. Next bid at 3,000. Do we get it 3,000? Anyone at 3,000 now? 3,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks with a 3,000 waiting on a 4. Anyone coming in at 4,000 for Abhiraj? Mavericks at 3,000. Star pickleball player. Sold to Mavericks at 3,000. We have next batch of 2024 Ritwick Gupta. Opening bid starts at 1,000 points. Anyone? Dhurandhars at 1,000, Sultans at 2,000, Mavericks at 3,000. Mavericks with 3,000 on Ritwick Gupta. Next bid at 4. Mavericks with 3,000. Do we have a 4,000? Do we have a 4,000? Sultans come in at 4,000. Can I get a 5,000 for Ritwick Gupta? $4,000 for Sultans. Going once, going twice. Sold. The next player we have is Kashish Arora from batch of 2026 Hyderabad. Opening bid starts at 1,000 points. Anyone at 1,000 points? Player goes unsold. We'll wait for the next player. We have our very own loved, hated Harshil Bhavisi, the legend himself. Opening bid 1,000 to Mavericks for Harshil Bhavisi. Mavericks at 1,000 for Harshil Bhavisi. Our OSC vying for our FGC. Hukums come in at 2,000. Hukums at 2,000 for Harshil Bhavisi. Bhavisi going for 2,000 to Hukums. 3,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks with a 3,000 for Harshil Bhavisi. $3,000 to Mavericks. Anyone with a 4,000? Can I get a 4,000? 4,000 to Hukums. Sultan Dhurandhars at 5. Dhurandhars with 5,000 for Harshil Bhavisi. Can I get a 6,000? Sultans at 6,000 for Harshal Bavisi. 6,000. Next bid at 7,000. Can I get a 7,000 for our beloved FGC? $7,000 to Hukums. Hukums in at 7,000 for Bavisi. Can I get 8? Anyone for 8,000? Bavisi going to Hukums at 7,000. 8,000 for Mavericks. Mavericks come in with 8,000 for Harshal. Can I get a 9,000? Anyone with a 9,000 for our beloved FGC? 9,000 to Hukums. Hukums with 9,000 on Harshal. Can I get a 10,000? Waiting on 10,000. Sultans with 10,000. Sultans with 10,000 on Harshal. Star pickleball player. Going to Sultans at 10,000. Mavericks come in at 11. Next bid at 12,000. Waiting on 12,000 for Harshal. Mavericks with 11,000 on Harshal. Waiting on 12. Sold to Mavericks for 11,000. Next player up for grabs is Siddharth Arora from the batch of 2023. Opening bid starts at 1,000 points. Anyone with a 1,000? Dhurandhars on the very last second with 1,000 for Siddharth Arora. Can I get a 2,000 points? Waiting on 2. Dhurandhars on 1,000 for Siddharth Arora. Hukums come in at 2,000. Hukums with 2,000 on Siddharth Arora. Waiting on a 3,000. Anyone with a 3,000? Hukums with 2 on Siddharth Arora. Waiting on 3. Going once, going twice. Sold to Hukums on for 2,000. The next player up for grabs is Akarsh Sharma from the batch of 2026 Hyderabad. Star in athletics. Opening starts at 1,000. Player goes unsold. Next player from our very own cohort in Mohali is Shikha Chaturvedi. Opening bid at 1,000. Anyone at 1,000 for Shikha? Hukums come in at 1,000. Can I get Dhurandhars at 2,000? Can I get a 3,000? Anyone with 3,000 on Shikha Chaturvedi? Dhurandhars have Shikha for 2,000. Waiting on 3,000 for Shikha. Hukums come in at 3,000. Waiting on 4. Dhurandhars at 4,000. Dhurandhars come in at 4,000. Waiting on a 5. Sultans come in at 5. Sultans at 5,000 for Shikha. Anyone with a 6? Can I get a 6,000? Shikha Chaturvedi. 6,000 to Hukums. Hukums at 6,000 for Shikha. Waiting on 7. Anyone at 7,000? Shikha Chaturvedi going for 6,000 to Hukums. Going once. Sultans come in at 7,000. Sultans at 7,000 for Shikha. Sultans at 7,000 for Shikha. Hukums come in at 8. 8,000 at Shikha Chaturvedi. We have 8,000 on Shikha, waiting on a 9. Shikha going to Hukums at 8,000 and sold. We have Mihir Pamaraju as the next player from the cohort of 2025. Opening starts at 1,000. Hukums at 1,000 for Mihir. Dhurandhars at 2. Mihir with Dhurandhars at 2,000. We have Sultans coming in at 3,000. Can I get a 4,000? Dhurandhars at 4,000 for Mihir. Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 4,000 for Mihir. Waiting on 5. Can I get a 5,000? Hukums come in with 5. Sultans with an instant 6. Sultans with 6,000 on Mihir. Star at swimming. Going to Sultans at 6,000. Waiting on 7. Hukums come in with the 7. Dhurandhars at 7,000. Sorry, 8,000. Dhurandhars at 8,000. Waiting on 9,000. Star swimmer going to Sultans come in at 9,000. Hukums with 10. Can I get 11? Can I get an 11,000? State level swimmer going to Sultans come in with 11,000. Dhurandhars at 11,000, Sultans at 12,000. Sultans with a 12,000. State level swimmer going to Dhurandhars with a 13,000. Dhurandhars with 13,000 on Mihir. Star swimmer going to Dhurandhars for 13,000. Hukums with 14, Sultans with 15. We have Mihir going to Sultans with 15,000. 15,000 to Sultans. Hukums come in with a 16, Dhurandhars with a 17. Dhurandhars have Mihir for 17,000 points. Anyone with 18,000? 18,000. Sultans with 18,000 on Mihir. Do we have 19,000 for Mihir? Can I get a 19,000? Waiting on a 19,000. 19,000 to Dhurandhars. Next bid at 20,000. 20,000 to Hukums. Next bid at 22,000. Star swimmer is with Hukums at 20,000 as of now. Waiting on 22. Anyone with a 22,000? 22,000 to Dhurandhars. 24,000 to Sultans. Sultans with 24,000 for Mihir Pamaraju. Sultans at 24,000 for Mihir. Next bid at 26,000. Anyone coming in at 26,000? Waiting for 26. Hukums with 26,000 for Mihir. Next bid at 28,000. Waiting on 28,000 for Mihir. 28,000. Hukums with 26,000. Star Swimmer goes to Hukums and sold. We have our very own president from the cohort, Varas Singh. Varas Singh and unsold. Next player we have up is Sakal Sethi from the batch of 2024. Opening bid starts at 1,000. Durandars with 1,000. Next bid at 2. We have Sakal Sethi, star football player, and Durandars at 1,000 points. Next at 22,000. Next at 2,000 points. Hukums with the 2,000. Mavericks with 3,000. Hukums with 4,000. Durandars with 5,000. Sultans with the 6,000. Sultans have bid 6,000 on Sakal Sethi. We have 7. Anyone waiting? Anyone for a 7,000? Waiting for 7,000. Durandars with the 7,000. We have 8 coming on. Sakal Sethi with Durandars at 7,000. Anyone with an 8? Sultans come in with 8,000. Sultans with 8,000 on Sakal, waiting on 9. Next bid at 9,000 with 5 seconds to go. Mavericks with 9,000, Durandars with 10,000. Durandars with 10,000 on Sakal. 10,000 on Sakal Sethi by Durandars, waiting on 11. Anyone with 11? Mavericks with 11,000. Mavericks have Sakal for 11,000 as of now, waiting on 12. Sultans on 12. Sultans with 12,000 points on Sakal Sethi, waiting on 13. Anyone for a 13,000? 13,000 to Mavericks, 14,000 to Hukums. Hukums with 14,000 on Sakal. 14,000 points for Sakal Sethi going to Hukums. Mavericks come in at 15, Sultans at 16,000. Sultans at 16,000 for Sakal, waiting on 17. 17 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 17,000 on Sakal. Next bid at 18,000. Anyone up for 18,000 for Sakal Sethi? Going to Mavericks for 17,000 and sold. Next player we have is Naga Krishna Gautam from the batch of 2026, Hyderabad, opening at 1,000 points. Anyone for one? Durandars with 1,000 on the very last second. Dhurandhars with 1,000 points on Naga Krishna. Can I get a 2,000? Anyone with a 2,000 for Naga? And sold to Dhurandhars for 1,000. Okay. The next player we have is Raj Tare. Opening starts at 1,000 points. 1,000 to Sultans, 2,000 to Hukums, 3,000 to Dhurandhars, 4,000 to Hukums. Hukums with 4,000 on Raj. Can I get a 5,000? Waiting on a 5,000 for Raj. Anyone with a 5,000? Sultans with 5,000. Hukums replying back instantly with 6. 6,000 for Raj with Hukums. Anyone for a 7,000? Can I get a 7,000 for Raj? Raj going to Hukums. Sultans coming in at 7. Dhurandhars at 8. Dhurandhars with 8,000 on Raj. Waiting on 9,000 points. Anyone with 9,000 points on Raj? 9,000 to Sultans. $9,000 to Sultans, waiting on 10. 10,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars have Raj Tare for 10,000 points. Waiting on 11. Waiting on 11. The lady with the yellow paddle, Sultans, have 11,000. Hukums have them for 12. Waiting on 13,000. 12,000 to Hukums. Raj going to Hukums for 12,000 points. Going once, going twice. Dhurandhars with the last second bid for of 13,000. 13,000 for Raj. Dhurandhars have him at 13,000. 14,000. Sultans come in at 14,000 points. 14,000 points. Sultans have Raj going once. Hukums come in with 15,000. Hukums on 15,000 for Raj. Can I get 16 now? Anyone up for 16? 16,000 Sultans. Sultans with 16,000 on Raj. Can I get 17,000? Waiting on 17,000 for Raj Tare. And Hukums with 17,000. Hukums have Raj for 17,000 points. We have 18 coming up. Anyone with 18,000 points? Sultans with 18,000. Sultans have Raj for 18,000 points. Waiting on 19. Anyone with a 19,000 points? Raj going to Sultans for 80. Hukums come in with a 19,000. Next bid at 20,000 points. 20,000 points. Hukums have Raj for 19,000 points and Sultans with a 20. The next bid at 22,000 to Hukums. Hukums have Raj for 22,000 points. Waiting on 24. Can I get a 24,000 for Raj? Hukums have Sultans come in with the 24. And Hukums reply back with the 26,000, not letting him go easily. Raj going to Sultan. Hukums at 26,000 points. Can I get 28? Waiting on a 28 for Raj. Raj going to Hukums for 26,000 points. Going once. Sultans comes back with 28,000. Sultans on 28,000 points for Raj Tare. Anyone with 30,000 points? Waiting for 30,000. Sultans have Raj for 28,000 points, going once, going twice, and sold to Sultans. Next player we have up for auction is Ashok Kumar from the batch of 2024. Opening bid at 1,000 points. Anyone with a 1,000 points. And player goes unsold. Waiting for the next player now. The next player we have is Shivam Kansal. Opening at 1,000 points. Shivam Kansal from 2026. गलत read कर रहा हूँ. MFAB. Okay. And unsold. Unsold में भी. The next player we have is our very own beloved Ayush Verma. Ayush Verma waiting on 1,000 for himself. Hukums come in with the 1,000. 2,000 to Dhurandhars. The star tennis player going to Hukums for 3,000. Sultans to 4. Sultans have Ayush Verma for 4,000 points. 5,000 to Hukums. Hukums with a 5,000 on Ayush Verma. The ALC that's making Equinox happen with Hukums for 5,000 points. Sultans with 6. Sultans bid with 6,000 points for Ayush. Waiting on a 7. Can I get a 7,000? Hukums with 7,000. Can I get an 8? Ayush Verma on 7,000 with Hukums. Waiting for 8. Dhurandhars with 8,000. Hukums with 9. Hukums with 9,000 on Ayush Verma. $9,000 points on Ayush Verma going to Hukums. And Mavericks with 10. Dhurandhars with 11,000. Dhurandhars at 11,000 for Ayush. Waiting on 12. Anyone with a 12,000? $12,000 to Hukums. 13,000 to Mavericks. Can I get 14? 14 to Hukums. Hukums with 14,000 points. And 15 to Mavericks. 16 to Hukums. Hukums replying instantly. 16,000. 17 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 17,000 on Ayush Verma. Waiting on 19,000 points. Sorry, 18,000. Waiting on 18,000 points. Mavericks have Ayush for 17,000 and 18,000 with Hukums. 19 to Mavericks. Next bid at 20,000. 20,000 to Dhurandhars. 22 to Mavericks. Next bid at 24. Mavericks have Ayush for 22,000 points. Waiting on 24. Star tennis player, Jedi. Too easy, too easy. Waiting on 24. 24 to Hukums. Waiting on 26. Waiting on 26,000 points for Ayush Verma. Hukums have him for 24. Hukums with 24, waiting on 26. Mavericks with the 26. Mavericks have Ayush Verma for 26,000 points, waiting on 28. Anyone with a 28,000 bid? Waiting on 28,000. Mavericks have Ayush for 26,000 points, going once. Hukums reply with the 28. Hukums reply with 28,000 points, waiting on 30. Anyone with the 30,000 points? Can I get 30,000 for the star tennis player? Going once, and Mavericks with 30. Mavericks with 30,000 points on Ayush, waiting on 32. Can I get a 32,000 points for Ayush Verma? Mind you, he's got great Alum connects. Waiting for 32. And 32 to Hukums. Hukums with 32,000 points. With 32,000 points to Hukums. Waiting on 34. Waiting on 34. Going once. Going twice. And sold. The next player we have is Tuhin Sharma from the batch of 2019. Opening starts at 1,000 points. Can I get a 1,000? Hukums with 1, Dhurandhars with 2. Dhurandhars have Tuhin for 2,000 points. Can I get a 3,000? Let's make it really fast. Waiting on 3,000 points. Dhurandhars with 2,000 on Tuhin. 3,000 for Mavericks, 4,000 to Hukums. Hukums with 4,000 on Tuhin. Mavericks with 5. Mavericks for Tuhin 1,000 points. Sorry, for 5,000 points for Tuhin. 6,000 to Hukums. Hukums with a 6,000 on Tuhin Sharma. Waiting on 7. Waiting on 7,000 to Mavericks. 8,000 to Hukums. Wasting no time here. 8,000 to Hukums. Hukums with 8,000 on Tuhin Sharma. Waiting on 9,000. Anyone with the 9,000? Waiting for 9k points. Hukums have Tuhin for 8k. Going once. And 9k for Mavericks. 10k to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with the 10k for Tuhin. Dhurandhars with 10k for Tuhin, waiting on 11. Anyone with 11,000 points? 11,000 to Sultans. Sultans with the rare bid. Sultans with 11,000 on Tuhin, waiting on 12. Anyone with a 12,000 bid? Hukums with 12, Dhurandhars with 13. Dhurandhars have 13,000 on Tuhin. Anyone with 14? Waiting on 14,000 points. Tuhin Sharma going to Dhurandhars for 13,000 points. Can I get 14? Going once. Mavericks with 14,000. Mavericks with 14,000 on Tuhin. Can I get 15? 15 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 15,000 on Tuhin Sharma. Can I get 16? 16,000 up for grabs. Dhurandhars have Tuhin for 15. Can I get 16? 16 to Sultans. 17 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 17,000 on Tuhin. Can I get 18,000? 18 to Dhurandhar. Dhurandhar with 18,000 points on Tuhin. Can I get 19? Waiting on that 19. Going, okay, 19 to Sultans, 20 to Mavericks. Next bid at 22,000. Next bid at 22,000. Waiting on 22,000 points. 22 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with the 22,000 points. Waiting on 24. Can I get a 24,000 for Tuhin? Tuhin Sharma going to Dhurandhars. 24,000 to Sultans. Sultans with the 24 figure. Waiting on 26. Anyone with the 26? Waiting on 26 for Tuhin. Wait. Dhurandhars come in with 26,000. Waiting on 28. Anyone with 28,000 for Tuhin Sharma? Anyone for 28,000? Dhurandhars have Tuhin for 26k right now. Waiting on 28. Dhurandhars, Tuhin Sharma, 26. Sultans with the 28. Sultans with 28,000 on Tuhin Sharma. Waiting on 30,000. Waiting on 30,000. Sultans have Tuhin Sharma for 28,000 points. Can I get 30,000? Tuhin Sharma, 30,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars have Tuhin Sharma for 30,000 points. Can I get 32,000? Waiting on 32,000. Dhurandhars with 30,000 on Tuhin Sharma, going once. Sultans with 32. Sultans with 32,000. Sultans with 32,000 points on Tuhin. Can I get 34? Can I get 34,000 for Tuhin? 34 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 34,000 on Tuhin Sharma. Waiting on 36. Waiting on 36,000. Dhurandhars have Tuhin for 34,000 points. Going one. Sultans with 36. Mavericks with 38. Mavericks with 38,000 points on Tuhin. Can I get 40? 40 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 40,000 points. Can I get 42? Anyone with 42,000 points on Tuhin Sharma? 40,000 points going once. Sultans with 42, Mavericks with 44. Mavericks have bid 44,000 points on Tuhin. Waiting on 46. Can I get 46 to Dhurandhars? Dhurandhars with 46,000 points on Tuhin. Dhurandhars with 46,000 points on Tuhin. Can I get 48? Waiting for 48,000 points. Tuhin going to Dhurandhars. 48,000 on Sultans. Sultans with the 48,000 figure. Waiting on that 50. Can I get 50,000 points? 50 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 50,000 on Tuhin. Can I get 53 now? The next bid at 53. 53 being the next bid. Dhurandhars have Tuhin for 50,000 points. Can I get 53,000 points? Tuhin, okay. Sultan with the 53. Sultan with 53,000 points on Tuhin. Can I get 56 now? Waiting on 56,000 points. Sultans have Tuhin for 53,000 points. Going to Sultans for 53, going once, going twice, and sold. Aman Thakran. We have the next player, Aman Thakran. Bid starts at 1,000 points. Dhurandhars with 1,000. Dhurandhars with the 1K on Aman Thakran. Can I get 2? Can I get 2K? 2K to Sultans. Sultans with 2K. Waiting on the 3,000. 3,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 3,000 on Aman. Waiting on 4. Can I get a 4? 3,000 to Aman. 4,000 to Sultans. Sultans have bid 4,000 on Aman. Can I get 5? 5 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars reply with a 5,000. Can I get 6? Waiting on 6,000. 6,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks coming in with 6,000 on Aman. Can I get 7,000? Can I get 7,000 for Aman? Aman Thakran going to Mavericks. 7,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with Sultans with 8,000. Sultans have 8,000 riding on Aman Thakran. Can I get 9? Can I get a 9,000 for Aman? 9,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 9,000. Mavericks with Dhurandhars with 10. 10K on Aman for Mavericks. Sorry, for Dhurandhars. 10K on Aman for Dhurandhars going once. Sultans reply with 11. Dhurandhars, Mavericks reply with 12. Mavericks with 12 on Aman. Can I get 13,000? Can I get 13,000 for Aman? Dhurandhars with 13. 14 to Mavericks. Mavericks have bid 14,000 points on Aman. Can I get 50? So Sultans with the 15. Can I get 16? Can I get a 16,000? 16,000 next. Can I get a 60? Mavericks with the 16. Mavericks with 16,000 points. Can I get 17 now? Waiting on that 17. Aman Thakran going to Mavericks for 16,000 points, going once, going to Sultans reply with the 17,000. Sultan's reply with 17,000 points for Aman. Can I get 18? Waiting on 18,000 points. 18 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 18,000 points. Can I get 19,000 points? Can I get 19 for Aman? Mavericks have Aman for 18 and Sultans with the 19. Sultans with 19,000 points on Aman, waiting on 20. Anyone with the 20,000 points? 20 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 20,000 points on Aman Takran. Can I get 22 now? Next bid at 22,000 points. Aman Takran going to Mavericks at 20,000 points. Going once, going twice, and sold to Mavericks. The next player coming up for auction is Arshia Tukral from the batch of 2025, opening at 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000 points for Arshia? Durandars with 1,000. Can I get 2? Waiting on the 2,000. Durandars with 1,000 on Arshia. Pretty easy grab, I believe. Waiting on 2,000 points. Going once, going twice, and sold. The next player we have is our very own Vrinda Kumar from Mohali, opening at 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000? Durandars with 1, Mavericks with 2. Mavericks with 2,000 on Vrinda Kumar. Can I get a 3,000 points? I see 3,000. Can I really get a 3,000? Vrinda Kumar, our very own Vrinda Kumar from Mohali. Going to Mavericks. Okay, Dhurandhars with 3,000. Dhurandhars with 3,000 riding on Vrinda. Can I get 4? Waiting on 4,000. Mavericks on 4,000. Can I get 5? Waiting for the 5,000 number. Anyone with 5,000 on Vrinda? Hukums have taken a back seat. Waiting on 5,000. Dhurandhars with 5,000. Waiting on 6. Can I get a 6,000 on Vrinda? We have 5,000 going to Dhurandhars, going once, going twice, and sold. The next player we have up for auction is Vishwajit Arora from the batch of 2022. Star basketball player, star in swimming and in water polo. Opening at 1,000 points. Unsold goes the player. The next player we have is Niharika Sharma, opening at 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000? 1,000 to Hukums. Can I get 2,000? Niharika Sharma going to Hukums for 1,000 points. Can I get 2,000? 2,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 2,000 on Niharika. Can I get 3,000? Waiting on 3,000 to Hukums. Hukums with 3,000 on Niharika. Waiting on 4. Waiting on 4,000 points. 4,000 to Sultans. Sultans with 4,000 on Niharika. Can I get 5 now? Waiting on 5,000 points for Niharika. Going once. 5,000 to Hukums. Waiting on 6. Can I get 6,000? Hukums have Niharika for 5,000 points. Can I get 6,000? Going once. Okay. Mavericks with the 6. Mavericks. Dhurandhars with 7. Dhurandhars with 7,000 points. Niharika going to Dhurandhars for 7,000 points. Can I get 8,000? And going once. Okay. 8,000 to Hukums. Hukums with the 8,000. Okay. 9,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars. 10,000 to Hukums. Hukums with 10. Hukums with 10,000 on Niharika. Can I get 11,000 now? Waiting on 11,000. Can I get, okay, 11,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 11,000. Can I get 12,000? Waiting on 12,000 for Niharika. Niharika going to Dhurandhars. 12,000 Hukums. Hukums with the 12,000. Waiting on 13. Hukums with 12,000 on Niharika. Waiting on 13. Anyone with 13,000? Niharika going to Hukums for 12. Going once. Going twice. And sold. Okay. Next player we have is Kavya Kamal. Opening with 1,000 points from the batch of 2022. Anyone with 1,000 points? Hukums with 1, Dhurandhars with 2. Dhurandhars with 2,000 points on Kavya. Waiting on 3. Can I get 3,000 points? Hukums with 3. Can I get 4? 4 to Dhurandhars. Can I get 5? 5 to Hukums. 6 to Dhurandhars. 6 to Dhurandhars. Can I get 7,000? Waiting on 7,000. 6 to Dhurandhars. Can I get 7,000 points? Anyone with 7,000? Hukums with 7. Can I get 8? 8 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 8. Sultans coming in at 9,000 points. Hukums reply with the 10. Hukums at 10,000 points for Kavya Kamal. 11 to Dhurandhars. 11 to Dhurandhars. Can I get 12 now? Waiting on 12. And Hukums with 12. Hukums with 12,000 on Kavya Kamal. Can I get 13? Waiting on 13 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 13,000 points on Kavya. Kavya? Kavya. Thanks. Hukums with 14 on Kavya. Hukums with 14 on Kavya. Anyone with 15? waiting for 15,000 points. Kavya Kamal going to Hukums for 14, going, okay. Dhurandhars with 15. Dhurandhars have Kavya for 15,000 points, waiting on 16. Anyone with 16? Can I get a 16 now? 16 to Hukums. Dhurandhars with 17. Hukums with 18. Hukums with 18,000 points on Kavya. Can I get 19 now? Dhurandhars with the 19 number. Can I get 20,000? Waiting on 20,000 points. Going once, going twice, and sold to Dhurandhars for 19,000. The next player we have is Deep Thalasaria from the batch of 2024, opening at 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000 for him? Mavericks with 1. Can I get 2,000 for Deep? Waiting on 2,000 points for Deep. Can I get 2,000? Mavericks. Okay. Dhurandhars with 2. Dhurandhars with 2,000 points. Can I get 3,000? Waiting on 3,000. Waiting on 3,000 points for Deep. 3,000 to Mavericks. Mavericks with the 3,000. Can I get 4,000 now? Waiting on 4,000 points for Deep. $4,000 points. Mavericks have Deep for 3,000, going once, going twice, and sold. The next player we have is Lakshmi Sisra from the batch of 2021. Start table tennis player. Can I get 1,000? Hukums with 1. Can I get 2,000? Sultans with 2,000. Sultans with 2,000 on Lakshmi. Can I get 3? Hukums with 3. Hukums with 3 on Lakshmi. Can I get 4 now? Waiting on that 4,000. Waiting on 4,000 points for Lakshmi. Hukums with 3,000 points on Lakshmi. Sultans with the 4. Sultans come in at 4,000 points. Dhurandhars at 5 now. Dhurandhars at 5,000 points. Can I get 6? Waiting on 6,000 for Lakshmi. Waiting on 6,000 points for Lakshmi. Can I get 6,000? Anyone with 6,000? Mavericks with 6,000. Mavericks come in with 6,000 points on Lakshmi Sisra. Can I get 7,000? Can I get 7,000 points now? Going once. Dhurandhars with the 7. Sultans with the 8. Sultans have 8,000 points on Lakshmi. Can I get 9,000? Waiting on 9,000 points. Anyone for 9,000? Mavericks for 9,000. Mavericks for 9,000 points on Lakshmi. Can I get 10 now? Waiting on that 10,000 number. Dhurandhars with the 10K. Dhurandhars have 10K on Lakshmi. Can I get 11 now? Can I get 11,000 points? Lakshmi Sisra going to Dhurandhars. Okay. Mavericks with the 11. Mavericks with 11,000 points on Lakshmi. Can I get 12? Dhurandhars with 12. Dhurandhars with 12,000 points on Lakshmi. Can I get 13? Unlucky number 13. Can I get 13? Waiting on 13. Sultans with 13. Can I get 14 now? Can I get 14 now? Lakshmi going, okay. Dhurandhars with 14. Mavericks with 15. Mavericks with 15,000 on Lakshmi Sisra. Can I get 16,000? Waiting on 16. Lakshmi going to Mavericks for 15. Going once. Going, okay. Dhurandhars with 16. Dhurandhars with 16,000 on Lakshmi. Can I get 17? Waiting on 17 to Mavericks. Mavericks with 17. Sultans to 18. Sultans raise this to 18,000 points. Can I get 19,000? Who's got 19,000 points to bid? Mavericks with the 19. Can I get 20,000? Star TT player asking for 20,000 next. Can I get 20,000 points? Lakshmi going to Mavericks for 19. Going once. And Sultans with the 20. Next bid at 22. Next bid at 22,000 points. $22 to Mavericks. Mavs with 22,000. Waiting on 24. Can I get that 24 now? Can I get 24? Lakshmi going to Mavs for 22. And okay, Sultans with the 24. Sultans with 24,000 on Lakshmi. Can I get 26? Waiting on 26. 26 to Mavs. Can I get 28? Waiting on 28. Anyone with 28 on Lakshmi? Mavericks with 26,000 points on Lakshmi. Can I get 28? Lakshmi going, okay. Sultans with 28. Sultans with 28,000 points. Waiting on 30K. Waiting on 30,000 points for Lakshmi. Lakshmi going to Sultans for 28, going once, and Mavs with 30. Mavs with 30,000 points. Sultans waiting for a reply back, waiting on 32,000. Can I get 32,000? Lakshmi going to Mavs for 30K. Going once, going twice, and sold to Mavs. The next player up for grabs is Hriday Rajkumar from the batch of 2017. Opening at 1,000. Can I get 1,000? Can I get 1,000 points? Sultans with 1, Dhurandhars with 2. Dhurandhars have 2,000 on Hriday Rajkumar. Can I get 3,000? Anyone with 3,000 points? Sultans with 3,000. Dhurandhars with 4,000. Hriday 4,000. Dhurandhars. Can I get 5 now? Can I get 5,000? Hriday going to, okay, Sultans with 5 and Mavericks with 6. Mavericks with 6,000 points on Hriday. Can I get 7,000? Can I get 7,000 points? Hriday going to Mavericks for 6K. Going once. Sultans with 7. Sultans with 7K on Hriday. Can I get 8? Waiting on 8. Hriday going to Sultans for 7K. Going once. Mavs with 8. Mavs with 8K. Mavs with 8K on Hriday. Can I get 9,000? Hriday going to Mavs for 8K. Going once. Go. Sultans with 9. Sultans with 9. Mavs with 10K. Mavs with 10K on Hriday. Can I get that 11 number? Will I get that 11 number? Going once. 11K to Sultans. Hriday at 11K to Sultans. Can I get 12? Can I get 12 for Hriday? Going once. Going twice. And Mavs with the 12. Mavs with 12,000 for Hriday. Can I get 13,000? Waiting on 13,000. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Sultans come in with 13. Mavs with 14. Can I get 15,000? Can I get 15,000 for Hriday? Mavs with 14,000 on Hriday. And going once. Sultans with 15. Sultans with 15,000 points on Hriday. Can I get 16 now? Waiting on 16. Can I get 16? Going once. Going twice. And sold to the yellow team. The next player we have is Sunit Lohia from the batch of 2016. Opening at 1,000. Can I get 1,000? Anyone with 1? Dhurandhars with 1. Mavericks with 2. Mavericks with 2,000 on Sunit. Can I get 3,000? Dhurandhars with 3,000. Dhurandhars with 3,000 on Sunit. Can I get 4,000? Can I get 4,000 for Sunit? Can I get 4,000? Sunit going to Dhurandhars for 3K. Sultans with the 4. Hukums with the 5. Hukum's making a comeback, it seems, with the 5,000 points on Sunit. Hukum's with 5,000 points on Sunit. Can I get 6 now? Dhurandhars with 6. Can I get 7? Waiting on 7. Sunit Lohia going to Dhurandhars for 6K. Sunit Lohia going to Dhurandhars at 6K. Going, okay. Mavericks with the 7. Hukums with the 8. Hukums with 8,000 on Sunit. Can I get 9,000 points? Can I get 9,000 for Sunit? Sunit Lohia going to Hukums for 8. 9,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 9,000 on Sunit. Dhurandhars with 9,000 points. Can I get 10,000 to Sunit? Mavericks with 10. Mavericks with 10. Can I get 11,000 for Sunit? Sunit Lohia going to Mavericks for, Okay. Dhurandhars at 11. Hukums with 12. Hukums come in at 12. Waiting on 13. Can I get 13? Suneet Lohia going to Hukums for 12,000 points. Mavs with the 13. Dhurandhars with the 14. Dhurandhars have bet 14,000 points. Can I get 15,000? Will I get 15,000 for Suneet? Suneet Lohia going for 14,000 only to Dhurandhars. Going once, going twice. Mavs come back with 15. Mavs have 15,000 on Suneet Lohia. Can I get 16,000? Waiting on 16,000. Mavs with 15,000 going once, going twice, and Dhurandhars on the very last second with 16,000 points on Suneet. Dhurandhars with 16,000 points on Suneet. Can I get 17 now? Suneet Lohia going at 16. Mavericks come back with 17. Mavs have bid 17,000 points. Will he be getting 18 now? Will he get 18? Going once, going twice, and sold to Mavs for 17. The next player we have is Ashwin Bansal, star basketball player from the batch of 2023. Anyone for 1,000? Hukums at 1, Dhurandhars at 2. Dhurandhars with this MVP of basketball with 2,000 points for Mr. Ashwin. Mavericks with 3, Hukums with 4. Hukums have 4,000 on Ashwin. Can I get 5 now? Can I get 5,000 for Ashwin? Dhurandhars with 5. Dhurandhars have 5,000 on Ashwin. Can I get 6K? Ashwin going to Hukums have with 6. Sultans come back with 7 now. Dhurandhars with 8. Dhurandhars bet 8,000 on Ashwin. Can I get 9,000? 9,000 for Ashwin. Waiting for a 9,000. Ashwin going to Dhurandhars for 8K. Sultans with the 9. Hukums with the 10. Hukums with 10,000 on Ashwin. Dhurandhars with 11,000 on Ashwin. Dhurandhars 11,000. Ashwin Bansal. Can I get 12,000? Can I get 12,000 for Ashwin? Waiting on 12. Hukums with 12. Can I get 13 now? Dhurandhars with the 13. Can I get 14? Waiting on 14,000 for Ashwin Bansal. Dhurandhars with 13,000 on Ashwin. Going once. Sultans with 14. Hukums with 15. Mavs with 16. Dhurandhars with 17. Dhurandhars with 17 is the last. That's what matters. Dhurandhars have 17,000 on Ashwin Bansal. Our basketball MVP must be thinking about something. Dhurandhars, Sultans come back with 18. Sultans with 18,000 on Ashwin. Can I get 19? Can I get 19,000 for Ashwin? Dhurandhars with 19. Can I get 20? Ashwin Bansal asking for 20,000 points. Ashwin Bansal with 19,000. Dhurandhars going once. Sultans with 20. Mavs with 22,000. Next bid at 24. Mavericks 24 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 24,000 points for Ashwin Bansal. Ashwin Bansal going to Dhurandhars at 24k. Steal deal, I say. Steal deal. Can I get 26,000? Sultans with 26. Can I get 28? Ashwin Bansal asking for 28,000. Can I get 28,000? Ashwin going to Sultan. Dhurandhars with 28. Dhurandhars with 28,000 on Ashwin. Can I get 30 now? Waiting on 30. Sultans with 30. Can I get 32? Will I get 32,000 points for Ashwin? Will I get 32,000 points? Ashwin going to Sultans at 30k. Dhurandhars with 32. Dhurandhars with 32. Dhurandhars with 32k for the man Ashwin Bansal. Going once, going twice. Sultans on the very last second with 34k. Sultans with 34k for the man who's easy to get to the campus from Gurgaon, comes by train, cheap as hell. Steal deal again. Waiting for 36k. And sold to Sultans for 34. इसका तो मैं टाइम ही नहीं नोटिस किया था, जीरो हो गया. Sarvan Singh, the next player for 1k. Anyone for 1k? Mavericks with 1k. Mavericks have 1k on Sarvan Singh. Can I get 2? Will I get 2,000 for the cricketer? 2,000 to the Dhurandhars. Hukums with 3. Hukums with 3,000 on Sarvan Singh. From the batch of 2022. Sarvan Singh going to Hukums for 3k, going once. Sultans with 4, Dhurandhars with 5, Mavericks with 6. Mavericks have bid 6,000 on Sarvan Singh. Can I get 7,000? The man from Goa, South Goa, going for 6,000. Sultans with the 7k. Dhurandhars with the 8. Dhurandhars with 8,000 points on Sarvan Singh. Sarvan Singh. Going once. Mavs with 9k. Hukums with 10. Hukums have 10k on Sarvan Singh. Can I get 11,000 points? Will I get 11,000 points? Sarvan asking for 11,000 points. 11 to Mavs. Mavs with 11,000 points on Sarvan. Can I get 12? Sarwan going to Mavs at 11, going once. Hukums with 12. Hukums with 12,000 points. Waiting on 13,000 points. Going to Hukums. Okay, Mavs with 13,000. Mavs with 13,000 on Sarwan. $13,000. Sarwan Singh, Mavericks, going once. Hukums with 14. Hukums with the 14,000 points. Can I get 15 now? Waiting on 15. Sarwan Singh going to Hukums for 14, going once. Mavericks with 15,000 points. Can I get 16 to Hukums? Hukums with 16,000. Can I get 17,000? Mavericks with 17,000. Hukums with 18,000. Mavs with 20,000. 19. Mavs with 19,000. Waiting on 20,000. Waiting on 20,000 for Sarwan. Can I get 20,000? Mavs with 19,000 on Sarwan Singh. 20,000 to Hukums. 20,000 to Hukums. Waiting on 22,000. The next bid at 22,000 for Sarwan Singh. Can I get 22,000 points? Sarwan Singh going to Hukums for 20k. Going once. 22k with Mavs. Mavs with 22k. Can I get 24 now? Waiting on 24,000. Can I get 24,000 for Sarwan? Sarwan Singh going to Mavs for 22k. Going once. Going. Hukums with 24,000. Hukums with the 24,000 bid. Waiting on 26. Mavs contemplating. Can I get 26k? Can I get 26? Mavs with 26. Can I get 28? Will I get 28? Deciding on 28,000. Waiting on 28,000. Sarwan going to Mavs with 26,000 points. Going once. Going twice. And sold. The last player from this pool is Adhyan Mangal. Can I get 1,000 for Adhyan? Adhyan. 1,000. Can I get 1,000? And unsold.
कहाँ लगाना है क्या लगाना है
ये तो कलर पे लगा
ब्रेक तो नहीं है
और इसको अंदर से लोगी तो अंदर से ले लो नहीं तो बाहर से ले लो
इधर घुसा दो ऑन
ऑन करना होगा
ये चाहिए
हाँ वो टीवी के लिए
ओ हेलो ऑडिबल हाँ we are going ahead with the next player. दब चुका है रुक जाओ The next player that we have is Abhinav Prakash. Uh, Abhinav Prakash, he plays chess, frisbee, athletics, and squash. Goes unsold. We'll go ahead with the next player. So the next player is Ashutosh Joshi. He plays athletics, frisbee, chess, cricket. We'll start the bidding with 1K. Mavericks at 1K. Hukums at 2K. Durandar at 3K. Durandar at 3K. Sultans at 4K. Durandar at 5K. Sultans at 6K. Sultans at 6K. Last 10 seconds. Durandars at 7K. Sultans at 8K. Durandar at 9K. Durandar at 9K. Hukums at 10K. Mavericks at 11K. Durandar at 12. We have Durandar at 12. Sultans at 13K. Hukums at 14K. Durandar at 15K. Durandar at 15K. 15 seconds. Hukums at 16K. Durandar at 17K. Hukums at 18K. Durandar at 19K. Hukums at 20K. Durandar at 22K. We have Durandar at 22K. Next bid for 24. Hukums at 24. Hukums is at 24K. Durandar at 26K. Sultan at 28K. Durandar at 30K. आपके पास ही है. Durandar at 30K. Last 10 seconds. Sultans at 32K. Durandar at 34K. Durandar at 34K. Last 10 seconds. Sultans at 36. Hukums at 38. Sultan at 40. Durandar at 42. Durandar at 42K. Next bid is for 44K. Currently it stands with Durandar. Durandars at 42K. Last 5 seconds. Hukums at 44K. Durandar at 46K. Dhurandhar at 46k, last 10 seconds. Hukums at 48k. Sultan, do I consider that? 50k. Sultan's at 50. Currently, Dhurandhar at 52k, 53k. Currently, it stands with Dhurandhar at 53k. Fifteen seconds. Sultan's at 56k. Did anyone? Dhurandhar at 59k. Sultan's at 62k. Hukums at 65k. Dhurandhar at 68k. $68k with Dhurandhars. I think it's 3,000 bid points away from the highest bidder player. Dhurandhars at 68k, last 10 seconds. Sultans at 71k. Sultans at 71k. Dhurandhars at 74k. Dhurandhars at 74k. आपको अगर बिड करना है तो प्लीज कर लो. 74k. Dhurandhar, 15 seconds. Sultans at 77k. Dhurandhars at 80k. Let's go. Ashutosh Joshi, if you're hearing, 80k. Yes. Highest. Yeah. It's with Dhurandhars at 80k. 30 seconds. Good. Sultans at 85k. Sultans at 85k. 40 seconds. Last 25 seconds. It's with Sultans at 85k. Fifteen seconds. Last 10 seconds. Sultans at 85k. And it's sold to Sultans at 85k. All right. We'll wait for 30 seconds. Yes. You have last 10 seconds. Okay, so Ashutosh Joshi goes to Mavericks at 85K. Just FYI, there's no break. We're just waiting for another 1 minute for this tech to function. अविरल आप सुल्तान्स को छुपा रहे हो प्लीज साइड हो जाओ. We'll let you know, at least not in the next 30-40 minutes. No break. Yeah, there's no break for the next 30-40. किसी को खाना है, एक जन जाके खाना लेके आ जाओ अंदर. ब्रेक तो अभी नहीं होने वाला है. ये ब्रेक नहीं है. Yes, sold to Mavericks. We're moving to the next player. Okay, so the next player is Rajat from our cohort. We'll start the bidding. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. So the player goes unsold. We'll move to the next player. Up. No, we start. If have you pressed next, what do we do? I mean, you have 6 people in your team. People won't agree to that. We'll have to move to the next. Next player is Ananya. Mavericks, please. Ananya Vudumula from the Hyderabad cohort. We have 5 seconds. She plays pickleball, tennis, cricket and volleyball. Player goes unsold. We'll move to the next player. Next player is Rajat Agarwal from our cohort, Mohali. Plays basketball, athletics, table tennis, frisbee. We have last 7 seconds. Mavericks for 1K. Currently it's with Mavericks for 1K. Can you please check? It's with Sultans for 2K. Sultans for 2K. 10 seconds. Mavericks for 3K. Mavericks for 3K. It's with Mavericks for 3K. Last 10 seconds. Last 4 seconds. Sultans for 4K. Rajat is with Sultans for 4K. Last 5 seconds. Rajat is sold to Sultans for 4K. Moving on to our next player. Aditya Bhatia. Plays chess, athletics, frisbee, squash. Bidding starts at 1K. Last 5 seconds. Player goes unsold. We'll move to the next player. Our next player is Prithvi Murjani from our very own cohort, Mohali. 10 seconds. Last 5 seconds. Player goes unsold. We'll move to the next player. Next player is Ankit Tiwari, again from the Mohali cohort. Plays badminton, cricket, pickleball, volleyball. Bidding has begun. Last 5 seconds. Hukums at 1K, Mavericks at 2K. It's currently with Mavericks at 2K. There's an error. Hukums pehle kiya tha, so I've given it to them first. Mavericks at 2K. It's currently with Mavericks at 2K. Last 2 seconds. Sold to Mavericks at 2K. We'll make the required changes. We'll move to the next player. Next player is Hari Prasad. Plays cricket, volleyball, pickleball and squash. Last 5 seconds. Hukums at 1K, Dhurandhar at 2K, Sultans at 3K. Currently it's with Sultans at 3K. "15 seconds. It's with Sultans at 3K. Hukums at 4K. Hari Prasad is with Hukums at 4K. Last 5 seconds left. Sultans at 5K. Currently it's with Sultans at 5K. Last 5 seconds left. Hukums at 6K. Currently it's with Hukums at 6K. Last 5 seconds left. Sultans at 7K. Sultans at 7K, last 10 seconds. Hukums at 8K. Hari Prasad is currently with Hukums at 8K. Last 10 seconds. 8K with Hukums. Sultans at 9K. Currently with Sultans at 9K plays cricket, volleyball, pickleball and squash. Hukums at 10K. Hukums at 10K, last 10 seconds. Last 3 seconds. Sultans at 11K. Currently with Sultans at 11K. Last 5 seconds left. Hukums at 12K. Currently, Hari Prasad is with Hukums at 12K. Last 10 seconds. Last 4 seconds. Sultans at 13K. Hari Prasad is with Sultans at 13K. Last 10 seconds. 13K, 14K with Hukums. Hari Prasad is currently with Hukums at 14K. Last 10 seconds. Sultans at 15K. Last 15 seconds. Currently with Sultans at 15K. Last 5 seconds. 2, 1. Okay. Hari Prasad is sold to Sultans at 15K. Moving on to our next player. Tricity Bhatia from our cohort plays tennis, squash, table tennis, badminton. 11 seconds. Last 5 seconds. Sultans at 1K, Hukums at 2K, Dhurandhar at 3K. Currently with Dhurandhar at 3K. Last 10 seconds left. Dhurandhar at 3K. Last 5 seconds left. Hukums at 4K. Tricity is with Hukums currently at 4K. Only. Dhurandhar's at 5K. Hukums at 6K. Dhurandhar's at 7K. Hukums at 8K. Dhurandhar's at 9K. Hukums at 10K. Dhurandhar's at 11K. Hukums at 12K. Dhurandhar at 13K. Currently with Dhurandhar at 13K. Sultans at 14K. Dhurandhar at 15K. Dhurandhar's at 15K. Last 10 seconds. 15K with Dhurandhar. Sultans at 16K. Dhurandhar's at 17K. Dhurandhar's at 17K. Last 10 seconds. Hukums at 18K, Sultans at 19K, Dhurandhar at 20K. Next bid point will be for 22K. Currently with Dhurandhar's at 20K. Last 15 seconds with Sultans at 22K. किया ना? हाँ, 24K with Dhurandhar. Chetsi is with Dhurandhar currently at 24K. Last 10 seconds left. 24K with Dhurandhar. Hukums at 26K. Hukums at 26K. Last 15 seconds. Last 10 seconds. Last 5 seconds. Hukums at 26K. Sold to Hukums. We'll move to the next player. Rohit Katoch plays cricket, volleyball, pickleball, squash. We'll start the bidding. 10 seconds. So far, no bidders. 0. Unsold. We'll move to the next player. Sanjana Golaya from Mohali campus plays athletics, basketball, cricket and squash. 5 seconds. Hukums at 1K, Mavericks at 2K, Dhurandhar at 3K, Hukums at 4K. Currently with Hukums at 4K. Sultans at 5K. Dhurandhar at 6K. With Dhurandhars at 6K. Currently with Dhurandhars at 6K. Last 5 seconds left. Sultans at 7K. With Sultans at 7K. Last 15 seconds left. Dhurandhars at 8K. Last 15 seconds left. Currently with Dhurandhars at 8K. Last 5 seconds left. Last 1 second. Sold to Dhurandhars at 8K. Moving on to our next player. Rishabh Mansoori plays athletics, badminton, basketball and chess. Looks like he's going unsold. 5 seconds. Mavericks at 1K, Dhurandhar at 2K, Hukums at 3K. 3K Hukums. आप उठायो. Last 10 seconds left. Mavericks at 4K. Hukums at 5K. Hukums at 5K. Mansoori with Hukums at 5K. Last 10 seconds left. With Mavericks at 6K. Mansoori with Mavericks at 6K. With Hukums at 7K. With Mavericks at 8K. With Hukums at 9K. With Hukums at 9K. With Mavericks at 10K. Currently, Mansoori is with Mavericks at 10K. With Hukums at 11K. With Mavericks at 12K. मंसूरी आप खुद के लिए भी बिडिंग कर सकते हो. With Hukums at 13K. With Mavericks at 14K. With Hukums at 15K. Hukums at 15K. With Hukums at 15K, last 8 seconds left. With Mavericks at 16K. With Mavericks at 16K. With Mavericks at 16K, last 5 seconds left. Sold to Mavericks, stays with Mavericks at 16K. Moving on to our next player, Abhishek Rao. Plays cricket, volleyball, pickleball, squash. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Sultans at 1K. Hukums at 2K. Mavericks at 3K. Currently with Mavericks at 3K. Last 10 seconds left. With Mavericks, with Sultans at 4K. With Sultans at 4K. Last 15 seconds. With Mavericks at 5K. With Hukums at 6K. With Mavericks at 7K. With Mavericks at 7K. Last 5 seconds left. With Mavericks, with Hukums at 8K. With Mavericks at 9K. With Hukums at 10K. With Hukums at 10K. 15 seconds left. Currently with Hukums at 10K. With Mavericks now at 11K. With Hukums at 12K. Currently with Hukums at 12K. Last 10 seconds left. With Mavericks at 13K. Currently with Mavericks at 13K. Last 10 seconds left. With Hukums at 14K. Last 15 seconds left. With Hukums at 14K. Last 5 seconds, okay. Mavericks at 15K. Currently with Mavericks at 15K. Last 10 seconds left. With Hukums at 16K. With Durandar at 17K. Currently with Durandar at 17K. Last 10 seconds left. With Sultans at 18K. With Hukums at 19K. With Mavericks at 20K. Last bid by Mavericks at 20K. Next bid would be for 22. Last 15 seconds with Mavericks at 20K. With Hukums at 22K. With Sultans at 24K. Currently with Sultans at 24K. Last 10 seconds left. Sultans at 24K. With Mavericks at 26K. Last 15 seconds. Abhishek is with Mavericks currently at 26K. Last 8 seconds left. With Hukums at 28K. Last bid is by Hukums at 28K. Last 10 seconds left. Mavericks at 30K. Mavericks at 30K. Hukums at 32K. With Hukums at 32K. Last 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. With Mavericks at 34K. With Mavericks at 34K. 15 seconds left. Abhishek is currently with Mavericks at 34K. Last 5 seconds left. Sold to Mavericks at 34K. We'll move to our next player. Harsh Sharan from Mohali campus. Plays football, squash, badminton, snooker. 10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Goes unsold. Next player. Shivansh Jaswal. Basketball, swimming, water polo, squash. Last 7 seconds left. Durandar at 1K. Currently with Durandar at 1K. Last 15 seconds left. Last 5 seconds left. Mavericks at 2K. Hukums at 3K. Durandar at 4K. Currently with Durandar at 4K. Last 15 seconds left. With Hukums at 5K. Shivansh is currently with Hukums at 5K. Last 10 seconds left. 5K with Hukums. Durandar at 6K. Currently with Durandar at 6K. Last 10 seconds left. With Hukums at 7K. Last 15 seconds left. With Hukums at 7K. Ten seconds left. With Hukums at 7K. With Durandars at 8K. Shivansh is currently with Durandar at 8K. Last 10 seconds left. Last 3 seconds. Sold to Durandar at 8K. Moving on to our next player. Vidhi Mehta from our cohort. Swims, plays water polo, basketball. 10 seconds. Last 2 seconds. Player goes unsold. Moving on to our next player. Srinivasan from Mohali campus plays squash, badminton, snooker, football. Last 10 seconds left. Player goes unsold. Moving on to our next player. Sabhya Virmani plays table tennis, football, tennis, FIFA. 10 seconds left. No bids so far. Durandar 1K, Sultan 2K. Currently with Sultans at 2K. Last 10 seconds left. Hukums at 3K. Sorry. Durandar at 4K. आप ही के पास है. Hukums at 5K. Durandar at 6K. Currently with Durandar at 6K. With Hukums at 7K. With Durandar at 8K. Currently with Durandar at 8K. Last 15 seconds left. With Hukums at 9K. With Durandar at 10K. 15 seconds left. With Durandar at 10K. 10 seconds left. Hukums at 11K. Durandar at 12K. With Durandar at 12K. Hukums at 13K. Durandar at 14K. Hukums at 15K. With Hukums at 15K. With Durandar at 16K. With Durandar at 16K. 15 seconds left. Sultans at 17K. Durandar at 18K. With Durandar at 18K, 15 seconds left. With Durandar at 18K. Last, with Hukums at 19K. Currently with Hukums at 19K. Last 10 seconds left. With Durandar at 20K. Next bid is for 22 points. 22,000 points. Durandar currently at 20K. Last 5 seconds left. With Hukums at 22K, with Sultans at 24K, with Durandar at 26K, Hukums at 28K, Durandar at 30K. Currently with Durandar at 30K. Last 15 seconds left. Hukums at 32K. Durandar at 34K. Sultans at 36K. Hukums at 38K. Durandar at 40K. With Durandar at 40K. Last 15 seconds left. With Hukums at 42K. With Hukums at 42K. With Durandar at 44K. with Dhurandhar at 44k, last 15 seconds left. With Hukums at 46k, with Dhurandhar at 48k. Last bid is by Dhurandhar at 48k. 50k by Sultans. 52k. 52k with Dhurandhar. Sorry, 53k. 53k with Dhurandhar. आप इस 20 सेकंड्स को प्लीज 10 सेकंड्स देख के बिड कर लो. अब करना है तो. Sultans at 56k. Dhurandhar at 59k. 62k for Hukums. $62k with Hukums. Sabhya Vermani. Plays exceptional table tennis. Dhurandhar at 65k. मंसूरी की टीम मंसूरी को खरीद के शांत हो गई है. Last 15 seconds left, currently with Dhurandhar at 65k. Last 8 seconds left. Last 2 seconds left. Sold to Dhurandhar at 65k. Moving on to our next player. Next player is Prateek Kapoor. Swims, plays water polo, basketball. We'll start our bidding. 8 seconds left. Hukums at 1k. Prateek is currently with Hukums at 1k, Dhurandhar at 2k. Currently with Dhurandhar at 2k, last 10 seconds left. With Sultans at 3k. Currently with Sultans at 3k, 15 seconds left. With Hukums at 4k. Currently with Hukums at 4k. Last 5 seconds left. With Sultans at 5k. With Dhurandhar at 6k. Currently, okay, Mavericks at 7k. Currently with Mavericks at 7k. Last 10 seconds with Sultans at 8k. With Mavericks at 9k. Currently with Mavericks at 9k. Last 10 seconds left. With Mavericks at 9k. Dhurandhar at 10k. Currently with Dhurandhar at 10k. Last 8 seconds left. With Mavericks at 11k. Currently with Mavericks at 11k. Last 10 seconds left. Prateek is currently with Mavericks at 11k. With Sultans at 12k. Currently with Sultans at 12k. Last 5 seconds left. Sold 2 Sultans at 12k. Moving on to our next player. Mohammad Hasham Saklen, our cohort member, staff. Sorry, 5 seconds left. Plays basketball, cricket, volleyball. Mavericks 1K. Currently with Mavericks at 1K. Last 8 seconds left. Sold to Mavericks at 1K. Moving on to our next player. All right, we will just 2 minutes. We'll meet again. We'll meet at 7:05. हाँ
from the batch of 2025. Opening starts at 1,000. Anyone for 1,000? Okay. 1,000? No. Player unsold. Moving on to the next player. We have Harish Mohan from the batch of 2013. Squash star player. Anyone for 1,000 points? Durandars with 1,000. Anyone for 2,000? 2,000. Sold to Durandars for 1K. अच्छा अभी तक गया ही नहीं है वो. Sorry. हाँ ठीक है. Hukums with 2,000. Hukums with 2,000. वो तुम लोग वाला टाइमर अपडेट नहीं हुआ था. Mavericks with 3,000. Mavericks with 3,000 for Harish. Anyone with 4,000? Waiting on 4,000. Hukums with 4,000. Waiting on 5. Waiting on 5,000 for Harish. Sultan's come in with 5,000. Mavericks with the 6. Mavericks with 6,000 for the squash champion. Mavericks with 6,000. Anyone for 7,000? Waiting for 7,000. Hukums with 7. Hukums with 7,000 for Harish. Waiting on 8. Anyone with 8,000 points? Sultan's with the 8,000. Harish asks for a 9,000. Anyone for 9,000? Waiting on 9,000. Harish going to Sultan. Hukums 9,000. Hukums come in with the 9,000. Waiting on the 10K. Anyone with 10K points? Asking for 10K now. And Mavericks come in first with the 10. Sultans with the 11K. Sultans with 11K asking for 12K. The next ask being 12K. Anyone for 12K? Harish going to Sultans. Hukums with 12. Hukums with 12. Mavericks for 13K. Mavericks come in with the 13,000 bid. Anyone for 14? Harish going to Mavericks for 13. Hukums with the 14. Sultans with the 15. Anyone for 16? 16 the next ask. Can I get 16 now? Going to Sultans for 16 for Mavericks. Mavericks with the 16. Asking for 17 next. 17 is what we ask. Mavericks get 16. Hukums with 17. Asking for 18 now. The next bid at 18K. Harish going to Hukums for 17K. Going once. And Mavericks with 18. Sultans with the 19. Sultans come in with 19,000 points for Harish Mohan. Can I get 20,000 points? The first milestone. Can I get 20,000 points? Asking for 20,000 points. Sultans Hukums with the 20,000 points. Next bid at 22,000. Hukums at 20,000 points. Ask at 22. Can I get 22,000 points? Can I get 22? Harish going to Hukums for 20K. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Mavericks with the 22K. Mavericks with 22K for Harish. Squash national player. Can I get 24 now? Asking for 24. Else going to Mavericks at 22K. Going once. Hukums with the 24. Can I get 26? Can I get 26? We're on pool 8. Can I get 26? Can I get 26K? Going to Hukums for 24. Going once. Mavericks with the 26. Mavericks with 26K. Asking at 28. Wanting 28,000 for Harish. Can I get 28,000? Going to Mavs at 26K, going once, going twice, and sold to the Men in Blue for 26. The next player we have is Shantanu Ganguly from Mumbai, batch of 2024. Ask at 1K points. Anyone with 1,000? Mavericks with 1,000. Dhurandhars with 2,000. Dhurandhars with 2,000 for Shantanu Ganguly. Asking at 3,000 now. The next ask at 3,000 points. Can I get 3,000? Going to Dhurandhars for 2K points. Going, okay. Mavericks with the 3. Mavericks with 3K points. Asking for 4. Asking for 4K next. Can I get 4,000 points? 4,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 4,000. Ask at 5,000. Tennis and table tennis star. Mavericks with the 5. Ask at 6. Anyone for 6? Can I get a 6,000? Sultans with the 6,000. Sultans at 6,000. Can I get 7,000? 7,000 go. 6,000 to Sultans going once. Mavericks at 7. Mavericks come back with 7,000. Asking at 8 now. Can I get 8,000 points? Going to Mavs at 7K, going once. Sultans with 8K. Sultans at 8,000 points for Mr. Shantanu Ganguly. Going, okay. Mavericks at 9. Mavericks at 9,000. Can I get 10,000? Will I get 10,000? Anyone for 10,000 points for Shantanu? Going to Mavs at 9K. Going once, going twice, and sold to Mavericks for 9K. The next player we have is Atul Chitanvis from our cohort, batch of 2026, Mohali. Ask at 1K. Mavericks with the 1K. Anyone for 2. Dhurandhars with 2K. Can I get 3,000 points? Anyone for 3? Sultans with the 3,000. Sultans with 3,000. Can I get 4,000? Our very own Suri, 4,000 for Dhurandhars. 4,000 for Dhurandhars. Will I get 5,000 points for the national level squash player? Can I get 5? Mavericks with the 5,000. Will I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000 points. Dhurandhars with 6,000. Will I get 7,000? Mavericks with 7,000. 8,000 the next ask. Will I get 8,000 points? Anyone for 8,000 points for the national level squash player? Going to Mavs at 7K. Going once. Sultans with the 8. Dhurandhars with 9. Dhurandhars with 9,000 points for Atul. Dhurandhars at 9,000 points for Atul. Asking for 10. Mavericks with 10K. Anyone with 11,000 points? Sultans with the 11, asking for 12. Sultans taking Atul at 11k points. Asking for 12 now. Sultans have Atul for 11k, going once. Mavericks with 12. Dhurandhars with 13. Dhurandhars with 13,000 points for Atul. Can I get 14? Mavericks with 14. Mavericks with 14,000 points for Atul. Can I get 15,000 points? Will I get 15,000 points? Sultans with 15. Mavs with 16. Dhurandhars with 17. Dhurandhars with 17,000 points for Atul. Can I get 18,000 points? 18,000 the next ask. Going to Dhurandhars at 17. Mavericks come in with the 18. Mavericks with 18,000 points for Atul. Going to Mavs at 18,000. Going once. Going Dhurandhars with 19,000. Dhurandhars with 19,000. Next ask at 20,000. Can I get 20,000 points for Atul Chitanvis? Will I get 20,000 for Atul? Going to Dhurandhars at 19. Going once. Mavs with the 20k. Next at 22. Next bid at 22. Dhurandhars with 22,000. Will I get 24,000? Can I get 24,000 for Atul? National level squash player, closet dancer, will I get 24k for Dhurandhars? Mavs with 24,000, asking for 26 now. Mavs at 24,000 for Atul, asking at 26. Can I get 26,000? Going to Mavs at 24. Dhurandhars with 26k. Dhurandhars come in with 26,000 for Atul. Can I get 28 now? Asking for 28,000. Will I get 28,000? Going to Dhurandhars at 26k. Mavs with the 28. Not letting it go easily. Mavs with 28,000. Asking for 30. Will I get 30,000 points? Asking for 30 or going to Mavericks at 28k. Going once, going twice, and sold. We have Koval Sai Gummadi from the Hyderabad batch of 2026. MFAB asking at 1k. National level cricket player. And Dhurandhars at the last second with the 1k. Dhurandhars with 1k. Can I get 2,000 points? Dhurandhars at 1,000 for the national level cricketer. Hukums with the 2, Sultans with the 3,000. Sultans with 3,000 points for Koval Sai. Will I get 4,000 points? Going to Sultans at 3k, going once. Hukums come back with 4. Hukums at 4,000 points for Koval Sai. Can I get 5,000? Asking for 5,000 points now. Going once, going twice to Hukums, and Sultans with the 5. Sultans with the 5,000, asking for 6. Will I get 6,000? Going to Sultans at 5k, going once, asking for 6. 6 with the Hukums. Hukums with 6,000 points for Kovalsai, asking for 7 now. Will I get 7,000? Can I get 7,000 points? Going to Hukums for 6k, going once. Sultans with the 7k. Sultans with 7,000. Can I get 8,000? Anyone for 8,000 points for Kovalsai? Going to Sultans at 7k, going once. Hukums with the 8k. Hukums with 8k for Kovalsai for the cricketer. Can I get 9,000? Asking for 9,000 or going to Hukums at 8k. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Hukums. The next player we have is Lahari Reddy Maistri at 1k. We have 8 seconds to go. Hyderabad batch of 2020. Hukums with the 1k point. Mavericks with 2k. Asking for 3. Can I get 3,000 points? Going to Mavs at 2k right now. 3k for Hukums. Hukums with 3k. Hukums with the 3,000 points. Can I get 4,000 points? Will I get 4,000 points? Going to Hukums. Going once. Sultans with 4 and Mavericks with 5. Mavericks with 5,000 points for Lahari. Going to Mavericks for 5k at 5k. Going once. Sultans with 6k. Sultans at 6k for Lahari. Can I get 7,000? Can I get 7,000 for this basketball player? Going once. Mavericks with 7. Mavericks with 7k. Anyone for 8. Asking for 8,000 points for Lahari. Going once to Mavericks. Going twice to Mavericks. Sultans with the 8k. Sultans with 8k. Durandars with 9k. Durandars with 9k for Lahari. Can I get 10k now? Lahari, the basketball player, going to Durandars for 9k. Sultans with the 10. Sultans come back with 10,000 points. Can I get 11 now? Can I get 11,000 points? Sultans with 10k taking Lahari. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Sultans. We have Pawan Ghoslia coming up next. 1k being the ask. Asking for 1k for this cricketer. Hukums come with the 1k. Mavs with the 2k. Mavs at 2k for Pawan Ghoslia, the national level cricketer. Going to Mavs at 2k. Going to Mavs at 2k once. Hukums with the 3k. Hukums with 3k for Mr. Ghoslia. Will I get 4,000? Will I get 4,000? Or will Hukums take him for 3,000? Going once. Mavericks with the 4. Sultans with the 5. Sultans with 5,000 for Pawan from Jaipur. Again, easy to bring here. Low cost. Going to Sultans for 5k. Mavericks with the 6k. Mavericks with 6k. Mavericks with 6k. Will I get 7,000 for this player? Going to 7,000 to sultans. Will I get 8,000? Sultans with 7k. Sultans with 7k going once, going twice, and sold to sultans for 7k. We have Nikil Gulati from PGP Max Core 25 coming in at 1k opening bid. Anyone for 1k and unsold. Can I get the next player, please? Sumit Khanna from batch of 2022 from Mumbai. Anyone with 1k? Football being his hukums with 1k. Can I get 2,000? Will I get 2,000 for Sumit Khanna? Dhurandhars with 2,000. Hukums with 3,000. Will I get 4? Can I get 4,000? Hukums with 3,000. Dhurandhars with 4,000. Asking for 5,000 points. Asking for 5,000 points. Going to Dhurandhars at 4k. Hukums come in with the 5k. Asking for 6. Can I get 6,000 points? Going to Hukums for 5k. Sumit Khanna. Dhurandhars with the 6,000. Dhurandhars at 6,000 for Sumit. Will I get 7,000? Will I get 7,000 from the men in red? Going to Dhurandhars at 6k. Going once. Going twice. And sold to Dhurandhars. We have Nandan Rai from batch of 2019 coming on next. Opening at 1,000 points. Looks like Raghu, but koi aur hi hai. And unsold. Unsold mein nahi hua. We have Aditya Bhardwaj from the batch of 2021 now. PGP Pro. Anyone for 1,000 points. The ask being 1,000 points. Hukums with 1,000. Asking for 2 now. Can I get 2,000 points? Hukums getting a steal deal with Aditya at 1k. Going once. Sultans with the 2,000. Sultans with 2,000 for Aditya. Can I get 3k? Will I get 3k for Aditya? Going once to Sultans. Hukums with the 3k. Hukums with 3k for Mr. Bhardwaj. Can I get 4 now? Will I get 4,000? Once again from Delhi. Sultans with 4k, thinking about ops. Sultans with 4k for Aditya Bhardwaj. Will I get 5,000 points? Asking for 5,000. Going, asked for 5,000, answered by the Hukums. Hukums with 5,000 points. Can I get 6,000? Will I get 6,000? Going once for 5,000. Going twice, 6,000 to Sultans. 6,000 to Sultans. Will I get 7,000? Going at 6 once, 7 for Hukums. Hukums with the 7K. Will I get 8 now? Will I get 8,000 points? Going for 7K once, going for 7K twice, and Sultans with the 8K. Sultans with 8K on the last second, asking for 9,000. Can I get 9,000? Will I get 9,000 points? Going 9,000 to Hukums, asking for 10 now. Will I get 10,000? Anyone for 10,000 for Aditya Bhardwaj? Going to Hukums at 9K points. Going once, going twice, and sold. Next up, we have Kartik Jindal, again a cricketer and a pickleball player from the batch of 2024, asking at 1,000. Hukums with the 1,000. Will I get 2,000? Kartik Jindal going to Hukums with for 1K. Dhurandhars for 2K. Dhurandhars have, Hukums have 3K again. Hukums have 3K for Kartik. Will I get 4,000 points? Dhurandhars with the 4. Will I get 5,000? Hukums with the 5. Asking for 6,000. Asking for 6,000 points. Hukums have him for 5K right now. Going to Hukums once. Sultans with the 6. Sultans coming in at 6,000 points. Will I get 7,000? Asking for 7,000 points now. Going at 6K once. Going at 6K. 7K with Hukums. Hukums have him at 7,000 points. Asking for 8,000 points. Is cricket the sport you want to play? Going at 7K once. Sultans with 8. Sultans come in with the 8,000. Sultans have him at 8,000 points, asking for 9 or going at 8. Going at 8 once. Going at 8. So Hukums with the 9. Hukum with 9,000 points for Kartik Jindal. Will I get 10K? Asking for 10,000 points for Kartik. Going at 9. Sultans with the 10K. Sultans with 10K points for Kartik. Will I get 11,000? Will I get 11,000 points? Sultans have him at 10,000 once. Hukums with 11,000. Hukums with 11,000 points for Kartik. Will I get 12? Will I get 12,000 points for Kartik? Going to Hukums at 11K once, going at twice, and sold. We have Aryaman Gupta up next, asking for 1,000 from Hyderabad batch. And unsold. We have Sridhar Rajmohan from the 2014 batch, athletics champion, asking at 1,000 points. Hukums with the 1,000, Dhurandhars with the 2,000. Dhurandhars at 2,000 for Sridhar. Can I get Hukums with 3? Hukums with 3, can I get 4,000 points? Anyone with 4,000? Dhurandhars at 4,000. Dhurandhars at 4,000 for Sridhar. Can I get 5? Sultans with 5,000. Will I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000. Going to Sultans at 5k. Coming back with 6k at Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 6k for Sridhar. Sultans with the 7. Dhurandhars with the 8. Dhurandhars with 8k for Sridhar. Going to Dhurandhars at 8k. Sridhar. Sultans with the 9. Sultans have Sridhar at 9,000 points. And going to Sultans once. Going at Dhurandhars with the 10k. Dhurandhars with 10,000 points for Sridhar. Will I get 11,000? Will I get 11,000 for Sridhar? Sultans with 11,000. Sultans with 11,000. Will I get 12,000 for Sridhar? The man will run from Chennai and come here. Going to Sultans once. Going to Sultans twice and sold. We have Samarth Iron from Gurgaon coming in at 1,000 points. Once again, athletics being his major sport, asking for 1k. And Dhurandhars on the very last second with 1,000. Dhurandhars have him at 1,000 points, asking for 2. Sultans with the 2,000. Sultans with 2k for him. Sultans with 2k for Samarth. Can I get 3,000? Can I get 3,000 for Samarth? 3,000 for Dhurandhars. Will I get 4,000 points? Will I get 4,000? Samarth asking for 4,000. And going to Dhurandhars, Sultans with 4k. Sultans with 4k for Samarth. Going to Sultans. Going once. Going at 4k twice. Going to Sultans. And sold. We have Venkatesh Chaturvedi from the batch of 2022 asking at 1k. Frisbee being his major sport. Hukums with 1k. Dhurandhars with 2. Dhurandhars at 2,000 for Venkatesh. Can I get 3,000 now? 3,000 to Hukums. Hukum. Sultans with the 4. Will I get 5? Asking for 5,000. Dhurandhars at 5. Can I get 6 now? Dhurandhars at 5k points. Will I get 6 for Venkatesh? Going to Dhurandhars. Sultans with the 6. Sultans come in at 6. Sultans come in at 6, waiting for 7,000. Asking for 7,000, going at 8k once. Dhurandhars with the 7k. Dhurandhars at 7,000 points. Can I get 8,000 points? Asking for 8, going for 7. Going to Dhurandhars at 7k once. Hukums with the 8, Sultans with the 9. Sultans at 9,000 points. For Venkatesh. Can I get 10? Going at 9 to Sultans. Asking for 10. Going 10 by Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 10,000 points. Dhurandhars at 10,000. Dhurandhars at 10,000 points. Can I get 11k? going at 10k once, asking for 11. 11 answered by Hukums. Bid at 11,000 by Hukums. Can I get 12 now? 12 by Dhurandhars. 12 by Dhurandhars. Can I get 13? Mavericks at 13. Can I get 14 now? Asking for 14. 14 by Hukums. Can I get 15? Will I get 15,000 for Venkatesh? Going at 14 once. Dhurandhars with 15. Dhurandhars with 15,000 points for Venkatesh. Will I get 16,000? Asking for 16k. Answering 16k by Mavericks. Mavericks at 16,000. Will I get 17,000 points? Frisbee being our ISB's best sport one. 17 by Dhurandhars. 17 by Dhurandhars. Can I get 18,000? Asking for 18,000 for Venkatesh. Going at 17k once. 18 by Mavericks. 18,000 by Mavericks. Will I get 19,000? Asking for 19,000. Dhurandhars with the 19. Dhurandhars at 19,000 for Venkatesh. Can I get 20,000? 20k guys. Anyone for 20k? Going at 20k by Mavericks. Next bid at 22,000. 22,000. The ask for Venkatesh next. Will I get 22,000? Going to Mavs at 20. Going at once. Going at 20. And 22 by Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 22,000. Will I get 24,000? Will I get 24,000 for Venkatesh? Asking for 24k. Going at 22. Going once. Going twice. Mavericks come back with the 24k. Mavericks at 24,000 points for Venkatesh. Can I get 26? Let's get 26,000 points. Going to Mavs at 24. Going once. Going twice. And sold to Mavs for 24,000. We have our very own dance president Snehal coming in at 1,000 now. Vice President. Vice President. Apologies for the mistake. 1,000 for Snehal and unsold. Next up we have Harshit Garg from batch of 2025 asking at 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000? Dhurandhars with the 1,000, Mavericks with 2. Mavericks at 2,000 points for Harshit. Will I get 3,000 points? 3,000 for Dhurandhars. Will I get 4? Will I get 4,000 for Harshit? Will I get 4k? Going to Dhurandhars at 3k once. Going twice. And sold to Dhurandhars. Next up we have Saloni Aroda coming in from batch of 2021. Opening at 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000? Mavericks with the 1, Sultans with the 2. Sultans at 2,000 points for Saloni Aroda. Sultans at 2000. Can I get 3000? Mavericks with the 3. Mavericks with 3000 points for Saloni. Will I get 4? Going to Mavs at 3K. Going once. Going twice. And Sultans at the last second with the 4K. Mavs with 5. Mavs with 5K for Saloni. Asking for 6. Asking for 6,000 for this badminton player. Can I get 6,000? Going to Mavs at 5K once. Going to Mavs and sold. Next up, we have Vibhanshu Vaibhav from the batch of 2025. Star football player asking for 1K. Asking for 1,000 points and unsold. We have our very own Shivani Shah up next, asking for 1,000 points. 1,000 anyone? And unsold. Next up we have Shubham Gupta, the basketball player from our cohort. Asking for 1,000 for Shubham Gupta. And unsold. Next up, we have Ankit Dhul from the batch of 2020. Star basketball player asking for 1,000. Sultans with the 1,000. Mavericks with 2. Mavericks at 2,000 for Ankit. Can I get 3? Dhurandhars with 3. Dhurandhars with 3,000 for Ankit. Can I get 4? Sultans with 4,000. Sultans on 4,000 for Ankit. ये सबको धूल चटा देगा. Can I get 5,000? Dhurandhars with 5,000. Can I get 5,000 for Ankit? Sorry, can I get 6,000 for Ankit? Dhurandhars at 5. Going to Dhurandhars once. Going Sultans with 6. Mavericks with 7. No, Sultans at 6 is last. Sultans at 6,000 for Ankit. Can I get 7,000? Going to Sultans once. Dhurandhars coming in with 7. Dhurandhars with 7,000 for Ankit. Dhurandhars with 7,000. Will I get 8,000? Sultans with the 8. Sultans with 8,000 for Ankit. Will I get the 9,000? Asking for 9,000 points. Going to Sultans. Going once. Dhurandhars come in with 9K. Asking at 10 now. Will I get the 10,000? Will I get 10,000 for Ankit? Sultans with 10. Will I get 11? Can I get 11,000? Asking for 11,000 for Ankit. Ankit going to Sultans in 1. Okay. Dhurandhars with 11. Dhurandhars with 11,000. Will I get 12,000 from anyone? Anyone with the 12. Going to Dhurandhars. Sultans with the 12. Sultans come in with 12,000 points for Ankit. Will I get 13? Asking for 13,000 points. Sultans have Ankit at 12,000. Ankit going to Sultans. Dhurandhars with the 13. Dhurandhars with Sultans with 14. Sultans have him at 14,000 points. Sultans on 14,000. Can I get 15 now? Will I get 15? Going to Sultans. So Dhurandhars with the 15. Dhurandhars with 15,000 points, asking at 16,000 next. Ask at 16,000, going at 15k once, asking 16, going at 15k twice. 16k by Sultans, 16,000 by Sultans. Will I get 17,000? Asking for 17,000 points. Going on 16, going to Sultans once, 17 by Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars have him at 17,000. 17,000 at for Ankit. Going at 17 once. Going to Dhurandhars twice. Sultans with the 18. Sultans with 18,000 points. Sultans with 18,000. Will I get 19 now? Going to Sultans. Going at 18k once. Dhurandhars with 19. Looks exchanged. Going to Dhurandhars at 19k once. Going to Dhurandhars. Sultans with the 20k. Next bid at 22,000. Next bid at 22,000. Will I get 22,000 by anyone? Going to Sultans, I guess. Going at 20,000. Going once. So Dhurandhars with the 22. Will I get 24 now? Will I get 24,000? Going to Dhurandhars. Sultans with 24. Sultans at 24,000 for Ankit. Sultans with 24,000. Next at 26. Will I get 26,000? Going to Sultans. Going at 24. Dhurandhars with 26,000. Dhurandhars with 26,000 for Ankit. Will I get 28? Large ask. Will I get 28? Will I get 28,000 for Ankit? Going at 26k. Going once. Going twice. Sultans with 28. Sultans with 28k for Ankit. Can I get 30,000? Can I get 30,000 for Ankit? Going to Sultans at 28,000. Dhurandhars with 30,000. 30,000 for Dhurandhars. Waiting at 32. Can I get 32 now? Going to Dhurandhars. 32,000 come in with Sultan. Sultans at 32,000. Sultans with a 32k bid on Ankit. Can I get 34? Asking for 34. And time up. 34k to Dhurandhars. नहीं वो वन पे वहां से भी बात हो 34 to Dhurandhars. Guys, also this, if I am doing this, then my call would be last. So please maintain 1 second wala. Going to Dhurandhars at 34k sold. Next we have Anuj Bajpai from the batch of 2013. Opening at 1,000 points. Will I get 1,000? Dhurandhars with 1,000. Dhurandhars with 1000 for Anuj. Can I get 2000? Sultans with 2000. Will I get 3K for Anuj? Not the one operating the laptop. But will I get 3K for Anuj? 3K by Hukums. Hukums with 3K for Anuj. Asking for 4K now. Will I get 4K? Going to Hukums at 3K once. Dhurandhars with the 4. Sultans with the 5. Sultans at 5000 for Anuj. Sultans at 5000 for Anuj. Asking for 6K. Going to Sultans once. 6K by Hukums. Dhurandhars at 7K. Dhurandhars at 7K for Anuj. Will I get 8000? Will I get 8000 points for Anuj? 8000 for Hukums. Hukums with the 8000. Sultans with 9. Dhurandhars with 10. हाँ मालूम है वो अपडेट कर रहे हो रुक जाओ wait for the 10,000 by Dhurandhars then इसके बाद Dhurandhars at 10 that's what matters Terry का नेट नहीं है क्या okay Dhurandhars at 10K asking for 11 going at 10 going once to Dhurandhars Sultans with 11 Sultans come in at 11,000 can I get 12,000 points going to Sultans 12,000 by Dhurandhars 13 by Hukums Hukums have 13,000 on Anuj will I get 14,000 points asking for 14,000 points Dhurandhars with 14 will I get 15,000 points Sultans with 15 will I get 16 Anuj asks for 16,000 points for his namesake will I get 16,000 points Dhurandhars with 16 can I get 17,000 points can I get 17,000 points for Anuj going at 17 by Sultans Sultans with 17,000 points going to Sultans at Dhurandhars with 18 Dhurandhars with 18,000 points can I get 19,000 will I please get 19,000 for Anuj going at 18 Sultans with 19 Sultans with 19,000 will I get 20,000 20,000 points for Anuj will I get that going at 19K once going at 19K twice Hukums with the 20K next bid at 22 next bid with a 2,000 point difference will I get the 22,000 or Hukums at 20,000 will it go to will I get 22,000 going to Hukums at 20K going once Sultans with the 22 Sultans with 22,000 Sultans with 22,000 asking for 24 will I get 24,000 from Anuj for going once Hukums with the 24 Hukums with 24,000 points can I get 26 asking for 26 going to Hukums, going at 24k once, going twice. Sultans with the last second 26k. Sultans at 26,000 points. Will I get 28,000? Asking for 28,000 points for Anuj. Going to Sultans, going once. Hukums with the 28. Hukums with 28,000 points. Will I get 30,000 points? Asking for 30k. Going at 28k. Going to Hukums once. Sultans with 30. Sultans with 30k. Sultans with 30,000 points. Can I get 32 now? 32 is the ask. Going once to Sultans. 32 by Hukums. Hukums with the 32,000 bid for Anuj. $32,000 for Anuj. I'm sure to इससे ज़्यादा भी चलेगा. 32,000 for Anuj. Going once. Going twice. 34 by Sultans. 34 by Sultans. Will I get 36? Will I get 36 for Hukums? Asking for 36 for Hukums. Sorry, asking for 36 for Anuj. Going to Sultan. Hukums have answered with the 36,000. Can I get 38 now? Can I get 38,000? Anuj going to Hukums for 36k. Asking for 38k. Going to Hukums once. Going to Hukums twice. Sultans with the 38. Sultans with 38,000 for Anuj Bajpai. Can I get 40k now? 40k being the next ask. Going to Sultans once. Asking for 40. Going to Sultans twice. And sold. Next up, we have Pallavi Mishra from our very own cohort asking at 1,000. Can I get 1,000 for Pallavi? Will I get 1,000? And unsold. Will I get next player? Next, we have G Nipun from batch of 2024. Asking for 1,000 for Nipunji. Hukums with 1,000. Hukums with 1,000 points. Asking for 2k. Asking for 2k for Nipun. Can I get 2k? Going to Hukums at 1 once. Sultans with 2. Mavericks with 3. Mavericks taking it with 3,000. Can I get 4,000 for G Nipun? Asking for 4,000. Going at 3 once. Hukums with 4. Hukums have 4,000 on Nipun. Can I get 5? Sultans with the 5. Can I get 6? Sultans taking Nipun at 5. Will I get 6? 6 is the ask and 6 is by Hukums. Hukums with 6,000. Can I get 7,000 for Nipun? Going to Hukums at 6k once. Sultans with 7k. Sultans with 7,000 points. Asking for 8 now. 8 is the ask. 8 is the answer. Hukums with 8. Can I get 9,000 points? Can I get 9,000 points for G Nipun? Going to hukums once. Mavericks with the 9K. Mavericks suddenly coming back in with no money left in their bank. Mavericks with 9K. Going to Mavs. Hukums with the 10. Hukums with 10K on Nippon. Can I get 11,000? Can I get 11,000 for Nippon? Going once, going twice, and sold to Hukums for 10K. Next up, we have Abhishek Chatterjee with swimming and water polo under his belt from the batch of 2018, asking at 1,000. Mavericks with the 1,000. Hukums with 2. Hukums with 2,000 points, asking for 3 now. Asking for 3,000. Going to Hukums at 2K once. Mavericks with 3. Sultans with 4. Sultans have him at 4,000 points. The national level swimmer. Can I get 5,000? 5,000 for Mavericks. Can I get 6K? Hukums with 6K. Can I get 7K? Asking 7K for Mavs. Asking for 8. Asking for 8,000. Going at 7. Going to Mavs. Going once. Hukums with 8. Hukums with the 8,000. Mavs with the 9,000. Mavs at 9,000 for Abhishek. Gives us 2 sports. Gives us 2 wins. Asking for 10K. 10K with Hukums. 11K by Mavs. Mavs at 11K. Can I get 12? 12 by Hukums. 13 by Mavs. 14 by Hukums. 15 by Mavs. 16 by Hukums. Hukums at 16,000. 17 by Mavs. Mavs at 17,000. Asking for 18,000. Mavs at 17,000. President and OSC going at it. Can I get 18,000? Will I get 18,000? Mavs at 17K. 17K for Mavs going once. 18K by Hukums. Hukums with the 18,000. Mavericks with the 19. Mavericks with 19,000. Next bid at 20,000. Anyone up for 20,000 points? Swimming champion is what we have under our belt right now. 20,000 for Hukums. 22 is the next bid. Bid for 22. Mavs by 22. 22 by Mavs. Can I get 24,000? Will I get 24,000 from Hukums? 22K going to Mavs. Abhishek Chatterjee going. Sultans with the 24. Hukums with the 26. Hukums with 26,000 for Abhishek. Hukums with 26,000. Can I get 28? 28 is the ask. Will I get 28? Going to Hukums for 26. Sultans with 28. Sultans come in with 28,000. Asking for 30 now. 30,000 points is what we ask. At 28K right now. Going to Sultans. Going once to Sultans. Hukums with the 30. Hukums at 30,000 points for Abhishek. Can I get 32? Can I get 32,000 points for Abhishek? Going once to Hukums. Going twice to Hukums. Sultans with 32. Sultans with 32. Sultans at 32,000 points, asking for 34. Asking for 34,000 points for Abhishek. Asking for Hukums with 34. Asking for 36. Asking for 36,000 points. Available for a single weekend. Asking for 36,000 points. Do the math. Going once. Sultans with 36. Sultans with 36,000 points. Asking for 38. Can I get 38,000? Going to Sultans. Going once to Sultans. Going at 36k to Sultans. Going twice. Hukums with 38. Hukums with 38,000 points for Abhishek. Abhishek Chatterjee with 38,000 points. Can I get 40? 40 by Sultans. Will I get 42,000? Will I get 42,000 for Abhishek? Will I get 42,000? Going to Sultans at 40k. Going once at 40k. Going twice. Hukums with the 42. Hukums with 42,000 points for Abhishek. Will I get a 44,000? Will I get 44,000 for Abhishek? Asking for 44. Going at 42 once. Going to Hukums twice. Sultans with 44. Sultans making it an ego battle now. Asking for 46,000 points. Will it be 46 or will he go for 44? Going once at 44. 46 by Hukums. Hukums at 46, asking for 48,000 points. Asking for 48,000 points. Going at 46,000. Going once at 48,000. Going to Hukums at 48,000. Going twice. 48,000 by Sultans. Sultans at 48. Sultans at 48,000 right now. Asking for the half century. Will I get 50k? Going at 48 once. Going to Hukums with 50k right now. Hukums with 50,000 points. Asking for 53 now. The next bid at 53,000 points. Will I get 53,000 points? Going to Hukums at 50k. The national level swimmer going to Hukums at 50,000 points. Asking for 53. Will I get 53,000 points? Going once to Hukums. Going twice to Hukums. Sultans with 53. Sultans with 53,000 points. Sultans with 53,000 points. Asking for 56. Not letting him go easily, are we? Asking for 56. Asking for 56,000 for Abhishek. Going at 53k once. 56k by Hukums. 56,000 points by Hukums. Going at 56k. Going at 56k to Hukums. Asking for 59 now. Will I get 59? Can I get 59? Going at 56k once. Going at 56k twice. And sold. Next up, we have Rishabh Gopal from the batch of 2022 asking for 1K points. Will I get 1,000? Will I get 1,000 points? Mavericks with 1, Dhurandhars with 2. Dhurandhars with 2,000 points on Rishabh Gopal. Will I get 3,000? Can I get 3,000 for Rishabh? Anyone for 3,000 points, or are we letting Dhurandhars have it for 2K? Mavericks with 3, Sultans with 4. Sultans have Rishabh for 4,000 points. Coming in from Bangalore. Dhurandhars at 5K. Dhurandhars at 5,000 points. Can I get 6,000? Can I get 6,000 points for Rishabh? Going to Dhurandhars at 5K once. Sultans with the 6. Mavericks with the 7. Mavericks with 7,000 points on Rishabh. Will I get 8? Can I get 8,000 points? Going to Mavs. Going once at Mavs. Going twice at Mavs. Sultans with 8. Sultans in the 8,000. Can I get the 9,000? 9,000 is the ask. 8,000 is what we have. Going at 8,000 once. Going at 8. Dhurandhars with 9. Dhurandhars at 9,000 points. Can I get 10,000? Asking for 10,000 points now. Dhurandhars have him for 9K once. Dhurandhars at 9K twice. Sultans with 10. Sultans coming in at 10,000. Can I get 11,000? Will I get 11K? Asking for 11K. Going to Sultans once. Going to Sultans twice. And sold. Next up, we have Srinivas Karthikeyan asking for 1,000 points from the batch of 2020 from Coimbatore. Hukums with 1K, Dhurandhars with 2, Sultans with 3. Can I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000, currently with Sultans at 3,000. Sultans with 3,000 points on Srinivas, 4,000 for Dhurandhars. 4,000 for Dhurandhars. Will I get a 5,000? Will I get 5,000 points? Going at 4K once. Sultans with 5K. Hukums with 6K. Sultans with 5K. Hukums with 6K right now. Hukums with 6,000. Will I get 7,000? Will I get 7,000 points for Srinivas? Asking for 7,000 points. Going one. Dhurandhars with 7,000. Dhurandhars with 7,000. Can I get 8,000 points? Srinivas going for 7,000 to Dhurandhars. Srinivas going once. Srinivas going twice. Hukums with 8. Hukum's not letting him go. 8,000 is what we have by Hukums right now. Asking for 9,000 points. Will I get 9? Going 9,000 by Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars at 9,000 points. Can I get 10K? Asking for 10K points. Going at 9K once. Going to Dhurandhars twice. Hukums with the 10K. Hukums with 10,000 points on Srinivas. Sultans with 11,000. Sultans with 11,000 on Srinivas. Can I get 12? Dhurandhars at 12. Dhurandhars at 12,000 points right now. Can Srinivas get 13,000 points? Srinivas at 12 right now, asking for 13. Going once. Hukums with the 13. Sultans with the 14. Sultans at 14,000 points for Srinivas. Can I get 15,000 points? Dhurandhars with 15. Dhurandhars at 15,000 points. Can I get 16,000? Asking for 16. Going at 15 once. 16 by the hukums. Sultans at 17. Sultans have Srinivas at 17,000 points. Can I get 18,000? Can I get 18,000? Hukums with 18. Dhurandhars with 19. Dhurandhars have him at 19,000 points. Will I get the 20? Asking for 20 for Srinivas. बड़ी दूर से आ रहा है, कर दो 20. Asking for 20. Hukums with the 20. Next bid at 22,000. Asking for 22,000 for Srinivas. Going at 20k. Going to Hukums at 20k. Going once. Dhurandhars with 22. Dhurandhars with 22,000. Asking for 24,000 points. Asking for 24,000 points. Will I get 24? Can I get 24,000 points for Srinivas? Going Hukums with the 24. Hukums with 24,000. Can I get 26? Mohali Mavericks taking a back seat now. 26k is the ask. Going to Hukums at 24. Going once. Going twice. And sold to Hukums at 24,000. We have the Nescafe coffee machine outside. If anyone wants to go, please feel free to go and be back. But it's not a break. Siddharth Mukherjee at 1k. Who comes with 1k for Siddharth? Siddharth, I'm assuming. Who comes with 1k? Dhurandhars with 2. Basketball, volleyball, cricket and pickleball being his sports. Dhurandhars with 2,000 on him. Can I get 3,000? Asking for 3,000 points for Siddharth. Hukums with the 3, asking for 4. Will we get the 4,000? Going once at 3. Dhurandhars with 4. Dhurandhars with 4,000 points. Can I get 5 now? Will I get the 5? Or going once at 4? Going twice at 4? Hukums with the 6. Hukums with the 5. Sultans with the 6. Hukums with the 5. Sultans with the 6,000 points. Asking for 7. Asking for 7,000 points for Siddharth. Dhurandhars with 7. Dhurandhars with 7,000 points. Can I get 8 now? Going to Dhurandhars. Going at 7k to Dhurandhars. Mavericks with the 8. Mavericks with the 8,000 for Siddharth. Will I get 9,000 points? Asking for 9,000. Going at 8,000 once. Dhurandhars with the 9k. Hukums with the 10. Hukums with 10,000 points on Siddharth. Hukums with 10,000 points on Siddharth. Going to Hukums at 10k once. Going to Hukums at 10k twice. Mavericks with the 11. Mavericks with 11,000 points for Siddharth. Can I get 12? Going once, going twice, and sold. Next up, we have Shubham Agarwal from our very own cohort. Can I get 1,000 points for this TT and volleyball player? 1k. And unsold. Next, we have Siddharth Sivaraman from the batch of 2024 asking for 1,000. Cricketer and football Mavericks at 1,000. Hukums at 2,000. Hukums with 2,000 points. Coming in from Bangalore is Siddharth. We want 3,000 for him now. Can I get 3,000? Mavericks with 3. Can I get 4,000? Asking 4,000 for Siddharth. Can I get 4,000 points? Hukums with the 4. Can I get 5,000 points? Asking for 5,000 points for Siddharth. Going to Hukums at 4k once. Asking for 5k twice. Mavericks with the 5k. Mavericks with 5,000 points and a laid back attitude. Asking for 6,000 points for Siddharth. Hukums with 6,000. Sultans with 7,000. Sultans with 7,000 points on Siddharth. Will I get 8,000? Will I get 8,000 points for Siddharth? Going at 7k to Sultans once. Mavericks with the 8. Mavericks with 8,000 points on Sultans. Can I get 9,000? Will I get 9,000 points? Going to Mavs at 8k once. Going to Mavs at 8k twice. Hukums with the 9. Sultans with the 10. Sultans with 10,000 on Siddharth. Asking for 11. Will I get 11,000 for him? Going to Sultans at 10k once. Asking Sultans Mavericks with the 11k. Mavericks with 11k for Siddharth. Will I get 12,000? Asking for 12,000. Going to Mavs at 11k once. Asking for 12k once. Going 12k by Hukums. Hukums with the 12,000 points. Can I get 13,000? 13,000 is the ask. Going to Hukums at 12k once. Going to Hukums twice. Mavericks with the 13. Mavericks with 13,000 points. Can I get 14,000? Asking for 14,000 points for Siddharth. Going to Mavs at 13k once. Going to Mavs. Hukums with the 14. Hukums with 14,000 points on Siddharth. Will I get 15,000? Can I get 15,000 points for Siddharth? Going to Hukums once. Mavs with the 15. Asking for the sweet 16 right now. Can I get sweet 16? Going to Mavs at 15k once. Asking for 16k once. Going for 15. Hukums with 16,000. Will I get 17,000? Will Mavs give us 17,000? Going to Hukums at 16k once. Asking for 17. Mavs with 17. Going at 17k. Asking for 18,000. Asking for 18,000 points for Siddharth. Asking for 18,000 points. Hukums with 18. 19 is the ask. Consultants consulting. Going to 19 with Mavs. Mavs at 19, asking for 20,000 points. Will I get 20,000 for Siddharth Sivraman? Going to Mavs at 19k once. Going to Mavs twice. And Hukums with the 20k. Next bid at 22,000. 22,000 being the next ask. Time increasing by 5 seconds. And probably going into the next day. Going to Hukums at 20k once. Going twice. Mavs with the 22,000. Mavs with the 22,000 points for Siddharth. Will I get 24k? Will I get 24k? Siddharth wants 24,000 now. Can I get 24,000? Going Mavs. Hukums with the 24. Hukums with 24,000 for Siddharth. Hukums with 24,000 points for Siddharth. Can I get 26? Mavs with 26. Mavs with 26,000 points. Mavs with 26,000. Mavs with 26. Going once. Hukums with 28. Hukums with 28,000 for Siddharth. Can I get 30? Let's really make it fast this time and make it 30 right now. 30,000. Let's go, Mavs. 32 is the ask. Can I get 32,000? Hukums pondering whether to waste more time. 32,000 is the ask. Going at 30,000. Going once at 30,000. Going Hukums with 32. Hukums with 32,000. Hukums with 32,000 points, asking for 34 now. Going once at 32. Going twice at 32. And sold to Hukums for 32,000. Guys, genuinely, there's a 5-second delay in this. So essentially, you're getting 30 seconds when we're wanting to give 20. तो अगर हो सके थोड़ा जल्दी करो वरना pools ही खत्म नहीं होगा और कल तो overshoot हो गई and a lot of people are not leaving or not here tomorrow. So try to not spend as much time, and once Karthik is back, we'll try to reduce the timing on the tool. So just be aware. Lag is minimum 5 seconds और net अगर खराब होता है तो 10 seconds तक का भी lag हो रहा है. So just know that you'll be waiting here till 2-3 a.m. and then next सुबह भी 9 बजे बाद बस बैठना पड़ेगा. So try to make it faster. I know there's a message you want to send, but 5 seconds को assume करो कि last है वो. सबके लिए ये. Please. चलो. Let's go on to the next player. We have Pratyush Pandey from our batch, the master coder from Microsoft. Will I get 1,000 points for him? Asking for 1,000 points. Mavericks with 1. Can I get 2,000? Will I get 2,000? Asking for 2,000 really quickly this time. Going to Mavs at 1K once. Going to Mavs at 1K once. Oh, sorry, going to Mavs at 1K twice. And sold. Steal deal. Next we have Kartikeya Chadda from the 2024 batch. Volleyball, basketball, pickleball player asking for 1,000. Durandars with the 1. Durandars with 1,000 asking for 2,000. Quickly asking for 2,000. Anyone for 2,000 points? Going once at 1,000 to Durandars, going twice. Hukums with 2. Sultans with 3. Sultans with 3,000. Can I get 4? Will I get 4 quickly? Can I please get 4 as soon as possible? I have a train to catch. Hukums with the 4. Asking for 5,000 points. सबको dinner भी जल्दी मिलेगा. Asking for 5,000 points. Durandars with 5,000. Can I get 6,000 points? Can I really get the 6,000? 6,000 is the ask. Going to Durandars for 5K points right now. Going at 5K once. Going at 5K twice. And sold to Durandars at 5,000. Refreshments, guys. Our ISL team is damn good. Next, we have Kaushal Raj for 1,000 points. Basketball, FIFA, TT, football, multi-starrer, I guess. And yet unsold, he goes. ये अपना question है? Next, we have Avina Tejas Shah from the previous cohort, waited for our week, asking for 1,000 points. Great at basketball. Hukums with 1,000. Can I get 2,000? Can I get 2,000 points? Durandars with 2,000. Durandars with 2,000. Will I get the 3,000 points? Will I get 3,000 points for the previous Jedi? Will I get 3,000? Asking for 3,000. Hukums with 3,000. Hukums with the 3,000. Will I get 4? Durandars with 4,000. Durandars with 4,000 points. Can I get 5,000? Hukums with the 5,000. Asking for 6,000. Going to Hukums at 5,000 right now. Can I get 6,000? Durandars with the 6,000. Will I get 7,000? Asking for 7,000 points. Going at 6,000. Going to Durandars at 6,000. Going to Durandars at 6,000, asking for 7,000 points. Can I get 7,000? Going once at 6. Going twice at 6. And sold. Thank you. Next up, we have Divyani from the Hyderabad campus. Can I get 1,000 points for her badminton and frisbee skills? 1,000 points for Divyani and unsold. Next up, we have Vanshaj Mittal from our very own cohort from Mohali. Let's go. Can I get 1,000 for him? His ask is 1,000 points right now. And unsold. Next up. Last player of this pool. We have Ayushman Kalidhar from the batch of 2025. Football, FIFA being his primary sports. Dhurandhars with 1,000. Can I get 2,000? Hukums with the 2,000. Can I get 3,000? Anyone up for 3,000 points? Anyone for 3,000 points for Ayushman? Can I get Dhurandhars with the 3,000? Will I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000 points. Ayushman going for 3,000. Going to Dhurandhars at 3,000. Ayushman going to Dhurandhars at 3,000. Going once at 3,000. Going twice. Hukums with the 4. Hukums with 4,000. Ayushman going at 4,000. Going to Hukums at 4,000. Can I get 5,000? Can I quickly get the 5,000 if anyone wants to? 5,000 being the ask. Ayushman going to 4K. Hukums. Dhurandhars with the 5K. Dhurandhars with the 5K. They don't. Dhurandhars with the 5K. Going once to Dhurandhars at 5K. Going twice. Hukums with the 6K. Sultans with the 7K. Sultans with 7,000 points for Ayushman. Bharat. Can I get 8,000? Sultans with 7,000. Can I get 8,000? Asking for 8,000. Ayushman going to Sultans for 7,000 points. Dhurandhars with 8,000. Dhurandhars come in at 8,000 again. Can I get 9,000? Asking for 9,000 points for Ayushman. Can I get 9,000 points? Can I please get 9,000 points? Going to Dhurandhars at 8K once. Going to Hukums with the 9K. Hukums with 9K. Dhurandhars asking for 10,000. Asking for 10,000. Dhurandhars with the 10,000. Thanks for the jiffy response. Can I get 11,000? Can I get 11,000? Asking for 11,000 points. Going to Dhurandhars at 10K once. Going to Hukums with the 11. Sultans with the 12. Sultans at 12,000 points for Ayushman. Can I get 13,000 points? 13,000 is the ask. Can I get 13,000 points? Can I get 13,000 points for Ayushman? Dhurandhars with the 13. Can I get 14,000? I would love to get the 14,000 quickly. The last player of the pool, 14,000 points is the ask. Can I get 14,000? Going to Dhurandhars once. Going to Dhurandhars twice. Sultans with the 14K. Sultans with 14,000 points on Ayushman. Not letting him go easy. Can I get 15,000? Can I get 15,000 points for Ayushman? Going at 14K once. Dhurandhars with the 15. Dhurandhars with 15,000 points. Can I get 16,000 points? Asking for 16,000 points for Ayushman. Steal deal, man. Steal deal. Can I get 16,000? Sultans with the 16,000. Can I get 17,000 points? Can I get 17,000 points for Ayushman? Going to Sultans at 16K once. Dhurandhars with 17,000. Dhurandhars with 17K. Can I get 18,000? Dhurandhars have him at 17,000 points. Can I get 18,000? Going to Dhurandhars once. Sultans with 18,000. Sultans with 18,000 points. Can I get 19,000? Can I get 19,000 points for Ayushman? Dhurandhars with 19,000. Can I get 20,000? Will I get 20,000? Asking for 20,000 points. Going to Dhurandhars at 19K once. Going to Dhurandhars twice. Going at 9. Sultans with the 20,000. Next bid at 22,000. Next bid at 22,000 points. Dhurandhars with 22,000. Dhurandhars with 22,000. Next at 24. Will I get 24? We have 7 seconds to go. Going once. Sultans with the 24. Can I get Dhurandhars with the 26? Thanks Dhurandhars for the quick response. Can I get 28? Asking for 28,000. Going to Dhurandhars at 26,000. Asking for 28,000. The yellow team taking a lot of time to think about it. Going at 26k. Sultans with 28k. Sultans with 28,000. Asking for 30,000. Asking for 30. Dhurandhars with 30,000. Can I get 32? Will I get 32,000 for Ayushman? Asking for 32,000 for Ayushman. Going at 30k once. Going at 30k to Dhurandhars. Going at 30k twice. Sultans with the 32k. Sultans with 32,000 for Ayushman. Sultans with 32,000. Asking for 34 now. Can I get 34,000? Just waiting for the timer to end. And sold to Sultans for 32. Guys, quickly, we can make this faster. Trust me. Break chahiye? After this. Last. Next, we have Varsha from our own batch asking for 1,000 points. This is the new pool. Just one player, please. And unsold. Starting in 40 seconds. 40 seconds to go. Perry. Okay, guys, starting in 10 seconds. I hope all are ready. And the next player we have from the last pool before dinner break is Aadhar Govil. Can I get 1,000 for Aadhar? Star basketball player. Durandars with the 1,000. Can I get 2,000? Asking for 2,000. Hukums with the 2,000. Can I get 3,000? Asking for 3,000 for Aadhar. Can I get 3,000 points? Anyone with 3,000? Going to Hukums. Hukums at 2,000, bhai. Durandars with the 3. Durandars with 3,000. Can I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000 points for Aadhar. Aadhar at 3 going to Durandars, asking for 4K. Going at 3K once. Mavericks with the 4. Sultans with the 5. Sultans at 5,000 points for Aadhar. Can I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000 points from this for 6,000 by Durandars. Batch of 2024. Can I get 6,000 for Aadhar? Sorry. Durandars at 6,000. Can I get 7,000 for Aadhar? Can I get 7,000 points for Aadhar? Going at 6K once. Going Mavericks with the 7. Can I get 8,000? Will I get the 8,000? Asking for 8,000. Durandars with 8,000. Can I get 9,000? Can I get 9,000 points for Aadhar? Asking for 9,000 points for Aadhar Govil. Going at 8K once. Going to Durandars at 8K once. Going twice. Mavericks first with the 9. Sultans with the 10. Sultans with 10,000 points for Aadhar. Can I get 11,000? Asking for 11,000 points for Aadhar. Asking for 11,000. Going to Sultans at 10K once. Durandars with the 11. Durandars with the 11,000. Can I get 12? Asking for 12,000 points for Aadhar. Can I get 12,000? Sultans with the 12,000. Asking for 13. Asking for 13,000 points for Aadhar. Can I get 13,000 points? Can I get 13,000 points, please? Sultans taking Aadhar at 12K once. Mavericks with the 13. Mavericks with 13,000 points. Will I get 14K? Will I get 14K for this basketball star? 13K Mavericks taking Aadhar. Going once. Going Sultans with the 14. Sultans taking Aadhar at 14 right now. Can I get 15,000? Can I get 15,000 for Aadhar? Not my Aadhar card, but Aadhar Govil. I don't know why. 15,000 for Mavericks. Mavericks at 15,000. Can I get 16,000? Mavericks taking him at 15,000 once. Sultans with 16. Sultans at 16,000. Can I get 17,000 points? 17,000 for Mavericks. Can I get 18,000 points? Asking for 18. 17 with Mavs. Asking for 18. Going at 17 once. Going to Mavs at 17 twice. And sold to Mavs at 17K. Next up, we have Saket from our very own Mohali cohort 2026, asking for 1,000 points. And unsold. Very interesting pool, this one. We have Sushang Rai next. Great at football. Can I get 1,000 points? Anyone for one? Sultan's what for 1,000? Can I get 2,000? Asking for 2,000 points for Sushang Rai. Going to Sultans at 1,000. Dhurandhars with the 2,000. Dhurandhars with 2,000 for Sushang. Can I get 3,000? Can I get 3,000 points? Asking for 3,000. Going at 2,000. Going to Dhurandhars at 2,000. Once Sultans with the 3. Sultans taking in at 3,000. So Sultan Hukums with the 4. Hukums with the 4,000. Hukums with the 4,000. Can I get 5,000 points for Sushang Rai? Anyone interested at 5,000 points? Dhurandhars with the 5. Dhurandhars with 5,000 points for Sushang. Can I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000 points only. Can I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000 points. Can I get 6,000? Going once. Sultans with the 6,000. Asking for 7,000 now. Sushang Rai at 6,000 to Sultans. Can I get 7,000 points? Dhurandhars with 7,000. Can I get 8,000? Can I get 8,000 points for Sushang Rai? Asking for 8,000 points. Going at 7K. Going to Dhurandhars at 7K. Asking for 8K. Can I get 8,000 points for Sushang Rai? Going once at 8,000. Going twice at Hukums with the 9. Hukums with the 8. Sultans with the 9. Sultans at 9,000 points. Can I get 10,000? Asking for 10,000 points for Sushang. Star football player. Can I get 10,000 points? Dhurandhars with the 10K. Can I get 11? Asking for 11,000 points. Asking for 11,000 points. Again, available 4 weekends. Lives in Mohali. Very cheap player. No operational cost. 11K for Hukum. Sultans at 12. Sultans at 12,000 points. Asking for 13 now. Sultans at 12,000 points for Sushang Rai. Dhurandhars with 12,000. Can I get 13,000? Dhurandhars at 13. Dhurandhars at 13,000 points. Can I get 14,000 points? Dhurandhars at 14,000 points. Can I get Dhurandhars at 13? Can I get 14,000 points? Can I quickly get 14,000 points? Going to Dhurandhar. Sultans with the 14. Sultans with the 14. Can I get 15,000 points? Anyone for 15? Asking for 15,000 points. Going to Sultans. Going at 14K to Sultans. Going once. Going Hukums with the 15. Hukums with the 15,000 points. Can I get 16,000? Sushang Rai going at 15,000. 2 Hukums. Can I get 16,000 points? Asking for 16,000. Going at 15,000. Going to Hukums. Sultans with the 16. Asking for 17 now. Asking for 17,000 points. Going at 16K to Sultans. Going once at 16K. Going twice at 16K. And Hukums with the 17. Hukums with 17,000 points. Can I get 18,000? Can I get 18,000 points? Going to Hukums at 17,000 points. Going once. Going twice. So Sultans with the 18. 18,000 to Sultans. Can I get 19,000 points? Can I get 19,000 points? Sultans leading with 18,000 points, asking for 19,000 to part with him. Can anyone bid 19,000. Hukums with the 19, can I get 20,000? Hukums with 19,000 asking for 20. Asking for 20. Can I get 20? 19k to Hukums. Going once. Going twice. Sultans with the 20. Next bid at 22,000. Next bid at 22,000. Can I get 22,000? Will Sushant get 22,000? He wants 22,000 for his next bid. Can he get 22,000? Going once. Going twice to Sultans. Going thrice to Sultans. And sold. Next up, we have Karan Sehgal from the Hyderabad campus, batch of 2026. Master football player. Can I get 1,000 points for him? And unsold. Next, we have Gitanjali Suneja, master chess player, good at athletics, photo of badminton, asking for 1,000 points. Sultans with 1,000. Can I get 2,000? Asking for 2,000 for Gitanjali. Can I get 2,000 for Gitanjali? Hukums with the 2,000. Hukums with 2,000 points for Gitanjali. Can I get 3,000? Dhurandhars with the 3,000. Can I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000 for Gitanjali. Can I get 4,000? Going to Dhurandhars at 3,000 right now. Asking for 4K. Quickly asking for 4K. Jiffily asking for 4K. Sultans with the 4K. Can I get 5,000? Asking for 5,000 points. Going to Sultans for 4,000. Going once to Sultans for 4,000. Continuing this for 10 more seconds. Going twice for Sultans. Asking for 5,000. Going once. Going twice. And sold to Sultans for 4,000. Next, we have Varshik Reddy Kota from MFAB Hyderabad, batch of 2026, asking for 1,000 points. Unsold. Can we get the next player, please? Next up, we have Melanie Mariam Kurian from Hyderabad asking for 1,000 points starting at 1,000. Can I get 1,000? Can I get the 1,000? Dhurandhars with the 1,000. Can I get 2,000? Can I get 2,000 points for Melanie? Can I get 2,000? Asking for 2,000, going at 1,000 to Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars with 1,000. Going to Dhurandhars for 1,000. Going once. Sultans with the 2,000. Sultans with the 2,000. Sultans with 2,000 on Melanie. Can I get 3,000? Can I get 3,000 points for Melanie? Going to Sultans. Dhurandhars with the 3. Dhurandhars bidding 3,000 points for Melanie. Can I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000 points. 4,000 only. Dhurandhar have 3,000 bid on her right now. Can I get 4,000? Sultans with the 4. Sultans with 4,000 on Melanie. Can I get 5,000? Asking for 5,000 points. Asking for 5,000, going to Sultans at 4,000. Dhurandhars with the 5,000. Dhurandhars with 5,000 points. Can I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000 only. Can I get 6,000? Going once, going twice, and sold to Dhurandhars for 5,000. Next up, we have Manasa Edgy from the batch of 2020, Master Frisbee player, asking for 1,000. Mavericks with the 1. Mavericks with the 1,000, asking for 2,000. Sultans with the 2,000, can I get 3,000? Asking for 3,000, can I get 3,000 please? Sultans have her at 2,000 right now, can I get 3,000? Dhurandhars with the 3,000, can I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000 for Manasa. Dhurandhars taking at 3,000, taking Mansa in at 3,000 right now. Can I get 4,000? Can I get 4,000? Sultans with the 4,000, can I get 5? Will I get the 5,000? Will I get Dhurandhars with the 5,000? Can I get 6,000? Can I get 6,000 for Mansa? Dhurandhars taking Manasa at 5,000. Ask 6K for Sultans. 6K to Sultans, can I get 7,000? Asking for 7,000 for Manasa. Going to Sultans at 6K once. Dhurandhars with the 7K. Dhurandhars with the 7,000 points. Can I get 8,000 for Manasa? Asking for 8,000 points. Going to Dhurandhars once. Mavericks with the last minute bid at 8,000. Sultans with the 9,000. Sultans at 9,000. There's a small glitch on the screen, but Sultans at 9,000. Anyone for 10,000 points for Mansa. Going once, Mavericks with the 10K. Mavericks with 10K. We're counting 10 seconds. Going once to Mavericks. Going Sultans with the 11K. Sultans with 11,000 points for Manasa. Can I get 12,000? Asking for only 12,000 points. Can I get 12,000? Can I quickly get the 12,000? Anyone for 12,000 points? Sultans taking Manasa at 11,000 points. Mavericks with the 12. Mavericks with 12,000 points for Manasa. Can I get 13? Asking for 13,000 points. Can I get 13,000 points? Going to Sultans at 12. Going to Mavericks at 12,000. Can I get 13,000? Going to Mavs at 12,000 points. Asking for 13. Going once. Going twice. And sold to Mavericks for 12,000. Next up, we have Srinitya Draksharam from the batch of 2025, asking for 1,000 only. And unsold. Next up, we have Siddhant Rao from the 2025 batch, asking for 1,000 points, great at athletics and badminton. Unsold. Can we get next up, we have our very own Jasteed Singh, president of the sports club. Great at basketball, asking for 1,000 points only. And unsold. Shocker. Jasteed unsold. We have Gaurav Gupta coming in all the way from Kolkata, batch of 2024, asking for 1,000 points. Unsold. खाना सबको मिलेगा, प्लेयर खरीद लो. Next we have Tanya Bhargava, the knight who's won quite a few games for them, asking for 1,000 points only. Durandars with the 1,000 on the last second. Durandars with 1,000 points on Tanya. Can I get 2,000? Can I get 2,000 points for Tanya? Going once. Going Mavericks with the 2,000. Asking for 3,000 for Tanya Bhargava. Can I get 3,000? Going to 3,000 to Dhurandhars. Can I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000 points. Going to Dhurandhars at 3,000 points. Asking for 4,000. Asking for 4,000 points. Only 4,000. Give me 4,000. Going once. Mavericks with the 4,000. Mavericks have her at 4,000. Can I get 5,000? Asking for 5,000 points for Tanya. Going at 4K once. Going at 4K twice. And sold to Mavs at 4K. We have Gurleen Gandhi from the previous batch of 2025, asking 1,000 points. Opening at 1,000 points. Mavericks with the 1,000. Can I get 2,000? Dhurandhars with the 2,000. Going to Dhurandhars at 2,000. Asking for 3,000. Can I get 3,000? Will I get 3,000? Can I quickly get the 3,000? Going to Dhurandhars at 2,000. Mavericks with the 3. Can I get 4,000 now? Asking for 4,000 for Gurleen. Dhurandhars with the 4,000. Can I get 5,000? Can I get 5,000 for Gurleen? Can I get 5,000 for Gurleen? Going at 4,000 to Dhurandhars. Can I get 5,000? Going once. Mavericks with the 5. Mavericks with 5,000 on Gurleen. Can I get 6,000? Can I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000 points. 6,000 to Dhurandhars. Can I get 7,000? Asking for 7,000 points for Gurleen. Can I get 7,000? Going to Dhurandhars at 6,000 only. Going to Dhurandhars at 6,000. Can I get 7,000? Asking for 7,000. Anyone for Mavericks with the 7. Asking for 8 now. Dhurandhars with the 8. Asking for 9. Dhurandhars with the 8,000 points for Gurleen. Dhurandhars with 8,000 points for Gurleen. Can I get 9,000? Can I get 9,000? Mavericks with the 9,000. Can I get 10,000? Asking for 10,000 points for Gurleen. Can I get 10,000? Can I get 10,000? Dhurandhars with the 10,000. Can I get 11,000? 11K is the ask. Can I get 11K for Gurleen? Mavericks with 11K. Can I get 12? 12 being the next ask. Can I get 12,000 for Gurleen? Mavericks taking her with 11. Mavericks with 11,000 on Gurleen. Going once to Mavs. Going twice to Mavs. And sold to Mavs for 11K. Next up, we have our MVP, our VP of Sports Club, Saksham Jain, the legend himself. 1,000 by Mavericks, 2,000 by himself, 3,000 by Mavericks, 4,000 by Dhurandhars, 5,000 by Mavericks, 6,000 by Dhurandhars, 7,000 by Mavericks, 8,000 by Dhurandhars, 9,000 by Mavericks, 10,000 by Dhurandhars, 10,000 by Dhurandhars for Saksham Jain. Can I get 11,000? Buying himself, is he? 10,000 for Dhurandhars. Can I get 11,000? Sultan's with the 11,000. Sultan's coming in at 11,000. Can I get 12,000? Mavericks with the 12,000. Can I get 13? Dhurandhars with 13,000. Dhurandhars with 13,000. Can I get 14,000? Can I quickly get 14,000? Dhurandhars buying their own man at 13,000. धुरंधर्स के पास ये तो 14 करना है क्या खुद से? हाँ अपडेट हो रहा है तुम्हारे पास ये 13,000 का धुरंधर्स at 13,000. Can I get 14,000 for Saksham Jain, MVP of IAL? हाँ इंडियन ऑल स्टार्स लीग अच्छा ISB All Stars League. That's what it was. 14,000 by Sultans. 14,000. 15 by Dhurandhars. Dhurandhars have him at 15,000 points. Can I get 16? Can I get 16,000 points for the legend? Asking for 16, going once at 15, going twice at 15, and sold to Dhurandhars at 15. Steal deal, guys. Steal deal. We have Tanushka Nagpal from our own cohort asking 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000 for Tanushka? Volleyball and badminton. Hukums with 1,000. Hukums with 1,000 for Tanushka. Can I get 2,000? Can I get 2,000? Asking for 2,000. Going at 1,000 to Hukums. Going at 1,000 once. Going at 1,000 once. Going at 1,000 twice. And sold to Hukums for 1,000. Next up, we have Akhil Joshi from PGP Pro, batch of 2024. Great at basketball and tennis, asking for 1,000 points. Can I get 1,000? Mavericks with the 1,000. Dhurandhars with the 2,000. Dhurandhars with the 2,000. For Akhil Joshi, can I get 3,000 points? Asking for 3,000 points only. Going at 2,000 to Dhurandhars. Going at 2,000 to Dhurandhars, asking for 3. Mavericks with the 3,000. Can I get 4,000? 3,000 to Mavericks. Can I get 4,000? Asking for 4,000 points. Dhurandhars with the 4. Dhurandhars with 4,000 points. Can I get 5,000 points for Akhil Joshi? Asking for 5,000 points only. Can I get 5,000? Going to Dhurandhars. Joining the MVP. 5K to Mavericks. 5K to Mavericks. Can I get 6,000? Can I get 6,000 points for Akhil? Asking for 6,000 points. Mavericks have him at 5,000 right now. 5,000 only. Can I get 6,000? Asking for 6,000 for Akhil Joshi. Going once to Mavericks. Going twice to Mavericks. Going at 5K. And sold to Mavericks at 5,000. Next up, we have Arjun Sharma from the batch of 2025. TT and FIFA player asking for 1,000. And unsold. अर्जुन तो हो गया ठीक है ये लास्ट अर्नब भट्टाचार्य the last player for the pre-dinner session. Arnab Bhattacharya. Anyone up for 1,000 points for Arnab Bhattacharya? Great at tennis. Mavericks with the 1,000. Mavericks with 1,000 for Arnab. Can I get 2,000? Seems like he's at some open clay court. Asking for 2,000. Going to Mavericks at 1. Hukums with the 2000. Hukums with the 2000. Can I get 3000? Can I get 3000? Asking for 3000. Anyone for 3000 points only. Going to Hukums at 2k. Going to Hukums at 2k in 6 seconds. Durandars with the 3. Durandars with 3000. Can I get 4000 points? Asking for 4000 for Arnab. Asking for 4000 points. Going to Durandars at 3k once. Going to Durandars at 3k twice. Hukums with the 4. Hukums come in with 4000 points. Can I get 5? Guys, this is the last one for dinner. Let's do this quickly. Can I get 5? Hukums with 4000. In 6 seconds, they'll own the player for the games. Can I get 5000? Going once, going twice, and sold to Hukums for 4000. Just a second, guys. Just a second, please. But ये 10th pool था ना? हाँ, 10th pool ही हुआ. So guys, quick update. So we know that there is a huge lag in the tool, and we were supposed to be giving 15 seconds for the first 20,000 points, and then so on and so forth. We are planning to change the timer to reduce the timer by 5 seconds, so that we actually end up giving 15 seconds and not more. So we'll be doing this during the dinner. So please be aware. अब वो जो timer 15, 20, 25 था, वो 10, 15, 20 हो जाएगा. ठीक है? Yeah, we'll be doing this during the dinner time and be back by 11. Sorry, 10. Please be back by first player. यहाँ 10 दिखेगा. वो नहीं हो पाएगा टूल में, बट हाँ आई अंडरस्टैंड. वो मैनुअली हम लोग करेंगे. वो मैनुअली है. बाकी सारा वही टाइम होगा जो लिखा है. फर्स्ट बिट जो 1000 रुपए वाला है उसमें 5 सेकंड मिलेगा मैनुअली, बट प्लीज बी बैक बाय 10 PM लेटेस्ट. Guys, we really need to do this quickly or we'll not be able to reach the end of our pools. 10